Black water does not sound like water. It sounds like a crowd. I had one arm hooked through a carriage wheel that was turning under me and would not stop turning, and the other hand shut around a wrist that was smaller than my own and going slack. And every time I got my feet down the river, took them out from under me again, with the patience of a thing that had all night. Somewhere above us on the bank, a man was shouting a name into a storm. Not mine. He would not have known to shout mine. I could not feel my legs. I could feel exactly one thing, which was a pulse in that small wrist, going slower, and the arithmetic in my head had gotten very simple. I could keep the wheel, or I could keep the wrist. I let go of the wheel. It started 11 weeks before that, in a winter garden, over a plate of small cakes nobody was eating. I had been at Stone March 4 days when I saw the girls do it. There were 9 of them in the glass garden that afternoon, daughters of the northern houses, wintering at the hold the way noble daughters do lessons. Needlework, the long, slow apprenticeship of learning who you are permitted to sit beside. And there was a 10th, on the stone bench at the far end, alone, with a book she was not reading. I was 26 years old and 4 days into a post as underkeeper of the household linen, which in a hold that size means you go everywhere and nobody sees you. I stood in the doorway with an armful of tablecloths and watched a room of children perform a maneuver they had clearly performed 1,000 times. They did not point. They did not laugh. They simply moved a small tide, entirely soundless. One girl, and then another, and then the rest of them, until 11 feet of empty stone had opened up around the 10th child, and not one of them had appeared to do anything at all. She turned a page she was not reading. She was 11. She had a burn scar down the right side of her face and neck that had knitted the way burns knit on a growing child, tight and shining and pulling the corner of her mouth. She had her father's black hair, and she had it forward on that side, which I recognized because I have known a great many people who arrange themselves to be less available. She also had gloves on, indoors, in a heated glass room in the middle of the afternoon. I put down the cloths and I went and sat next to her. I want to be clear that I was not being noble. I have been asked about this a great many times since, and I have never once had a good answer. I sat down because there was a seat and because sitting is free, and because I had spent 4 years being the person the room arranges itself around, and I know what it is to have your own name given to you slightly wrong by everyone who says it. That is a bad book, I said. She did not look up. It is the only book. It is still a bad book. What is it? Improving Letters for Young Women of Rank. She turned another page. 12 of them are about posture. How many have you read? All of them. 4 times. She turned another. My posture has not improved. I laughed, out loud in a room where 9 girls had just moved 11 feet, and every head in that garden came around, and the girl on the bench went very still, in the way a creature goes still when a thing has happened that it does not have a category for. You are the new linen woman. I am. You are not allowed to sit there. Nobody has told me that. She looked at me for the first time. She had eyes like a lawyer. They will, she said. There was a man in the doorway. I had not heard him come. Nobody in that garden had. And I understand now that this is a thing he does deliberately and has done since he was 20. He was enormous and dark, and dressed like a man who had been on a horse that morning, and he had one hand on the doorframe and he was looking at the bench with an expression I had absolutely no way to read at 4 days' acquaintance. 9 girls stood up at once. "My lord," said the eldest of them, in the voice of a child who has been coached. He did not answer her. He looked at the bench for a moment longer, at the 2 of us on it, and then he turned around and walked away down the corridor without saying one word to anybody, including his daughter. "That was your father," I said. "That was the king," said Sigrid of Stonemarch, and went back to her bad book. "Here is what I was, so that the rest of it makes sense. 4 years before, at 22, I had been the fated mate of a ranked warrior of the Fenmarch pack, and at the ceremony, in front of 200 people, he had spoken the refusal. He had his reasons. He gave them at length. I was low-born. I was small. My mother had been nobody, and he had a career ahead of him that a mate like me would sit on for 40 years. It was all quite reasonable, and he said it kindly, and I have never hated him, which people find unsatisfying. What a refusal does is this. The bond goes in at both ends, and it comes out of only one. And the one it comes out of is the weaker wolf, and it takes your wolf with it. Mine did not die. Mine went silent. 4 years of nothing, where a whole second self had been no shift, no warmth, no voice in the back of the head, and a word for what I was afterward that follows you into every hall in the north. Rejected. There is no rank below it. A servant is a servant. A rejected omega is a warning. So I had gone north until the story stopped arriving before I did, and at Stonemarch nobody had heard it yet, and I had 4 silver a quarter and a cot and a post counting bed linen, and I could have kept my head down for 20 years and been perfectly all right. I could have. Nobody made me sit on that bench. I want that written down, because of everything that came after. I sat down of my own accord on the 4th day, before anyone had asked anything of me, and everything after that was mine. I sat down again the next day, and the day after that. The 3rd day she tested me, because of course she did. Does it disgust you? Does what? She turned her head, deliberately, full to the light, the whole right side, which I understood was a thing she had been made to learn to do as a weapon because nothing else in her life was. "No," I said. "Everyone says no." "Then here is a better answer. It is a bad scar, and it was badly cared for while it set, and there is a woman in Ravensford who could have kept that seam from pulling your mouth if anyone had put her on a horse in the 1st month, and I am angry about that, and I have been angry about it since Tuesday." Sigrid of Stonemarch looked at me for a long moment. "Nobody will say it is bad," she said. "They say it is not so bad, then they leave. It is bad. It is also the 4th most interesting thing about you, and I have only known you 3 days. That is the day she started talking. Once she started, she did not stop. She was 11. She had read everything in that hold, including the accounts. She had a running feud with the falconer. She knew the name of every horse in the stable and the political opinion of every man in her father's council. And she had been so entirely alone for 3 years that all of it came out of her at once like a dam going. And here is the thing I noticed on the 5th day, and did not understand for another 8 weeks. When the 9 noble daughters did their soundless tide, they did not look at her face. They looked at her hands. Lady Halla of the Marches found us in the glass garden at the end of the 2nd week. She was the dead Luna's sister. She had run the king's household since the fire, and she had the specific beauty of a woman who has been extremely useful to people for a long time. How kind, she said, and the word did something unpleasant on its way out. Sigrid, your gloves. I am wearing them. You are wearing one. Halla's voice did not change at all. Both, please, and an 11-year-old girl with a face the whole court flinched from put on a second glove, in a heated room, in summer weather, and said nothing. Halla turned to me with enormous warmth. You are the linen keeper. Bryn, is it? I do like to know everyone's name. She patted my arm. She is such a lonely thing. It is a great kindness. Do be careful not to raise expectations you cannot keep. She takes attachments badly, and there is always so much movement in a household. Then she went, and Sigrid took the second glove off and put it in her pocket, and did not look at me for the rest of the afternoon. If you want to know what a scarred girl at the top of the north was actually being punished for, because it was not her face, and it took me 8 weeks and a river to find out, stay with me and follow along so you do not lose the thread. It gets much worse before it gets kind. The king, meanwhile, had begun a campaign. I want to be fair to him. He was the finest field commander in the north. He had held 4 borders for 11 years, and I have watched him take apart a council of grown men with 3 sentences and a map. What he did with me was this. Week 3, a chair appeared in the glass garden, a good one, carved with a cushion, delivered by 2 men who would not meet my eyes, positioned exactly beside the stone bench. No note. When I sat in it, he was in the doorway again, and when I looked up, he was not. Week 4, I received formally in writing, sealed, an invitation to attend the king in the map room to discuss the household linen. I attended. We discussed the household linen for 40 minutes. He had prepared. He had figures. At the end of it, he stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "That was satisfactory." And I said, "Yes, my lord." And he said, "We might do it again." And I said, "About the linen?" And he said, "Yes," in the voice of a man watching a bridge go down under him. Week 5, he arranged, through his second, to be walking through the lower court at precisely the hour I crossed it. Every day, for 9 days. Torvald told me afterward that the king had asked him to confirm my route, and that he had done it once and then refused, and that his king had then obtained it himself by asking the laundry, which is how the entire laundry came to know before I did. Week 6, he brought me a horse. I do not ride. He did not know that. It was an extremely good horse. It stood in the lower court for the better part of an hour, with a stableman holding it, while the king of the north explained its bloodline to a woman holding a basket of sheets. And I said, "At the end, my lord, I have never been on a horse in my life." And Garrick of Stonemarch looked at that animal for a long moment and said, with total sincerity, "Then that was poorly planned." It was the funniest thing that had happened to me in 4 years. I did not laugh. I have regretted that. The map room happened at the end of week 7, and it was not about linen. "May I ask you something," he said, "that nobody asks you?" "You may ask. I may decline. What does it do?" He was not looking at me. He was at the table with both hands flat on a map of a border he was not thinking about. The refusal. What does it actually do? I have heard it described by 9 men, and none of them have had it done to them. Nobody had ever asked me. 4 years. People arrange their faces and change the subject. and I had begun to think the whole thing had happened to somebody else. "It takes your wolf," I said, "not kills." Silences. There is a second self in you from the time you are a child, and it is the warm one. And one afternoon, in front of 200 people, a man says 11 words, and it goes out like a lamp. And the rest of your life is you doing everything alone that you used to do with somebody. I found that my hands had stopped. The worst part is not the pain. The worst part is that everyone who hears about it moves one step back. Because a rejected wolf is proof that a bond can be wrong, and nobody wants to stand near the proof. The room was very quiet. "That is what they do to her," he said. "Yes, that is why I sat down." He put one hand on the back of the chair beside him, which I noticed and filed, and said nothing about for another 2 weeks. "I have been trying," he said, "to find a way to ask you to stay at this hold that does not put a wage or a rank or an order in your hand, because you have had enough of things put in your hand, and I have not managed it in 7 weeks, and I have begun to suspect that the entire approach is wrong." "It is." "Yes," he exhaled. "Yes, I thought it might be. What would you do if I were a boarder?" "Take it," he said instantly. "Try that." He looked up. "I want it recorded that the King of the North, at that moment, had the face of a man who has just been handed a map of a country he did not know was there. Lady Haller put me out of the gate 4 days later. She did it correctly, which is the thing about her. She did not need to lie. She simply had my name written to the Fenmarch pack for character, as any household does. And the answer came back in 11 days, and it said what it always says. And she called me to the steward's room with 2 witnesses and read it out. A rejected Omega, in a king's household, in constant unsupervised company with the king's only child and heir. "You should have declared it," she said, kindly, "that is all. It is not a punishment, it is a household matter. There will be a cart to Ravensford at noon." I did not argue. There is no argument. I went and got my box. Sigrid found me in the lower court, and she did not cry, and I would have preferred it if she had. She stood there with both gloves on, 11 years old, and said, "You said the 4th most interesting thing," and I said, "I meant it," and she said, "Everybody means it," and turned around and walked back inside, and that, I thought, was the end of the story. I was on the cart when the king came into the lower court. He did not shout. He never shouts. He said, to a yard with about 60 people in it, that the household role was his, and had never been the steward's, that Bryn of Fenmark was reinstated at his word, that she would take charge of his daughter's hours and her lessons and her keeping from that day, and that Lady Haller of the Marches was relieved of the household with thanks. 60 people heard him hand an 11-year-old heir of the North to a woman with no wolf, no rank, and a refusal on her record, in public, on a Tuesday, over the objection of the dead Luna's sister. I have never seen a man do a more expensive thing so quickly. Torvald told me that evening exactly what it had cost. Haller had 4 of the northern houses through her mother. She would go to them, and the grounds she would go to them with were now beautifully simple. A grieving king had removed his dead wife's sister from the care of his damaged child in order to install a rejected Omega, and had done it in front of witnesses. "He knows," Torvald said. "He did the arithmetic before he opened the door. He did it anyway. The 8th week is when I found out what I had actually been doing for 2 months. Sigrid had been in the stable yard with the falconer's boy, Ivar, who is 9 and afraid of nothing. I came around the corner in time to hear his mother take him by the arm, and I heard her say it, and she was not cruel. She was frightened. You do not play with her either. She is not allowed. Not allowed. That is not a thing anybody says about a face. I walked into the map room that evening without knocking. Tell me about the fire. Garrick did not move. 3 years ago. Everybody in this hold says the fire and nothing else, and I have never once heard anyone finish the sentence. Nobody flinches at her face, my lord. I have watched them for 2 months. They look at her hands. I put my palms on his table. She wears gloves indoors in summer, and your household has never once explained to me why. He sat down, which I had not seen him do in 11 weeks. The fire was set, he said, by a man of my own guard, paid by a house that wanted my line ended. In the West Wing, at night, in the room my wife slept in with our daughter. He said it in the flat voice of a man reading a ledger, because it was the only voice that would carry it. My wife did not come out. Sigrid did. And the man who set it was still in the corridor, and she was 8 years old, and she took the shift. The room was very still. At 8, he said, 4 years early. Nobody survives their first shift at 8, and she did. And the man in the corridor did not, and 40 people saw it happen, and every one of them has a mouth. 3 sentences and 3 years in them. They are not disgusted by her, I said. No, they are terrified of her. Yes, he put both hands flat on the table. And she does not know it. She thinks it is her face. She has thought that for 3 years. Because when she asked me, at 8, in a bed, with half of her burned, I told her it was her face, because a child can survive being told she is ugly, and I did not believe she could survive the other thing. His hands did not move, and I have not been able to take it back since. Every year it gets larger. Halla kept her gloved, and I let her. Because gloves are a small lie, and the truth is not. Something in me that had been gentle stopped being gentle. You have to tell her. She is 11. She is 11, and every child in this hold already knows. And they will tell her in a stable yard, in front of people, out of spite, on a day you do not choose. I straightened up. It has to be somebody who loves her, and it has to be indoors, and it has to be this week. He looked at me for a long moment. You said the word, he said. I did. The Guardianship Council sat on a Thursday, and Halla had the 4 houses she needed. Her petition was very fine. The king's judgment was compromised by grief. The air of Stonemarch was unsafe, and there she put the fire in front of the council in plain words for the first time in 3 years, and I watched 11 grown men lean back at the same moment, and the child was in the sole daily keeping of a woman whose own pack had refused her. She wanted Sigrid removed to the marches. Guardianship, not custody. Very reasonable. For the child's safety. 2 houses were going to vote for her. I could see it on them. I had told Sigrid the night before. I want to say what that was, because people talk about the ford and not about the room. I sat on the end of an 11-year-old's bed, and I told her that the court had never been afraid of her face, that they had been afraid of her since she was 8, that her father had lied to her for 3 years out of love and cowardice in that order, and that she had killed the man who set the fire, and that it had been the correct thing to do, and that she had been 8 years old. She did not cry then either. She said, I remember it. Then she said, I thought I dreamed it. Then she was sick, and then she cried for about an hour. And I sat there and did not say any of the things people say. And at the end of it she said, "Is that why nobody sits down?" "Yes, you sat down." "I did not know," I said, because she deserved that. I would have anyway. But I did not know, and you are owed the truth about that too. So when Halla stood up in that council and produced the fire like a knife, Sigrid of Stonemarch, who was on the bench at the back because I had insisted she be allowed in the room, stood up in front of 11 lords and said, "I know." She told me, "You are 3 years late. You could have heard a pin drop on the other side of that hold." And then the 2 houses that were going to vote for Halla did not, and Halla lost, and if the story ended there, it would be a good story. She took the child that night. She had a carriage in the north yard within the hour, and Sigrid's own maid holding the door, and she was 2 miles gone before the hold knew. And she had chosen the storm on purpose, because a king cannot pursue what he cannot track, and rain takes the scent off a road. She had not chosen the Ardwater ford on purpose. Nobody chooses that. The ford is a ford 11 months of the year. And in a storm on a full melt, it is a river with a road under it, and her driver was a coastal man who had never seen it high. Torvald tells me I went out of that yard before he had gotten his horse turned, on foot, in the dark, on the river road, and that he shouted at me, and I did not hear him. That may be true. What I remember is arithmetic. 2 miles, 1 road, 1 ford, 1 hour. I remember the sound the carriage made. It does not sound like braking. It sounds like a big animal sitting down. Black water does not sound like water. It sounds like a crowd. I got the door, I got the maid out and up the bank, and I got Halla out, and I want it on the record, for whatever it is worth, that I got Halla of the Marches out of that river with both hands, and she did not thank me, and I did not require it. And then the wheel turned, and the whole box went over, and there was 1 arm through the window that was not moving, and I went back in. Here is what a rejected wolf has. In a river, in winter, at night, nothing. That is the whole of it. No shift, no second self to take the cold off you, or put strength in your arms that is not yours. Every other woman in the north has somebody in there. I had a body, and I had 11 weeks of caring about somebody, and that is genuinely all I brought. And I felt her, right at the end. That is the part I have never been able to explain to a healer. 4 years silent, and in the middle of the Ardwater with a child's wrist in my hand, something turned over in me, warm, once my own wolf, coming up out of wherever she had been put, to help. And then the cold took her. Properly, permanently, she came up to help, and the river had her, and she did not go back down. I got the wrist. I let go of the wheel. We came out about 200 yards below the ford, in the shallows, and Garrick of Stonemarch came off his horse into the water and took his daughter out of my hands, and I heard him make a sound I hope never to hear again. And then I stopped keeping track of things. I lost 11 days. Sigrid lost none. Children are astonishing, and she was up and complaining about broth on the 4th. I did not get my wolf back. That is permanent, and it is confirmed, and I have stopped seeing healers about it. She came up out of 4 years of silence to help me hold on to somebody else's child, and the cold took her for good. And I have thought about that a great deal, and I have decided I am proud of her. There is a white streak through my hair on the left now that came in over that winter and never went out. In Stonemarch, they call it the Ford Mark. Children ask about it constantly. I tell them the truth, which they enjoy far too much. Halla of the Marches was not executed. Garrick did something colder. She was not charged at all. He had her sworn testimony taken about the fire. All of it. Including the 4 years she had spent keeping a child gloved, and had it read in every hall of the 4 houses that had backed her, and then he sent her home to the Marches with her rank and her income and her name intact, to live among people who had heard it. She has not left the Marches since. It was not clean afterward. 2 of those 4 houses have not sent a banner to Stonemarch in a year. There is a standing objection in the Northern Council to a Luna with no wolf, which is not a small thing. The North has never had one. There is no ceremony for it, and the priests had to write one, and they were not gracious about it. He knew all of that before he asked. He asked in the map room, in the worst possible words, having clearly prepared for a week. "I have run this as a campaign for 4 months," he said, "and every single stage of it has failed, including the horse, and I have concluded that the strategy was the error. So I am going to do it the other way." He put his hands behind his back. "I want you at this table for the rest of my life. I am aware of what it costs me. I have done the arithmetic 4 times, and I keep getting the same answer, and the answer is that I do not care. The kiss was 1 breath long, and it was not what I expected, which is that nothing in me caught fire. Something in me set down. 4 years of being the proof that a bond can be wrong, put down on a floor, in a map room, in front of nobody at all. A year on, this is what my life is. Sigrid is 12 and unbearable. She has a horse, a feud with the falconer that has entered its 4th year, and a standing seat at the council table that half the North disapproves of. And last month she took the shift on purpose. In daylight, in the training yard, with her father standing there, in front of about 40 people, which is the way you take a thing back from a story that has been telling itself about you. The woman from Ravensford came in the spring and worked the seam at the corner of her mouth for 11 weeks. It is better. It is not gone. Sigrid wears her hair back now, which nobody asked her to do. There are no gloves in that house. And in the glass garden, where 9 noble daughters once opened up 11 feet of empty stone without appearing to move at all, there is a long bench. And the bench is always full, and I have watched girls arrive late and stand there working out how to get a place on it. I go and sit on the end sometimes. Sigrid moves up. So tell me, was he right, at 8, in that bed, to tell her it was her face? He says he would do it again for the 1st year and not for the 2nd. I say he was wrong on the 1st night. We have had this argument for a year and neither of us has moved, and I would like some outside opinions. Tell me your theory below. And if you want to know what came up the road from Fenmark last autumn, because a man who once said 11 words to me in front of 200 people has since written to this hold 3 times, and you will not believe what he wanted, comment the Ford Mark, and stay with me. Garrick and I are not finished. Follow along and I will tell you that one too. And wherever you are listening from tonight, if there is an empty seat beside somebody, it is not a rule. It is just an empty seat. Go and sit in it. There is a particular silence a hall makes when 300 people stop breathing at once. I was holding a cup. It was warm through the pewter, which was wrong, because I had set it down cold an hour before, and I have never in my life been able to stop my hands from knowing a thing before my mouth catches up. Every torch in that hall was behind me. Every face in front of me was waiting to watch me hand it over. He was already reaching. He had that look he got when his body had decided something and his mind was arriving late, and I understood with terrible clarity that if I let him take it from me, he would drink it, because he trusted my hands more than he trusted his own. So I did the only thing left. I lifted the cup, and I drank first. It started 19 days before that, on a road, with a chicken. Her name was Bramble. She was the worst creature the goddess ever put breath into, and she had gotten out again. I was 23 that autumn, and I had spent most of it on my knees, in the dirt behind the still room. Which will tell you something about how my life was going. I had a place, and the place was small, and it was mine. Old Maud kept the still room for the village of Hollow Ash, and I kept Old Maud, which mostly meant grinding, straining, labeling, and being blamed for weather. In exchange, I had a cot, a shelf of my own, and one hen who had never once given me an egg without making me earn it in a foot race. That morning, she went straight up the bank and into the middle of the high road, and I went after her, because a hen in the road is a hen in somebody's pot. I heard hooves. I assumed it was a cart. I was wrong. Bramble went left. I went left. Bramble reversed with the tactical instinct of a creature who has never lost anything, and I came down hard on both knees in the road with a fistful of tail feathers and a mouth full of language Maud would have swatted me for. Behind me, somewhere far off, I registered that the village had gone quiet. Not market quiet. Not funeral quiet. The other kind, the kind where every shutter in a street closes at the same time and every hinge in the street is suddenly very well oiled. I did not look up. I had a hen to catch. I got two hands on her and stood and turned, and there was a horse. It was enormous and black and stopped, entirely stopped, in the middle of the road, perhaps 5 paces from me, and behind it were 9 mounted men in dark iron, also stopped, and none of them were looking at me. They were looking at the man on the black horse, and the man on the black horse was looking at me. I knew what he was before I knew who he was. You cannot mistake it. The road held its breath around him. Even the light seemed to be on its best behavior. He was perhaps 30, dark-haired, one old white line of a scar through his eyebrow, wearing nothing that announced rank, except the way 10 armed men arranged themselves around him without being told. He had one hand on the reins and one on the pommel of his sword, and he had not moved since I turned around. Bramble chose that moment to try to leave via my sleeve. I am sorry, I told the horse, because it seemed the safest party present. She is not usually like this. She is usually worse. Nobody answered. One of the men in iron made a small sound in his throat. The man on the black horse said nothing at all. He looked at me the way you look at a word in a language you used to speak. And then something came out of the trees. It came at a dead run, black as the horse and twice as unnecessary, and I want to be very clear that I had exactly enough time to think that is a wolf before it stopped in the road in front of me, sat down in the dust like a dog at a hearth, and thumped its tail once. Behind me, someone in the village screamed into what sounded like a folded apron. The wolf looked at the hen. The hen, showing the only good judgment of her life, went completely still. The wolf looked at me. It had eyes like the underside of ice. Then it stood, walked past me, took the entire hen out of my hands with terrifying delicacy, carried her 4 paces, and set her down at the boots of the man who had come down off the black horse without my noticing he had dismounted. There was a silence. "That," I said, "is my chicken." He looked at the hen. The hen looked at him. He had the expression of a man reading a battlefield report that has been written in verse. He crouched, one knee to the dirt in the middle of the road, and he picked up my hen with both hands like she was a helmet full of water, and he brought her back to me and held her out. I took her. Our hands did not touch. He made sure of it. I noticed that he made sure of it, and I noticed that his hand stayed exactly where it was for a moment after mine had gone, as if it had not been given the order to withdraw. "Your animal," he said. "Your animal," I said, and nodded at the wolf, who had lain down across the road as though it intended to stay there through the winter. His jaw moved once before he found anything. He does not do that. He seemed practiced. He has never done that. "You should tell him," I said. "He has clearly not been informed." There is a moment when a very powerful person decides how to take a thing, and everyone in earshot can hear the decision being made. The 9 men in iron had gone the particular kind of still that men go when they are about to have opinions later. He did not laugh, but something went through his face and did not come out the other side, and he turned it toward the trees to have it privately. "You are not afraid of me," he said. "I have been on my knees in a road for the last while, my lord. I have used up my dignity. Fear is expensive." "My lord," he repeated. Was that wrong? Behind him, the largest of the iron men cleared his throat and said, without any inflection whatsoever, "That is the king." Everything in me went very cold and very calm, which is what I do instead of sensible panic. I looked at the king of the Iron Territories, in the road, in the dirt on one knee of his trousers where he had crouched for a hen. "Then I apologize for my chicken," I said. "Do not." He said it too fast. He heard himself say it too fast. I watched him hear it. "She is. The road is public." "It is. You had every right to be in it." "I did." "Chasing a hen," he said, as though testing whether the sentence could hold weight. "She is a bad hen." "Yes," he said, "I could see that." He got back on the black horse. The wolf did not move. He had to say the animal's name twice, and the second time it stood with the specific slowness of a creature making a point. And it went to him. And it looked back at me once from the bend in the road, and then they were gone. And Hollow Ash opened its shutters, one at a time, to stare at me. Maud hit me with a cloth when I got back. Then she sat down. "Wren," she said, "do you know what you have done? Caught a chicken. You spoke to the king. He spoke first," I said. "Mostly he spoke second. It is difficult to say." 2 days later, a rider came from the fortress with an offer, and this is the part everyone gets wrong when they tell the story now. It was an offer. The king's household wanted a still-room hand for the winter. Maud's tinctures went up to the fortress twice a year, and someone had finally decided to keep the source closer. And I could say no. I asked the rider 3 times whether I could say no. He looked increasingly haunted and confirmed each time that I could. I thought about the cot and the shelf and the small good life on the edge of the road. I said yes. Nobody made me. I want that written down somewhere. Because of everything that came after, I chose the door, and I walked through it myself, and I took the hen. The fortress at Greywater sits on stone above a valley the color of wet iron, and inside, past all that grimness, there is a kitchen the size of a barn where it is always warm and always 4 in the afternoon. I liked it immediately, which felt like a moral failure. The king's second was the enormous silent one from the road. His name was Gunnar. He met me at the gate, looked at the crate under my arm, and did not ask. "That is a hen," I said. "I can see that it is a hen. She is not a gift. No one," Gunnar said, with feeling, "has suggested that she is a gift." The court found out about me by the end of the week. Because courts are made of ears, I was carrying a tray of dried yarrow across the back of the Great Hall on the 4th evening. The hall was full. The tables were down. The king was at the high seat listening to a man from the Eastern Holdings explain something about grain, with the expression of a man being slowly buried in it, and the wolf came off the dais. 300 people watched a wolf the size of a plough horse cross the hall and come to me and lie down across my feet. Not near my feet, across them. Full weight, a living hearthstone with opinions. I stood there with a tray of yarrow and a wolf on my boots, while the king of the Iron Territories closed his eyes very briefly, like a man asking the goddess for a favor he knew he had not earned. "He is," Halvar started. Everyone in the hall leaned forward to hear how that sentence ended. "Warm," I offered. "It is a cold hall. I do not blame him." Halvar looked at me down the length of that room, with something naked passing over his face, there and gone, and then Lady Dagny of Ashfell laughed the way you throw a stone. She was seated at his right hand, which told me everything about what she had been promised and by whom. Gold at her throat, 3 generations of grain treaties behind her, and the specific beauty of a woman who has never once had to be interesting. "How charming," she said to the hall. "The beast has found the kitchens." "The still room," I said. "I beg your pardon? I am from the still room, my lady." "The kitchens are through the other door." I shifted the tray. "It is an easy mistake if you have not been." I felt the hall take that in. I felt Gunnar, 20 feet away, stop breathing on purpose. I got out of there with my tray and my dignity, and a wolf following me the whole way to the still room door, where it lay down and stayed until nearly dawn. That was the first night something was left outside my door. If you want to know whether I survived my first winter in that court, whether the king ever managed to finish a sentence near me, and what his wolf did on the night of the naming feast, in front of everyone, stay with me and follow along so you do not lose the thread. It gets stranger from here. It gets much stranger before it gets kind. The gifts arrived like weather. A hare, first, laid out on the threshold with obscene pride. Then a boot. Not a pair. One boot, belonging to a knight who came looking for it at midday and could not meet my eyes. Then a knife. I picked it up out of habit, and my hand told me before my head did, it was a still room knife, thin-bladed, weighted at the heel. Exactly the shape you want for scraping root without bruising it. I had been using a mutton knife for 3 weeks and complaining about it to nobody. "He is a wolf," I told Bramble. "He does not know what a paring knife is." Bramble had no theory. 4th night, a book. Herb Law, the good northern one, worth more than my mother's house. It smelled of ink, and there was a smudge of it fresh on the leather where a thumb had been. I told myself wolves live in libraries. I told myself a great many things that autumn. The king, meanwhile, had begun malfunctioning at close range. I do not mean he softened. In the hall, he was law itself. I watched him settle a blood dispute between two holdings in under a minute with 4 words and no visible effort. And I watched grown warriors go quiet when he came into a room the way water goes flat. And then he would turn around and find me holding a basket and set down a cup with such enormous care that it made a noise, and say something like, "The corridors are cold." They are. They have always been cold. That is often the way with corridors. Yes, he would say. And then stand there. And then leave. He left his library door open. Every night. A hand's width, light spilling into a corridor I had no business in, and I told myself for 11 days that it was a draft. On the 12th night I stopped in it. He did not look up from the map he was not reading. You may come in or you may go. The doorway is the coldest part of the room. I came in. That was my choice too. The library at Greywater smelled of pine resin and old paper, and the particular smoke a fire makes when it has been going all day. He had a chair. There was a second chair. The second chair had no dust on it, which I noticed and filed, and did not say, "May I ask you something no one asks you?" He set down the pen. "That is a great many things. Why is your door open?" The fire moved. He looked at it instead of me, which I was learning was the closest he came to flinching. "There was a year," he said, "when this room was very full. My father's council, my brother, men who are dead now. The door was shut so often, I stopped hearing it close." He turned the pen over. I found I did not like the sound of it, so I stopped making it. "That is not an answer about me." "No," he agreed. "It is not." And there it was, the pause where the next word should have been, held so long I could hear the fire eat through a log. "They say you do not sleep," I said, to give him somewhere to put it. "They say a great many things. They say your wolf has been leaving offerings at a still room door like a lovesick boy." His hand went still on the pen, entirely still, in the way a thing stills when it has been caught. "He is not," Halver stopped. Started again. "He does not consult me. That must be difficult. You have no idea." He said it with such genuine exhaustion that I laughed out loud, and he looked up at the sound like a man who had heard a bell in a town he thought was empty. I left before I could ruin it, but I stopped in the doorway, because I am not a good enough person to have gone straight out. "My lord." The knife was well chosen. "I will tell him," he said. 3 days later I found out what he meant by that. I was in his study fetching the ledger of stores, sent by Gunnar, entirely permitted. And the wind took the door, and the wind took a page. And I picked up off the floor a list of names. The naming feast comes at the turn of the year, and every household of the Iron Territories sends its daughters to be presented. And the king's household writes the list of who will be received. It is the oldest ordinary cruelty in the territories. Rank decides. Ash Fell heads it. A still room hand from Hollow Ash does not appear on it at all. My name was on it. My name was on it, crossed out and written in again beneath. And crossed out. And written in again beneath that. 4 times down the margin in the same hand. Harder each time. The last one carved so deep the quill had gone through the paper. It was not a scribe's hand. It was the hand from the smudge on the book. I stood in that study for a long time. And I thought about a knife with the right weight in it, which no animal alive has an opinion about. I thought about a book of northern herb lore that answered a thing I had said aloud to a hen. I thought about a door that had been open for 11 nights, and a chair with no dust on it. I thought about a man who could end a blood feud in 4 words, and could not tell me the corridor was cold without needing 2 attempts. It had never been the wolf. It had been him. Every time. He had hidden a courtship behind an animal's reputation, because an animal is forgiven anything, and a king is forgiven nothing, and because if I refused a wolf, no one would ever have to know he had been refused. Something in me that had been amused stopped being amused. I put the list back exactly where it had been. I went down to the still room, and I ground bitterroot until my arms burned, and by the time the bowl was empty, I had stopped being a woman, watching a strange and funny thing happen at a distance. Let him leave his gifts. Let him leave his door open until the snow came in. If he wanted me on that list, he could come down to the still room and say so with his own mouth. Lady Dagny made her move 4 days before the feast, and she made it well. I came down at dawn to a still room that had been opened in the night. 6 months of work on the floor. Every jar of the king's winter tincture broken, the good silver measures gone, and a purse of Ashval coin sitting in the wreck of it like an egg in a nest. By noon I was standing in the great hall, being accused of theft. Dagny did it beautifully. She did not raise her voice. She was sorry. She had hoped it was not true. She had heard the girl was ambitious, and one hears such things about girls from the villages, and of course a household must be able to trust its still room, since so much of what a king swallows comes out of it. That last part landed in the room like a dropped plate. Half the court had watched a wolf lie across my feet. Now they were being invited to remember that I made the things he drank. The penalty for theft from the king's household is the road and a brand. Gunnar told me later it would have carried. That is how close it was. Halvar stood up. "The still room is under my hand," he said. "Not the household's. Mine. Any accusation against it comes to me first." And none came. He looked down the hall at Dagny of Ashval, who had a grain treaty in her pocket and 400 armed men behind her father's name. "You have accused my house of failing to notice a thief for 2 months. Which is it, my lady, that I keep thieves, or that I am blind?" The silence had teeth in it. "My lord, the Ashval alliance is a matter of grain," he said. "This is a matter of my word. Do not put them on the same table again." He broke the betrothal negotiation right there, in front of the Eastern Holdings, 4 days before the feast, and every man in that hall started counting what it would cost him by spring. It cost him a great deal. I want that on the record as well. And then he came down off the dais and stopped in front of me, and the whole court watched the most powerful wolf alive fail entirely to find a sentence. "You are," he said. "I am fine, my lord." That was not what I was going to say. "I know," I said, "but it was going to take you a while." He made a sound. I am almost certain it was a laugh. He turned it into a cough with the skill of a man who has been doing that for weeks. That night I did not wait for the door to be open. I knocked on it, which nobody in that fortress had done in years, and when he opened it, I held up the list I had taken from his study. He looked at it. He did not lie. I will love him forever for the fact that he did not even try. "How long have you known?" "Since the knife," I said. "Wolves have no opinion about paring knives, my lord." "No," he said, "they do not." "Why?" He set the list down on the table and put 2 fingers on it as though it might get up. Because I have been Alpha King for 11 years and everything I want, someone hands me before I have finished wanting it. He looked at the fire. You cannot ask a woman with no rank if she wishes to be looked at by the man who owns the road she stands on. There is no honest answer to that question. So I let him do it. His hand moved once on the table. He wants what I want. He simply has no shame about it. And if you had swept the hair off your threshold and shut the door, I would have known, and no one would have had to watch me be refused. Coward, I said. Yes, he agreed, entirely calm. You put my name on that list 4 times. I took it off 4 times. Why did you take it off? Because the feast is a market, he said, and I would not have you stand in it. And because the last name I wrote on a list of mine was my brother's, for a border ride that I ordered, and he did not come back from it. He stopped. The fire ate through another log. I have not been certain since then that wanting a thing near me is a kindness to it. 3 sentences, and a life in them. I had asked for one true thing, and he had put it on the table between us like a blade he was done carrying. Ask me, I said. Ren, you have spent 19 days asking me through a wolf. Ask me with your own mouth, and I will give you an honest answer, and you will have to stand there and hear it. He crossed the room. He stopped 3 paces away, which was 2 paces further than he needed and exactly as far as he could manage, and the space between us sat there being the loudest thing in the room. Come to the feast, he said, not as the still room. Come as yourself, where they can all see you, and let me stand up in front of the territories and be what I have been for weeks, which is a man who cannot think straight in a corridor. Yes, I said. He closed his eyes. That was quick. I have had 19 days, I said. You are the slow one. The naming feast filled the hall to the walls. Every household of the Iron Territories, every daughter, every banner, and me in a borrowed green dress that Maud had wept over and Gunnar had personally carried up the hill. I made the king's tincture that afternoon, as I had every week since I came. Bitter root and yarrow for the old wound under his ribs that stiffened in cold weather, and he took it after the first course, publicly, every time. Because a king who is seen taking medicine is a king nobody is poisoning quietly. I brought the cup out myself. Dagny of Ashfell had planned that too, I think. The girl from the village carrying the cup up the length of the hall in front of everyone, so that when he fell, 300 people would already know whose hands it came from. There is a particular silence a hall makes when 300 people stop breathing at once. I felt it through the pewter. It was warm. I had set that cup down cold on the sideboard an hour before, and warm meant opened, and opened meant added to, and my hands knew it 2 full steps before my head did. Moonsbane goes in warm. It will not dissolve otherwise. He was already reaching for it. That look on his face, the one where his body had decided and his mind was arriving late, and he trusted my hands more than his own, and he would have drunk it in front of everyone, and been dead before the second course. I could have thrown it down. Then it would have been my word against Ashfell's, a wet floor, and nothing proved. So I lifted the cup, and I drank first, and I did not stop until I had taken enough that no one in that hall could ever say it was theatre. Then I put it down and said, "Into the silence. That is Moonsbane." It was added after I made it. I have just taken enough of it to prove that, and I would like the sideboard searched before anyone leaves this room. Moonsbane does not burn. That is the trick of it. It goes in like well water, and then the cold starts, and it starts in the bones. It came up through me in a wave, and it did not stop coming. I got one hand onto the edge of the table. I remember thinking, with great irritation, that I was going to ruin Maud's dress. I remember the sound the hall made when the King of the Iron Territories came over the high table. He got there before I went down. I heard him say my name, and it was not a king's voice at all. It was a young man's. And then the wolf was there, off the dice, through the crowd, scattering 300 people like grain, and it put itself down beside me and howled in a way I hope never to hear again. The cold went for my heart, and I fought it. I want that understood. I did not lie there and get rescued. I lay on the floor of the great hall, with my hand shut around a broken measure of pewter, until there was blood in it, and my own voice going out of me in pieces. And I said, "Sideboard." The cup was warm. Somebody put a hand on it, and it was not mine, until Gunnar had 5 men at the sideboard, and one of Ashvel's women had run 3 steps toward the north door and been caught by her sleeve. Then Halvar's arm was behind my shoulders, and he was saying something, and I was cold all the way through. And the last thing I got out was, "You are not as cold as you think you are, my lord." And I did not hear his answer, because I was gone. I did not die. Maud had taught me what Moonsbane takes and how much, and I had drunk enough to prove it, and stopped one swallow short of enough to finish it. And that swallow was the only calculation I made all evening. I lost 4 days. I lost feeling in 2 fingers for a season. There is a thin white line across my palm where the pewter went in that has never gone away and never will. I woke in a room that was not the still room, with a fire built too high, and a wolf asleep across the whole foot of the bed like a fallen wall. And the door was open. Halvar was in the chair beside it, and had been, Gunnar told me, for the better part of 4 days, hearing petitions in a doorway because he would not go further from the room than that. He did not make a speech. He looked at me for a long moment with his face doing the thing it had been trying not to do since a road in Hollow Ash. "They are all still here," he said hoarsely. "The territories. Nobody has gone home. I have not held court. You must hold court." "I know. Halvar, you said my name." "I did." He came and sat on the edge of the bed and took my bandaged hand in both of his very carefully, the way he had picked up a hen out of a road. "I am trying to catch up to him," he said. "I am so far behind him. You owe me nothing, not for the room, not for the fire, not for any of it. And if you want the cart to Hollow Ash, it is at the gate, and it will always be at the gate. But he chose you in a road with a chicken in your hands, and he has never once been uncertain, and I have been uncertain for 19 days. And I am done being uncertain, and I would like to say it in front of all of them tomorrow, if you will let me. I have thought many times since about what to say to a thing like that. What I said was, 'Bring the chair.' He was very still. 'What?' 'The one in your library with no dust on it,' I said. 'You have been keeping it for someone for 11 years. Bring it down to the hall and put it beside yours, and I will sit in it, and then you will not have to make a speech at all.' The kiss came before the hall, not after. It was brief, and it was not what I expected, which is that nothing in me caught fire. Something in me set down. 11 years of a stranger's weight, and 23 years of my own put down on a floor at the same time. And the quiet after it was the loudest thing I have ever heard. Then, he went and got the chair himself. He carried it the length of the great hall in front of the assembled territories, and set it beside the wolf throne, and did not explain himself to anyone. Lady Dagny of Ashfell was not exiled. Halvar did something colder. He sent her home with her father's grain treaty intact, and every one of her family's court appointments stripped, and had the sideboard testimony read aloud in each of the 5 holdings, so that she would live a long life in a house where everyone knew. Her woman confessed and took the road. Ashfell has sent no daughters to a naming feast since. It was not clean afterward. I will not pretend it was. 2 of the eastern holdings sat out the spring muster to see whether a king who put a still-room hand beside him could still hold a border. He could. Gunnar handled the first one, and Halvar handled the second personally, and I am told the second holding has been extremely agreeable ever since. There are still men in that hall who look at my hands before they look at my face. There are women who came to me for a headache tincture in the first month, specifically, to see whether I would flinch, and I did not, and they come now for real ones. A year on, this is what my life is. The still room is mine, and has 3 girls in it, and one of them is better than I was, which is a hard and good thing to learn about yourself. The library door does not get closed. There is a hen named Bramble who lives in a fortress and has an opinion about the wolf throne. And there is a wolf the size of a plough horse who catches her twice a week and brings her back to me with insufferable pride. And a king who has stopped apologizing for him. A letter came from Hollow Ash in the spring. Old Maud, 4 lines, no greeting. I hear you are Luna. I hope you are still labeling your jars. The road is fine. Send Yarrow. I sent Yarrow. Last night I came up the corridor late with cold hands and found the light lying across the stones the way it has every night for a year. A hand's width of it. Waiting. He was at the map table pretending to read. He did not look up. You may come in, he said, or you may go. The doorway is the coldest part of the room. I did not go. I never do. He knows that. He leaves it open anyway, and that, if you want the truth of the whole thing, is the entire story of how the most feared man alive came to be married to a woman who was, on the day he met her, losing a fight to a chicken. So tell me this, because the court is still divided on it, and I would like to settle a wager, do you think he truly meant to hide behind that wolf, or was he hoping, every single night, that I would notice the ink on the book? Tell me your theory below. And if you want to know what happened the winter Ashfell's brother came to Greywater with an old claim and a very short temper, comment the wolf, and stay with me, Halvar and I are not finished yet. Follow along and I will tell you that one too. Where are you listening from tonight? Wherever it is, I hope your door is open. I do not remember deciding to move. One moment the cup was in his hand, small, silver, warm with spiced milk, and the next it was on the floor, and he was in my arms, and the room had gone the particular silence that comes right before every grown man in it starts shouting at once. Someone was screaming for the healer. Someone was screaming my name like an accusation, and underneath it, so quiet only I could have heard it, a voice I had learned better than my own said one word, and it was not the child's name. It was mine. I would like to say I was brave. I was not. I was terrified, and holding on and doing the only thing I have ever been good at, which is not letting go of what needs holding. It started 11 weeks earlier, on a Tuesday, with a boy who was not supposed to be afraid of anyone, and a king who had forgotten how to walk into his own nursery. My name is Wren, and before any of this I was nobody in particular. 23 winters old, laundry rough hands, the kind of face servants have, forgettable on purpose. I had worked in Ashfell Keep since I was 11, first in the washhouse, then the kitchens because I had a way with children too young to know they should be afraid of me, the nursery. I liked it there. Children did not care that I had no name worth mentioning and no dowry worth counting. They only cared whether you sang the lullaby with the right ending. I had never once spoken to the king. Ashfell was Alpha country, which meant the king's word moved through the keep like weather. You did not question it. You simply dressed for it. Halvar Ashfell had ruled since before I was born, the strongest wolf in 4 territories, a man other alphas addressed carefully, even when they outranked him in everything but the ability to break a man's spine with one hand. None of that was the part the kitchen girls whispered about. The part they whispered about was his son. Prince Bram was 4 years old and had gone through 11 nursemaids in as many months. Noble girls, mostly daughters sent by fathers, hoping a place in the nursery might become a place beside the throne. Each one lasted a matter of days. The boy did not bite, did not scream, did not so much as raise his voice. He only had to look at you wrong, eyes going gold at the edges, teeth changing shape in his mouth before the rest of him caught up, and the girl in question would be gone by supper, weeping into her father's coat about a monster in a crib. He was not a monster. He was a boy whose mother had died shifting to save him from a fever no herb could touch, and whose wolf had come into the world a full season before he had any way to understand it. I did not know that yet, the day they sent me in. I only knew that the housekeeper looked at me the way you look at someone you are fairly sure will not be missed. They did not tell me what had happened before I arrived. I only saw it in pieces, 2 noble girls near the stairwell, both crying, one of them missing a slipper. A steward wringing his hands, and through the open nursery door, low growling that did not sound like it belonged to anything 4 years old. "Go carefully," the housekeeper said, which was not comforting. I went in anyway, because someone had to, and because I had never yet met a child I could not out-stubborn. The room smelled of scorched wool and fear sweat, and in the corner, half-shifted, crouched something that was mostly boy and partly wolf, and entirely undone. Fur along his forearms, one eye gone gold, his small chest heaving too fast, the growl coming out of him steady and low, like it was the only thing holding him together. I did the only thing I could think to do. I sat down on the floor, cross-legged, right where I was, and I did not try to touch him. Then I started singing. It was an old washerwomen's lullaby, the kind with no fine language in it, about a moon that always came back no matter how far it wandered. I did not have a good voice. I had a steady one, which I have since learned matters more. Bram stopped growling somewhere around the 2nd verse. By the 3rd, the fur along his arms had gone back to skin, and his eye had gone back to brown, and he was watching me with the wet, astonished look of a child who has just realized no one is going to run. By the 4th verse, he had crawled into my lap without asking permission from either of us, and by the time I reached the part about the moon coming home, he was asleep, one fist closed in the front of my apron like he intended to hold that too. I did not notice the king in the doorway until I finished singing. He was not a small man made smaller by worry, the way I had half expected, imagining some anxious father from the stories. He filled the doorway the way weather fills a valley, and he had not moved, Not one step closer, not one step away, for however long he had been standing there. I found out later it had been the whole song. "You didn't run," he said. It was not a question, and it was the first thing the King of Ashval ever said to me. "No, Your Grace. Everyone runs." I looked down at the boy asleep in my lap, one fist still fisted in my apron, breathing slow, and even for what I was later told was the first time in a month. "He's 4, I said. "He's not everyone. Something happened in the king's face that I did not have a word for yet. I would spend the next several weeks learning that word was the sound a very old door makes the first time someone tries the hinge. I was given the nursery permanently within the week. No one asked if I wanted it, but I did not correct them. Because I did, Bram wanted his door left open at night, and someone within call if he woke reaching for a mother 2 years gone. I could give him both. The king's second, a broad, quiet man named Oscar, who had held Halvar's flank in 3 border wars, came to inspect me on the 3rd day, in the way old soldiers inspect anything they intend to protect. He asked what herbs I kept for nightmares, whether I could stitch a wound if the boy shifted wrong in his sleep, whether I would run if things got frightening. I said I already hadn't. He nodded once, like a man closing a ledger, and after that he brought me tea from the kitchens most evenings, unasked. And I thought, for longer than I should have, that this meant he was on my side, lower in the pack. Everyone still knew where I belonged, and it was not standing close enough to the Alpha's heir to matter. Ashval's hierarchy ran the same as every pack's. The king at the top, his second below him, ranked warriors, the pack proper, and then the ones like me, who existed mostly to make the ranked comfortable. A laundry girl with her hand in the crown prince's future was not a story. It was a scandal, waiting for a reason. Lady Odessa Vantry gave it one within a month. She arrived from the Eastern Territories with 3 trunks and the settled confidence of a woman who had been told her whole life she would one day be Luna. She had very nearly been. 2 winters before Astrid. Before the king's heart had been spoken for elsewhere, and Odessa's family had swallowed the insult and waited, the way families like hers always do, for the world to circle back around to what they were owed. She found me in the corridor outside the Great Hall the day of the autumn gathering, Bram's small hand in mine, and she looked at the 2 of us the way you look at a stain you intend to have someone else remove. "How touching," she said to the 3 ladies flanking her rather than to me. The kitchen girl playing nursemaid to the whole future of the territory. I do wonder what the king imagines he's teaching his son, being raised by someone who empties his chamber pots. Bram's hand tightened in mine. I felt the small tremor start up his arm, the one that meant his wolf was listening too. "I don't empty his chamber pots," I said, pleasant as anything. "I have a girl for that. I only handle the parts of him that matter." One of her ladies laughed before she could stop herself. Odessa did not. The king found me in the library 3 nights later, which I would come to learn was where he went when the crown got too heavy to wear in front of anyone else. I was there returning a book Bram had insisted on, despite being 4 and unable to read, and I did not expect the King of Ashval to be sitting in the dark with no candle lit, a cup of something untouched at his elbow. "You don't have to make excuses to my second in command," he said without turning around. "Oscar reports everything to me. I know what Lady Vantry said in the corridor. I wasn't making excuses, Your Grace. I meant it. I know you did." A pause where the next word should have been. "That's rather the problem. I did not ask what he meant. I have found that people tell you the true thing faster if you let the silence do the asking instead of your mouth. My son has not slept a full night since his mother died, he said finally. 2 years, 11 nursemaids. I had begun to think it was permanent, that I had a son who would grow up half a wolf with no one able to reach the boy underneath it, because I could not reach him either, not since Astrid. His hand closed slowly around the untouched cup. And then a laundry girl sat down on my floor and sang to him like it was nothing at all. It wasn't nothing, I said. It's a very good lullaby. That surprised a sound out of him that was almost a laugh. The first I had heard, low and rusted, like a hinge that had not moved in some time. Why does he trust you? He asked. Everyone else, he smells the fear on. Why not you? I thought about lying or being clever and decided against both. Because I'm not afraid of him, I said. I don't think anyone's told him that's possible. He looked at me for a long moment in the dark. The kind of look that in a bawdier story would have ended in something neither of us could take back. He did not close the distance between us. Neither did I. He set his cup down instead, gently, the way you set down something you have decided not to break yet, and wished me good night. The days after that fell into a shape I had not let myself want. Bram found reasons to be wherever I was, insisted his lessons happen in the kitchen so I could listen, brought me things from the gardens with the fierce seriousness only a 4-year-old can manage. A stone shaped like an egg, a feather, once an alarming beetle he clearly expected me to keep. Twice I found him asleep outside my door, instead of his own, and both times it was Halva who carried him back, and both times he lingered a moment too long in my doorway before he left. The nursery door itself had been locked every night for 2 years before I came, I learned from one of the older maids. Locked from the inside, by the king's own order, the year Astrid died. I did not ask why. I only noticed that somewhere in my 2nd month, it had stopped being locked at all. I did not know yet that a king's grief and a king's advisor can look identical from the outside, both quiet, both careful, both watching. If you want to know whether the door staying unlocked was enough to save us, whether a boy who was not supposed to trust anyone got to keep the one person he had chosen, stay with me, follow the thread here, because what happened next in that nursery is not a story I could have predicted, and I lived it. I found the workshop by accident, chasing Bram through a wing of the keep I had never had reason to enter. He got there before I did, and was already sitting cross-legged on the floor, the way I had taught him without meaning to, in front of a low table covered in wood shavings, and a half-finished carving of a wolf no bigger than my hand. "Papa's," he said, when I caught my breath enough to speak. "He does it at night. He thinks I don't know. The wolf was rough in places, overworked in others, the kind of thing made by someone teaching himself a craft he had never needed before, one late hour at a time. I did not have to ask who had started it and not finished, because Bram already had, matter of fact, the way children say the hardest true things. Mama was making it, for my naming day. She didn't get to finish. I was still crouched there, the little wolf warm from Bram's hands, when the king found us both. He did not shout. He did not even look surprised, exactly. More like a man watching a door open on a room he had meant to keep shut a while longer. 2 years, he said, and his voice had gone somewhere very far away. I told myself I'd finish it before his next naming day. And then I didn't. And then I told myself I'd never be able to give it to him at all, because every time I picked it up, I was giving myself permission to feel something again, and I had decided that was a debt I did not get to collect. Not after what loving her cost him. His eyes went to his son, then, unwillingly, to me. Not after what it might cost the next person. I understood, all at once, the shape of the thing I had walked into. This was not a man who did not feel. This was a man who had spent 2 years convincing himself that feeling was a weapon aimed at everyone he pointed it at. Something in me went very still and very clear. With respect, Your Grace, I said, that's the most cowardly thing I've ever heard a king say. He looked at me like I had struck him, which, in a manner of speaking, I had. You don't get to decide his grief is a debt, only you get to pay, I said. And I did not soften it, because I was done softening things for people who outranked me. He is 4 years old, and he has already learned that love disappears if he holds it too tightly. You are teaching him that lesson twice, once when his mother died, and again every single day you refuse to finish that carving out of some idea that wanting things is dangerous. I don't care what it costs you. Finish it. He needs his father back, more than the pack needs you protected. I had never spoken to anyone that way in my life, let alone a king. A month earlier, I would not have dared. He did not answer for a long moment. Then he crossed the room, picked up the half-finished wolf, and set it in his son's open hands. "Happy early naming day," he said, and his voice cracked on it in a way I do not think he intended anyone to hear. Bram threw both arms around the carving like it might run off, and then unexpectedly around his father's neck. And Halvar knelt there on the workshop floor, holding his son with a wooden wolf caught between them. And I stood in the doorway of a room I had not been invited into, and understood that I had just watched something come back from the dead that was not Astrid, and never could be, but was real all the same. Oscar found me in the still room 3 days later, where I had gone to make more of the calming tisane Bram liked before bed. He still brought me tea most evenings. He still asked after the boy with what I had taken all along for genuine care. The border lords are asking questions, he said, without preamble, about why the crown prince's closest attachment in the world is a laundry maid with no house behind her name, about what it means, that the king has not so much as looked at a marriage contract in 2 years, and now suddenly looks settled and content, and everyone in this keep knows exactly why. Is there a question in there, or just a complaint? The question is whether you understand what you're standing in the middle of. His voice was not unkind. That was almost worse. This isn't a story about a boy and a lullaby anymore, Ren. It's a succession. Ashvel needs an alliance in the east before winter, or the border lords start wondering if a king without a Luna is a king worth testing. I am asking you, as someone who has watched this pack survive 2 wars, to consider stepping back, for the boy's sake, for all our sakes. I told him I would think about it, because it seemed the safest thing to say to a man built like a door frame. I did not tell him that I had already decided, in the workshop 3 nights before, that I was done stepping back from anything. The naming day ceremony was set for the turn of the season, the formal presentation of the Alpha's heir to the full pack, and Lady Odessa made certain the whole court knew she considered it obscene that the king's chosen nursemaid, her word, chosen, said like an accusation, would be anywhere near the dais. She went to the pack elders directly. I found out only because Oscar told me, grim-faced, that there had been a formal complaint lodged. That pack law technically required the child be presented by someone of ranked blood, and that the king was refusing to hear a word of it. "He's going to lose ground he can't afford to lose," Oscar said. "Over a laundry maid holding a boy for one ceremony. Then maybe the ceremony should catch up to what's actually true," I said, instead of the other way around. He looked at me for a long moment, and something moved behind his eyes that I mistook completely for exhaustion. The naming day hall was full, every ranked family in 3 days' ride, silver and fur, and the particular hush that comes before a king's son is shown to his people. I stood at the edge of it, in a borrowed grey dress, not on the dice, because Packlaw had won that much. And Bram had made it very clear he did not care what the Packlaw said. He was not doing this without me where he could see me. Oscar carried the ceremonial cup himself, spiced milk, warmed, the same as always, the same tradition since before Halvar was born, and knelt to offer it to Bram with his own hands, the way the second-in-command always did. The moment meant to say the whole pack stands behind this child. Bram took it, looked for me first, the way he always did before anything new. I nodded. He drank. He was on the floor before the cup finished falling. I do not remember deciding to move. One moment the cup was in his hand, and the next it was on the floor, and he was in my arms, and the room had gone the particular silence that comes right before every grown man in it starts shouting at once. I could smell it on him before the healer arrived, underneath the milk, a bitter green thread of wolfsbane root, enough to drop a grown man for an hour, and nearly enough to stop a 4-year-old's heart outright. I got 2 fingers into his mouth and made him bring it back up before it went any further down. Because I had spent 12 years in a still room, and I knew exactly what I was smelling, and exactly what came next if I didn't. The root burned going in either direction. By the time the healer reached us, my hand was blistered, where his sickness had run over it, and I did not feel it yet. And Bram was breathing, shallow but breathing, and someone was screaming for the healer, and someone was screaming my name like an accusation. It was Oscar. "She did this," he was saying to anyone who would listen, to the whole silvered hall. She had access. She had the herbs. She, Ren, just my name, Lo, and not an accusation. Halvar was on his knees beside us before I had registered him crossing the hall, one hand checking his son's breathing, the other closing, briefly, hard, around my blistered one. "She saved him," he said, not loud, but the kind of quiet a room full of wolves cannot help but hear. "You are standing in front of me accusing the one person in this hall who acted before the rest of you finished screaming. It was, of all people, Lady Odessa who said it first." He carried the cup himself, her voice cut clean through the noise, and every head in the hall turned, because it was the last voice anyone expected to speak in my defense. I watched him do it. No one else touched that cup between the kitchens and the dais but Oscar. Her eyes, when they found mine, held nothing warm in them, and also, for the first time, nothing cruel. "I do not like you, girl. I have never pretended to. But I know what I saw, and I am not in the business of letting a man poison a child and call it someone else's crime." Oscar did not run, and he did not deny it long. Something in his face had already given up the fight before his mouth caught up. "I would not have let it kill him," he said low, like that made it a smaller crime. "Enough to frighten. Enough that the whole hall would see this keep is not safe, with a commoner running its nursery, enough that you would finally hear reason about the alliance, before the border lords lost patience entirely. I have bled for this pack twice over, Halvar. I was trying to save it from a mistake you were too besotted to see. You put wolfsbane in my son's cup. I miscalculated the dose. Halvar rose slowly, and the whole hall rose with the change in the air. The particular electricity of an alpha's wolf coming very close to the surface without quite breaking through. You have been at my side since before I had a crown to wear, he said. You will still be the man I remember when I was young enough to need you. But you put your hand on my son to win an argument, and there is no border lord in this hall, no alliance in the east, no version of the succession you were so desperate to protect, that is worth more to me than that boy's life. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. Oscar Vantry. I had not known until that moment they shared a house name, that Oscar was Odessa's own uncle, that the alliance he had been so desperate to force was his own family's, is stripped of rank, exiled beyond Ashfel's borders by sundown, and if he is seen inside them again, he will be met as any other threat to this pack is met. Bram stirred in my arms before anyone else moved, blinking up at me with the dazed, furious clarity of a child who has just been extremely sick and is extremely unhappy about it. You made it come back up, he said, accusing, which from a 4-year-old who had nearly died an hour before was the finest sound I have ever heard. I did. You're welcome. He burrowed into me instead of answering, one small fist finding the front of my dress the way it always did, and said, muffled, to no one in particular, I want Ren to hold me at the ceremony. Not a person of ranked blood. Ren, Halvar looked at his son, and then at the hall full of ranked blood that had spent 4 months trying to explain to him why that was impossible, and then at me. Pack law, he said, loud enough to carry to the doors, requires the heir be presented by someone the pack itself has chosen to honor. He crossed the space between us in 3 strides, and knelt, the king of Ashfel, on both knees, in front of every noble house in his territory, not to me but to his son, gathering us both up together, and rose with Bram still in my arms, and his hand closed once more around mine. I am naming her tonight. Before all of you. Not as a nursemaid. As the woman this pack's heir already chose for himself, and the woman I intend to make his mother in truth, if she will still have either of us after the day we have given her. He turned enough to look only at me then, and every ounce of formality went out of his voice. Will you? I had thought, somewhere in the last 11 weeks, about what I would say if a king ever asked me anything. I had not once imagined it would be this simple. Yes, I said. Obviously yes. Ask me something hard next time. He laughed, the rusted hinge sound, all the way open now, and kissed me in front of the entire assembled nobility of Ashfel, brief and unpolished, and entirely too public, and I felt something in me that had been braced for 11 weeks, maybe longer, finally set itself down. The fallout was real, and it was not gentle. Oscar's exile cost Ashfel an ally in the east within the season. Odessa's family took it as an insult, regardless of which side of it she had stood on, and pulled their trade routes north for 2 winters before quiet diplomacy mended it. The border lords muttered. A few ranked families left court early and did not return for the spring gathering. Being chosen does not erase the structure you were chosen out of. It only means you spend the rest of your life a little bit argued about, and I have found I do not mind that nearly as much as I expected to. Odessa, for her part, did not become my friend. She became something stranger, an ally who disliked me on principle and defended me on evidence, which I have come to think is rarer and more honest than most friendships I have had. 6 months later, the nursery door stands open day and night, because no one in this keep has needed it locked in a long while. The wooden wolf sits finished on Bram's windowsill. Halvar sanded the last rough edge himself, the week after the ceremony, and did not let anyone else touch it. Bram has stopped shifting when he is frightened, and started shifting when he is delighted instead, which the healer tells me is the more usual order of things. Last week, a letter came from the wash-house woman who trained me at 11 years old, half in disbelief that the girl who used to scrub sheets in her yard was now, of all things, expected to be called Luna by autumn. I wrote back that I could hardly believe it either, and that she should come to the wedding, and that yes, I would still remember how she took her tea. I still sing Bram the same lullaby most nights, though he tells me now that he is nearly 5 and far too old for lullabies. And then he asks for it twice more before he will close his eyes. I think about the day I sat down on a nursery floor with no plan beyond not running, and I think, sometimes, that the whole of my life since has been the world quietly rewarding the one thing I have always been stubborn about, refusing to leave, when leaving is the easy thing to do. Halvar says I saved his son twice. I only ever meant to save him once. I have decided not to correct him. A king should be allowed to be wrong about something, every now and then, especially when it means I get the credit twice. I still wonder, some nights, what would have happened if Osgar's dose had been a little more precise, or if Odessa had chosen her family over the truth in that hall. I do not like where that thought ends, so I do not finish it. But I wonder about you, too. Whether you saw Odessa coming, or whether she surprised you as much as she surprised me. Tell me your theory in the comments. Comment the wolf if you want to hear what Bram says the day he finally meets a sibling. And if you want more nights like this one, a king learning how to be brave in the small ways, a boy learning that love does not have to disappear, a girl who never once ran, stay close. There is more of Ashval left to tell, and I would rather tell it with you listening. Where are you tonight? While you are listening to this, the 4th time I packed that bag, nobody stopped me. I want you to understand what that meant. After everything, no wolf at the gate, no enormous grey shadow materializing out of the dark to take the strap in his teeth and haul 4 days of my dignity back up the stairs. The gate simply opened, and the road simply lay there in the moonlight, and for the first time in 4 days, I got to walk through it exactly as I had been demanding to. I made it about a mile before I understood that I had not won anything. There were 3 men on that road who had no business being on it, and they were not surprised to see me, and one of them said my name, out loud, on an empty road at midnight, like a man reading it off a list, and I finally understood why the wolf had never once let me reach that gate. 11 weeks earlier, I had arrived at Carrow Keep owing a dead man's debt, and I had counted every single day until I could leave it. My name is Linnea, and I break horses, which is a trade people find charming until they watch me do it, and realize it mostly involves being thrown into a fence by something that weighs 800 pounds and has opinions. I was 4 and 20 that spring, stable-born, no house, no rank, no dowry beyond a good hand with a difficult animal. my father died owing the crown 90 silver he could not pay, and in Caro a debt does not die with the man. It passes down. So it passed to me, and I came to the king's stables to work it off the only way I knew how. And for 2 years I broke the crown's horses and counted my days, and did not once let myself think of that place as anything but a sentence I was serving. Caro was Alpha country, which meant the king's word was weather and the king's debts were law. King Dacian ruled from the keep, the strongest wolf in the northern reaches, and in 2 years I had spoken to him precisely never, because a woman working off a dead man's debt does not chat with the man who holds it. That is the part everyone gets wrong when they tell this story. They tell it like a romance. It started as a ledger. The day my term ended, the debt master signed my release, and I walked out of that office lighter than I had been in 2 years, and I went straight to my room over the stables and packed my bag. It was not much of a bag. Everything I owned fit in it, with room left over, which tells you most of what you need to know about my 2 years at Caro. A change of clothes, my father's knife, a coil of good rope, the whole of my life, and it did not even strain the strap. I carried it to the west gate at dusk. I got perhaps 9 steps past the gatehouse before something very large came out of the dark. I have worked with animals my entire life. I know exactly how a predator moves when it intends harm, and this was not that. The king's wolf, and there was no mistaking whose he was. The thing was the size of a plough horse and had eyes like a struck match, walked out of the shadows, sat down directly in my path, and looked at me. Then he took the strap of my bag in his teeth, quite gently, and pulled. "Let go," I said. He did not let go. He pulled, with the patient, unhurried certainty of a creature who has all night and knows you don't. And my bag came out of my hand, and he turned around and carried it back through the gate. I want to be clear that I followed him, not because I had decided anything, because he had my father's knife. He carried that bag up 2 flights of stairs into the room I had just emptied and dropped it on the bed. Then he sat down next to it, tail curled around his paws, and looked at me with an expression of enormous personal satisfaction. "That's stealing," I told him. He yawned. I packed it again the next morning. He took it off me at the same gate, at the same 9 steps, and carried it back to the same bed. I tried the east gate on the 3rd day, because I am not stupid, and discovered that he was apparently capable of being at the east gate too, and that he found my attempt at strategy so delightful that he brought the bag back at something close to a trot. By the 4th day, the entire stable yard had started placing bets, which is how I ended up in the king's own study, 4 days into the most humiliating standoff of my life. Demanding an audience, I had no standing whatsoever to demand. Your Grace. I dropped the bag on the floor between us, which I am told is not how one addresses an Alpha King, and which I could not at that moment be made to care about. Your wolf has stolen my luggage 4 times in 4 days. King Dacian looked at the bag, then at me. He was younger than I had expected from 2 years of hearing about him, and considerably better looking than was strictly fair. And he had the specific stillness of a man holding something enormous, very carefully in check. "That does sound like him," he said. "That's it? That sounds like him? I'm not certain what else you'd like me to say. I'd like you to say why." I heard my own voice getting away from me and let it. "I've paid the debt. I've got the release signed. I am the only person in this entire keep who is legally, formally, on paper, allowed to walk out of it. And every single time I try, your animal takes my bag off me like I'm a puppy that's wandered too far from the litter. So call him off. Whatever this is, tell him to stop." Something moved behind the king's eyes. It was there and gone, and I did not have a name for it yet, but I have thought about it a great deal since. "I have no idea what he's doing," Dacian said. That was the first lie. I did not know it yet, but I clocked it, because I break horses for a living, and I have spent my whole life reading exactly the small flinch a body makes when it is saying a thing its own bones disagree with. He said it too smoothly. He said it like a line. "You're the Alpha King," I said. "He's your wolf." He is, and in 11 years he has obeyed me in everything, in battle, in council, in every moment that has ever mattered. Dacian looked at the bag on his floor, and his jaw did something complicated. "And apparently, the one thing in the world he will not do is let you through my gate, and I cannot explain that to you in a way that will satisfy either of us. So order him." "I'd rather not." "No," he said. "I find I would rather not." And then, before I could get my mouth around any of the several things I wanted to say to that, he picked up my bag himself and handed it back to me with the grave courtesy of a man returning a dropped glove, and said, "I'm told you're very good with the grey mare. Nobody else can get a saddle on. Is that true?" And I stood there with my own luggage in my hands, entirely outmaneuvered, and understood that I had just been dismissed by a man who had answered nothing, and somehow left me feeling like I'd been given something. His wolf was a liar, and I was beginning to suspect he was too. The days after that fell into a shape I had not planned for, and did not know how to refuse. I kept packing. He kept not explaining. The wolf kept intercepting. And, I will admit, because this story does not work if I lie to you, that somewhere around the 6th attempt, it had stopped being a fight and become something closer to a conversation. I would carry the bag out. He would take it. I would tell him exactly what I thought of him the whole way back up the stairs, and he would listen with his ears forward, like a creature receiving high praise, and drop it on the bed and sit on it. He started sitting on it. That was new. Apparently 4 days of returning it had not been sufficiently clear. I tried in the 2nd week to outthink him. This was arrogant of me, and I paid for it accordingly. I gave the bag to a carter headed south and walked to the gate empty-handed, on the entirely sound theory that a wolf cannot steal luggage that is not there. I got 11 steps, 2 better than my record, before I understood that he was not at the gate at all. He was 200 yards down the road, sitting in the middle of it, with my bag between his paws and the carter nowhere in sight, radiating the smug tranquility of a creature who has anticipated you and would like you to know it. "Where is the carter?" He thumped his tail once. I never did find out. The stable-yards betting had by then developed into something with rules. Old Hester, who ran the tack room, was holding the coin and had, I was informed, given me odds so poor that 2 of the grooms considered it a personal insult to the sport. Somebody had started a tally on the tackroom wall. Somebody else had drawn a small and deeply unflattering portrait of me under it. The worst part, the genuinely unbearable part, is that I had begun looking forward to it. I would carry the bag out at dusk, and he would be there every time, and there was something in being expected that I had not felt in 2 years of that keep. Nobody at Carrow had ever waited for me. I was the girl who paid a dead man's debt. I was a line in a ledger with hands. And here was this enormous, ridiculous animal who rearranged his entire evening around the certainty that I would try, and who had never once been wrong. I told him so, on the 9th night, halfway up the stairs, with my life in his teeth. "You know I'm going to keep doing this," I said. He set the bag on the bed, sat down on it, and looked at me with what I can only describe as enormous patience. "Right," I said. "So are you. Fine." And in between, there was the king, who did not once ask me to stay. That was the strange part. That was the part I could not get my teeth into. A man whose wolf was physically preventing my departure had a great many things he could have said to me, and he said none of them. He did not order me to remain. He did not offer me wages, or a position, or the thousand small hooks a powerful man uses to keep a person where he wants her. He asked me about horses. He asked me what I would do with my freedom, and listened to the answer like it mattered. Once, when I told him I meant to buy a paddock in the south and break horses for people who paid in coin rather than in ledgers, he went quiet for a long moment, and then said, "That's a good plan. You should have it," in the voice of a man reading his own sentence aloud. He never touched me. He never once closed the distance between us in all those weeks, and I noticed the not closing more than I have ever noticed anything a man actually did. Master Ferren was the only person in that entire keep who seemed to be on my side. He was the crown's debt master, a mild, apologetic little man with ink on his fingers who had signed my release himself. And he sought me out in the stable yard in my second week of the standoff, wearing an expression of genuine concern. "This has gone on long enough," he said. "It isn't right. You've paid what you owed. I signed it. I have the record. A free woman being kept in this keep by an animal. Whatever the king says about not controlling it. If you'd like, I can arrange things quietly. Papers, a horse, a route the gate watch won't be looking at. You'd be gone before anyone noticed." I could have cried, honestly. 2 weeks of an entire keep treating my life like the stable yard's favorite comedy. And here was one small ink-stained man treating it like an injustice. Why would you do that for me? Because I've spent 30 years watching this keep grind people up in its ledgers, Ferren said. And I would like, just once, to see one of them get out. I did not know, that afternoon, what I was actually being offered, or by whom. I did not know that the kindest man in Caro was the only one in it who wanted me on a dark road, alone. Or why, if you want to find out what a king is hiding when he refuses to ask for the one thing he wants, and whether a woman who has spent 2 years counting the days to a gate can survive finally walking through it, stay with me. The reason that Wolf never let me reach the road is not the reason any of us thought, and I lived every second of finding it out. Lady Sorrel made her position clear in my 3rd week, in a corridor, in front of an audience, the way highborn women always do. She was everything I was not, and she had spent, I gathered, a year and a half being extremely certain she would be Caro's Luna. And she looked at me the way you look at manure tracked onto a good rug. "How resourceful," she said to her ladies, rather than to me. I did wonder how a stable girl would manage it. Training the beast, apparently, since she couldn't train the man. "I don't train anything that doesn't want training," I said. "That's rather the difference between us. You've been trying to saddle him for a year and a half. Everyone in that hall knew which door not to open. I was the only one who hadn't been warned. But that is not where I want to start. I want to start with the night the whole court went silent. He was on his knees on the dais, and the cup was already falling. I remember the sound it did not make. No clatter, because I caught it against my palm before it struck stone. And the wine that should have been in his blood by morning ran down my wrist instead. 100 faces, his among them, looking up at me with an expression I had no name for yet. Lady Sorrel's voice, high and certain, saying the word witch. And the king's wolf, enormous and gold-eyed, stepping between me and every blade in the room before its own master could rise. I did not know, in that moment, whether I had just saved his life or ended mine. Let me go back. It started 3 weeks before any of that, with a door I was told to sweep past and did not. I had been in the king's household 4 days when they sent me to the wrong wing. That is the honest version. The healer's mistress, a brisk woman named Edda, who had inherited me the way one inherits a draft, handed me a tray of clean linen and a pot of steeped willow, and told me to leave it outside the 3rd door and not to knock. I was 22 years old, newly bound to a household I had not chosen, the lowest ranked person in a fortress full of wolves who could hear my heartbeat from across a corridor. Omega. The word followed me like a smell I could not wash off. In the village I came from, it meant gentle hands and a soft throat. Here, it meant last to eat and first to be forgotten. I had made peace with that. Peace is cheaper than pride, and I could not afford pride. What I could not make peace with was a wound left to rot behind a closed door because everyone was too frightened to tend it. Because I could smell it, even through oak, even under the smoke and pine of the pack house. I could smell the particular sweetness of a wound that had been dressed wrong and left too long. My grandmother taught me that smell before she taught me my letters. It means someone is dying slowly enough that the people around them have stopped noticing. So I knocked. Nobody had told me that the 3rd door in that corridor was the one door in the entire kingdom you did not open. Nobody had told me the man behind it was the Alpha King, Halvar of the Iron Territories, the strongest wolf alive, who had turned away every healer sent to him for 2 years and sent the last one out with a scar she would carry to her grave. Nobody had told me he did not permit anyone to see him weak, because a weak alpha is a dead alpha, and a dead alpha is a leaderless pack, and a leaderless pack is a war. I knew none of it. I knocked, and when no one answered, I went in. The room was dark and cold as a cellar. The fire burned down to sullen orange. And in the bed, propped against the headboard like a felled tree someone had leaned upright, was the largest man I had ever seen, watching me with eyes the color of a coin held to a flame. "You are not Edda," he said. "No," I agreed. I set the tray down. "Edda is afraid of you. I don't have the seniority to be afraid of you yet. Give me a week." I did not know he was the king. I want that understood. I thought he was some old warrior the household kept out of sight, some uncle too proud to die politely. If I had known, I would still have gone in, but I would not have said that, and he knew it. And I think that was the first thing about me that he could not put down. He did not laugh, but something moved at the corner of his mouth that had clearly forgotten how. "The wound on your side is killing you," I said, because there was no point being delicate about a smell that filled the room. "May I look at it?" It was not a question. He noticed that too. His jaw worked. No one looks at it. Then no one has been doing their job. I was already rolling my sleeves. "I'm new. I haven't learned yet which jobs I'm allowed to refuse. There is a particular silence a powerful man makes when he has forgotten what it is like to be spoken to as though he is simply a person with a problem that has a solution. I have come to know that silence very well. That night, it was only a stranger's silence, and I filled it with the practical noise of a healer at work, unstopping the willow, tearing linen, asking him to turn toward the light. And here is the thing I have never told anyone. When I peeled back the old dressing, and the wound was exactly as bad as my nose had promised, a deep, ragged thing along the ribs that should have closed months ago, and had instead been kept open like a mouth that would not stop speaking. I did not flinch. Not because I am brave, because I was concentrating. Fear is a luxury of people who have the leisure to imagine outcomes. I had a wound in front of me and 2 hands, and the 2 occupy the whole of a person if you let them. He watched me not flinch, and something in the room, something that was not the man, went very still and very attentive. The way a wolf goes still when it has heard a sound it has been waiting years to hear. I would learn what that stillness was soon enough. I cleaned it, I packed it, I told him it would have to be reopened properly and drained, and that it would hurt, and that I would not lie to him about the hurting, because people who lie to you about pain cannot be trusted about anything. He listened. When I finished and stood to go, he spoke to my back. "What is your name?" "Ren." "Ren." He said it the way you test the weight of a blade you did not expect to like. "You truly do not know who I am." "You're the man in the 3rd room," I said, "who is going to let me back in tomorrow. Because your side is going to feel worse before it feels better, and you're going to want the one healer who isn't scared of your temper." I paused at the door. "Whoever you are." I found out who he was the next morning, when Edda saw where I had come from and dropped an entire tray of tinctures. The whole household knew by midday. The Omega. The new one. The one who walked into the king's sick room and walked back out with all her skin. They looked at me in the corridors the way you look at someone standing on thin ice who does not appear to know it. Osric found me by the well before noon, the king's second, a broad, quiet man with a scar through one eyebrow and the wary patience of someone who has spent years managing a grief he is not permitted to name. "You went into the 3rd room," he said. "I did. Do you understand what you did?" "I dressed a wound that 6 of your healers were too frightened to touch," I said. "And I'm going back this afternoon to do it again, because it is going to kill him inside the month if someone does not, and I would rather it not be on the week I arrived." I hauled my bucket up. "Is there a reason you'd prefer he die tidily behind a closed door? Because I've met men like that, and I've never understood them." Osric looked at me for a long moment. Whatever he had come to warn me away from, he set it down. "He let you back in," he said, half to himself. "He has not let anyone back in since." He stopped. That stop had a shape to it, a person-shaped hole. I noticed it and filed it away, the way I file away everything I am not yet meant to understand. "Since who?" I said. "Come to the hall tonight," Osric said instead. "The king takes his meal there when he is well enough to sit. He has not been well enough in some time. If he is tonight, it will be because of you." and the court will need to see who did it. A grim flicker. Wear something you don't mind being looked at in. I owned 2 dresses. I wore the less patched one, and I told myself I was not nervous, which is the particular lie you tell yourself right before you learn how nervous you are. The Great Hall of the Iron Territories is built to make you feel small, and it succeeds. Stone the colour of a storm cloud, a fire pit you could roast an ox in, and at the head of it, a throne carved into the shape of a rising wolf, so that whoever sat there sat in the jaws of it. Long tables, 100 wolves who had all heard the story of the Omega and had all come to look at her. And on the table, at the king's right hand, beside his own cup, a second cup, empty, turned very slightly inward, the way you set a place for someone. No one touched it, no one filled it, no one looked at it, which is how I knew everyone in that hall was always looking at it. I did not know whose it was. I would. The king came in on his own feet, which I gathered was a thing that had not happened in weeks, and I watched a room of hardened warriors try to hide their shock behind their cups. He was pale and moving like a man carrying something heavy and invisible, but he was upright, and his eyes found me at the low end of the hall before he had taken 3 steps. That was mistake enough. An Alpha King does not look for the lowest ranked person in the room. But it was not the king who disgraced us both. It was his wolf. I had not seen him shift. I did not see it then. He did not shift, not fully, that is the point. The great gold beast simply seemed to arrive, pacing out from behind the throne as though it had been waiting, and the hall went silent, in the particular way a hall goes silent when the natural order has just been broken over someone's knee. The wolf came straight down the length of the great hall, past the nobles, past the ranked warriors, past Lady Sorrel, who half rose with her hand extended and her chin lifted, and every expectation on her face that the beast was coming to her. She was the most beautiful woman in the room, and had been raised, I would learn, to be the Luna of the Iron Territories since before she could walk. The wolf did not so much as slow for her. It came to me at the very foot of the tables, and it lay down across my feet with a thud that shook the trestles, and it put its enormous head in my lap, and it sighed the sigh of an animal that has finally set down a weight it has carried alone for 2 years. I sat there with the king's wolf in my lap, and 100 wolves staring, and my hand, of its own accord, coming to rest on that great gold skull, as though it were any frightened creature I had ever gentled. At the head of the hall, the king had gone the colour of ash. He opened his mouth. He closed it. For the strongest wolf alive, he looked in that moment exactly like a man whose dog has done something unforgivable in front of important guests, and who has no earthly idea how to explain that the dog is smarter than he is. "He does not," Halvar said, and stopped. His voice was not working correctly. "He does not do that." "He seems fairly certain that he does," I said, and the wolf's tail thumped once against the stone, and somewhere down the table, a young warrior made the fatal mistake of laughing, and then could not stop. And then the whole low end of the hall was shaking with the kind of helpless laughter that only escapes when everyone has been frightened for a very long time, and is suddenly, absurdly, not. The king of the Iron Territories stood in the jaws of his wolf throne and watched his own beast choose a kitchen-adjacent Omega in front of his entire court, and could not command it back. and I understood two things at once. The first was that I was in more danger now than I had ever been in my life. The second was that his wolf had known something about me for exactly 1 day, and his mouth had not caught up to it. And I was going to spend a great deal of time watching the distance between the two. If you want to know what his wolf knew, and whether I survived what Lady Sorrel did about it, because a woman raised her whole life to be queen does not lose the throne to a healer's apprentice quietly, then stay with me. Follow this one to the end. The court had already decided how my story went. They were wrong about nearly all of it, and so was I. Lady Sorrel came to the healer's quarters the next morning. She did not come to threaten me. She was cleverer than that. She came to warn me, she said, out of kindness, because I clearly did not understand. "You are not the first," she said, drifting through my still room, touching my jars with one gloved finger, as though checking for dust. "His beast has done this before. It is grief, you understand, not a bond. Grief makes a wolf strange. It attaches to whatever is nearest." She smiled at me, and it was a lovely smile, and it was made entirely of ice. "The last one it attached to, he nearly killed. Did they tell you that? He does not remember doing it. His wolf does not know its own strength when the wound speaks. She survived, barely." A pause, precisely weighted. "I would hate for a sweet, brave thing like you to learn that lesson." She left me with that, and I will admit it did what she meant it to do. It sat in my chest like a stone all day, because it explained the door. It explained the 2 years of turned-away healers, the room kept dark, the second who could not finish his sentences. It explained why a man would rather rot than be touched. Not pride, not temper. He was not protecting his dignity behind that door. He was protecting whoever might come through it. And I understood then that everyone in that hall who had warned me which door not to open had been telling me the wrong story. They thought the danger was that he would hurt me. They had it exactly backward. The danger was that he would rather die than risk it. And no one, in 2 years, had loved him enough or been foolish enough to call that what it was. Cowardice, dressed up as protection. I have a low tolerance for it. I discovered that about myself that day. So I went back to the third room, and I reopened the wound properly, the way it should have been done 2 years before. And it was as bad as I had promised him. His whole body locked. The gold wolf paced the walls. And at the worst of it, when I had my hands inside a hurt that would have made a battlefield surgeon blanch, the room went cold. Not chilly. Cold the way a grave is cold. Frost bloomed on the inside of the window in the middle of a summer morning, and the air thickened until it was like breathing wet wool, and the king's eyes rolled to me, gold and enormous and afraid, not of the pain, of me being near it. "Get back," he said, and his voice had the wolf in it, doubled, wrong. "Wren, get back. It does not. I cannot always." "No," I said. The frost crept across the floor toward my knees. My grandmother had a word for this. Some wounds are not only in the flesh. Grief that is refused long enough stops being a feeling and starts being a weather. And it will do what any storm does to whatever will not get out of its way. "Your wolf will not hurt me," I said, through teeth that wanted to chatter, keeping my hands exactly where they were. It has been trying to get me into this room for 2 years, and it finally managed it. It is not going to waste that. You do not know what it did. I know what it did. The cold was in my bones now, a deep ache like winter arriving early inside me, and I did not move. It kept you alive. That's what a wolf does. And this wound, Halvar, look at me. This wound is not infected. I lied to you the first night, or I was wrong, one of the two. It is clean. It has been clean for a long time. I had understood it only as I said it, the way I understand most true things. Your wolf will not let it close. That is what I have been fighting. Not rot. Your own beast, holding the edges open, because... I stopped. Because I had seen, at last, what the wound was. It was not one wound. It was 2 blade marks side by side, and between them a third mark that was not a blade at all, the print of a hand. A large hand, as though someone had held the wound shut with his own palm in the last moments of his life, and the wolf had made a monument of the place that hand had been. The second cup, the person-shaped hole in Osric's sentence, the empty seat at the king's right hand, turned very slightly inward. Who held this closed? I whispered. The king of the Iron Territories, the strongest wolf alive, turned his face to the wall so I would not see it break, and said one word. Aldrich. His brother. I did not need to be told the rest. A younger brother, a shared battle, a hand pressed to a mortal wound that was never his own. Aldrich had died with his palm against Halvar's ribs, holding his king, his brother, together with the last of himself. And Halvar's wolf, which loved with an animal's absolute refusal to accept loss, had decided that if the wound closed, the last of Aldrich closed with it. So it kept the door of his own body open for 2 years, bleeding rather than forget. That was the moment everything in me that had been wary went quiet, and something harder took its place. Because you cannot heal that with willow and clean linen, and I was not going to leave it. I understood, kneeling in the frost with my hands full of a grief that had learned to bleed, that I had walked through the one door in the kingdom no one else would open, and I was not walking back out and leaving him alone in the cold. I did not decide it. It was already decided, the way his wolf had already decided about me. Then we don't close it yet, I said. My voice had changed. I heard it change. We keep it open on purpose, together, where I can see it, instead of you keeping it open in secret until it kills you. You don't get to grieve him by dying slowly in a dark room, Halvar. That's not honoring him. That's just making the pack bury 2 of you. The frost stopped its crawl. Aldrich held you together with his hand. Fine. I have 2. I'll hold it. But you have to let me in the room. The gold wolf stopped pacing. It came and lay down against my back, warm as a hearth. And the cold went out of the air all at once. And behind me on the bed, the king of the Iron Territories wept, the way a man weeps who has not permitted himself to for 2 years, silently, enormously, ashamed and unable to stop. I did not turn around. Some things you give a person by not watching them. There is a second cup at your table, I said instead, to the wall. so he would have something to answer that was not the size of what had just happened. Everyone pretends not to see it. It is his. I know. I finished the dressing. My hands had never stopped. You should fill it sometime. An empty cup says he's gone. A full one says he was here. I sat back on my heels. Grief and pride wear the same coat, in my experience. It's very hard to tell them apart in a dark room. Easier in the light. He did not answer for a long time. When he did, his voice had come back to itself, roughened. No one speaks to me the way you do. That's their loss and your bad luck, I said, and stood, and my knees ached with cold, and my hands ached with use, and I felt more myself than I had since I arrived. I'll come tomorrow. Fill the cup tonight. That's not a healer's order. It's just advice you're free to ignore, like all the good advice I've ever given anyone. The corner of his mouth did the thing it had forgotten how to do. This time it remembered all the way. What followed over the next days was the most ridiculous courtship in the history of the Iron Territories, and I was only half a participant in it because the other party was a wolf. The king himself did not court me. He did not know how, and I think he did not believe he was allowed to, a man that steeped in grief. But his wolf had no such scruples, and his wolf was, I regret to report, a menace. It began with my missing hairpin turning up on the king's own pillow, which mortified him so thoroughly that Osric had to leave the room. It escalated. The wolf took to lying across my threshold at night, so that I stepped over 100 pounds of alpha beast every morning. And every morning the king would appear in the corridor, rigid with dignity, to inform me that it would not happen again. And every night it happened again. Once, at a full council, in front of every lord of the territories, the wolf padded the length of the chamber and set a single winter rose on the map table directly in front of my chair. Where had it even found a rose? And then sat down and looked at its own king with an expression of frank expectation. And Halvar put his face in his hand and did not speak for the rest of the session. I laughed until I cried in the still room afterward. It is a very particular joy, being chosen that badly by something that cannot help itself, while the man it belongs to stands 3 paces away, going quietly out of his mind. Because that was the tension of it. And it was better than any nearness. He stood 3 paces away when one would do. He handed me a book on wound lore across the width of a table, when he could have passed it to my hand. He held my eyes across the great hall until the holding said everything, and then broke it deliberately. Always him, always first, because he had decided he did not have the right, and his wolf had decided he was an idiot. And the second cup, from the second night onward, was full. I noticed. I did not remark on it. Some things you give a person by not watching them. Osric found me again by the well, a week on. He looked younger. It frightened me a little. How much lighter a man can look when a grief he has guarded finally has help carrying it. Whatever you are doing, he said, do not stop. I'm not doing anything, I said. I'm just the only one who didn't know which door to avoid. No, he shook his head slowly. Everyone knew which door to avoid. You're the only one who decided the man behind it was worth the risk. There's a difference. He looked at me steadily. There are those at court who notice that too, and they are not glad of it. He meant Sorrel. I knew he meant Sorrel. What I did not yet know was how far a woman raised to be a queen will go when the throne walks past her outstretched hand for the second time in her life. I found out at the naming. It is an old ceremony of the Iron Territories, a formal court gathering where the king confirms the standings of his household for the year. Who is raised, who is kept, who is cast down. Halvar, well enough now to hold court, well enough now to laugh once in a while where people could hear it, had called it for the first time in 2 years. The whole territory came. I stood at the low end of the hall in my less patched dress, because I was still an Omega, still the lowest ranked person in the room, and I had no expectation of being named at all. Lady Sorrel had other plans. She rose before the king could speak. It was a breach of every custom, and she made it look like grace. She held a cup, a beautiful thing, chased silver, and she offered it up the hall toward the dais, toward the king, and she spoke in a voice pitched to carry to the farthest wall. "A gift for my king," she said, "to his health, to his recovery, and to the healer who restored it." The word came out of her like a splinter. "Let him drink to her, before us all, and settle the question the whole court is asking." It was cleverly done. To refuse was to insult her house. To make me drink was beneath the dignity of the moment. So of course he would drink, the king, to end it graciously. And none of us would think about the fact that Lady Sorrel's grandmother had been the most gifted poisoner in 3 territories, and that skill is a thing that runs in blood. I knew. I do not fully know how I knew. A healer knows the smell of most things that kill, and under the wine and the crushed mint there was the faintest ghost of something bitter, something my grandmother had made me memorize with a switch across my knuckles. Monkshood. Enough to stop a heart and be called a bad night's rest by morning. The cup went up the hall, hand to hand, toward the king, who was already reaching for it with the easy courtesy of a man ending an awkward scene. I did not shout. Shouting would have been the end of me, the Omega accusing a lady of the king's court, on a feeling, in front of the whole territory. They would have called it exactly what Sorrel needed them to call it: jealousy, ambition, witchery. She had built the trap so that any noise I made snapped it shut on my own throat. So I did not make noise. I walked. I walked up the length of the great hall, past the nobles, past the ranked warriors, the way the wolf had once walked toward me, and I reached the dais just as the cup reached the king's hand. And I did the only thing that could not be argued with. I took it from him, and I struck it out of the air. The cup fell. I caught it against my palm before it hit the stone. I do not know why. Habit. A healer catches things. And the poisoned wine ran down my wrist instead of into his blood. And the hall erupted, and Lady Sorrel's voice rose above all of it, high and certain and triumphant, because I had just handed her the ending she wanted. "Witch!" she cried. "She strikes the cup from the king's own hand. She cannot bear him honored. Seize her!" And that is where the night I began with began. Because the king came down off the dais, not up in fury, down, onto his knees, on the stone in front of the whole court, and took my wine-soaked wrist in both his enormous hands, and did not look at Sorrel, and did not look at his guards, and looked only at me. "What was in the cup?" he said. Quiet, just for me. But his wolf said it for the whole hall. The gold beast came out from behind the throne and stood between me and every drawn blade in the room, hackles high, and it turned its head and looked at Lady Sorrel, and it snarled, not at me, at her. The whole court watched the king's wolf name the threat, and it was not the Omega. "Monkshood," I said. My voice did not shake. I was proud of that later. "Enough to be called a bad night's rest by morning. Smell it yourself, my king. It's on my skin now instead of in your heart. You're welcome to be angry with me for the striking of your cup. I'll take the punishment for the discourtesy gladly." I lifted my chin. "I would rather be flogged for insolence than bury you for manners." The hall had gone utterly silent. Halvar lifted my wrist. He smelled the wine, and I watched the king of the Iron Territories understand, in front of his entire court, exactly how close he had come, and exactly who had stepped between him and it, and exactly who had planned it. He rose. He did not let go of my hand. "Lady Sorrel," he said, and his voice was the one I had heard through the wound, doubled, the wolf in it, and it filled the hall to the rafters. "You will be escorted to the Eastern Tower tonight, and to the border by dawn. And if you are found within the Iron Territories after that, my wolf will settle the question the whole court is asking." "Do you understand what it is asking?" She did not answer. She had gone the color of ash. I knew that color. I had seen it on him, in a dark room, a lifetime ago. "It is asking," Halvar said, "why anyone thought this woman was the danger in my hall." He turned. He was still holding my hand, in front of all of them, and he did the thing his wolf had been trying to make him do for weeks, the thing his grief had told him he had no right to. He raised my hand to his mouth, and he pressed his lips to my wine-stained knuckles. One breath, no more. The kind of kiss that is a sentence and not a scene. And what broke open in me was not desire, though there was that, buried under everything. It was recognition. The vertiginous, unbelievable recognition of being seen all the way down by someone who had every reason to keep his eyes closed, and choosing, in front of the world that made him a king, to open them anyway. "His wolf chose you the first day," he said, low, just for me, though the hall heard every word. Without asking me. It always was ahead of me. I have been trying to catch up to it since you walked through a door you had no business opening. His thumb moved once over my knuckles. I am asking now, late and badly, and in front of far too many people. Stay. Not as my healer, but stay. I looked at the king kneeling, no, standing, but he had knelt. They all saw him kneel, and I thought about the second cup, full now, and the frost that had stopped crawling, and the wolf asleep across my threshold, and the man who had rather bled for 2 years than risk a single soul in a dark room. I told you the first night. I hadn't learned yet which jobs I was allowed to refuse, I said. The whole hall leaned in to hear the Omega answer the king. I've decided I'm refusing this one. You don't get to be alone in the cold anymore. That's not a healer's order. I let him see me smile. It's just advice you're not free to ignore. The gold wolf sat down between us and thumped its tail against the stone, insufferably pleased with itself, and the great hall of the Iron Territories, which had come to watch an Omega fall, watched instead the strongest wolf alive be caught, at long last, by the one person too new to know she was supposed to be afraid. They mated us under the next full moon, which is the proper way of it, and I will not describe that night, except to say that the second cup at the king's table has stayed full ever since, and that we drink to Aldrich before every meal, out loud, by name, so that no one in that hall ever again mistakes grief for something to hide behind a closed door. The wound closed. I want to be clear that it cost something, the night it finally knit. The cold came back one last time, worse than before, the whole chamber white with frost and the air gone to stone in my lungs. The wolf's grief making its final argument that to close the wound was to lose the hand that had held it. I held on. I put my own palm over the place where Aldrich's had been, and I told the wolf, out loud, that a hand does not have to stay pressed to a wound to have held it, that letting go is not the same as forgetting, and I do not entirely know whether it understood the words or only my refusal to leave. But the frost melted, the scar sealed under my hand, silver, shaped faintly like a palm, and it stayed that way, so that Halvar carries the mark of his brother's last choice on his ribs, healed instead of open, remembered instead of bleeding. He touches it sometimes without knowing he does. I never tell him. Some things you give a person by not watching. 6 months on, I am the Luna of the Iron Territories, which still strikes me as an administrative error no one has caught. I have a still room the size of my old village's chapel, and an apprentice of my own now, a frightened boy from the Eastern Holdings, whom I sent on his 4th day to the 3rd door in the healer's wing, with a tray of clean linen and instructions not to knock. He knocked. Of course he did. I chose him for it. A letter came last week from the village I grew up in, from the healer's mistress, who once told me I would never rise above soft hands and a soft throat. She had heard, she wrote, that an Omega girl from her own house had married a king, and she did not believe it. And could I confirm the rumor so she could put it to rest? I confirmed it. I did not gloat. Gloating and grace wear the same coat in my experience, and it is very hard to tell them apart from a distance. Easier up close, where you can see which one is smiling. Halvar found me writing the reply at his own table, in the seat at his right hand, which is not empty and never will be again, though there is still a full cup beside it that we do not drink from, because it is Aldrich's, and some places you keep set. "What are you telling her?" he asked, reading over my shoulder in the firelight, his wolf a warm gold weight against both our feet. "The truth," I said, "that no one told the new healer which patient to avoid, and that it's the best mistake I never made. So here is what I want to know, from you, before I close the door on this and let you go. Do you think his wolf knew what it was doing that first day in the hall? That it chose me on purpose, the way an animal chooses, sure of things the rest of us take 2 years and a poisoned cup to work out? Or do you think it was only grief, reaching for the nearest warm thing, and got luckier than any of us deserved? Tell me your theory below. I have lived inside the answer for 6 months now, and I still cannot decide. And if you want her story to keep going, the boy at the 3rd door, the letter yet to be answered, whatever walks up the length of the Great Hall next, comment the wolf and stay with me, because there is always another door in this fortress that someone has been told not to open. I have made a habit of opening them. Where are you listening from tonight? Pull up a chair.
The scar begins at the corner of Draven's jaw and ends just below his left ear. In dragon form, it appears as a pale groove in otherwise perfect black scales, a line where the scales refuse to grow back completely, where the skin beneath refused to settle, tender in a way that dragon skin is never supposed to be. For 11 years, no one has touched it. Not the imperial physicians, who tried once and were driven back by a sound Draven had never made before or since. Not the council ministers, who learned early that the space within 2 feet of that scar was a boundary you did not approach unless you wanted to discover very quickly how fast an emperor can move. Not even the chief steward, Baron, who had served Draven for 20 years and understood his silences better than most people understood speech. No one. Not once. Not in 11 years. There is a story about how the scar came to be. In the Jade Palace, all the servants know it, though they say it only in whispers. In rooms they are certain the Emperor cannot hear. The story goes like this. 11 years ago, Emperor Draven's Empress tried to kill him. She used a blade forged in the Ashen Mountains, where dragons go to die, where the rock itself holds the memory of Dragonbone. Such a blade, properly made, is the only weapon in the known world that can end a dragon emperor. The Empress had spent 4 years acquiring it. She almost succeeded. Draven survived. The Empress did not leave the palace alive. And the scar on his jaw, the place where the blade kissed him before he caught her wrist, remained. Not as an open wound. It healed. But the scales above it grew back wrong, and the tissue beneath them took a shape that the original had not held, and the place itself remained. An archive. A record of the moment someone he had loved decided to destroy him. This is the story the servants tell. What they do not tell, because they do not know it, is what the scar actually does to Draven. It is not pain, or not only pain. It is something harder to name. A sound that starts somewhere in the center of his chest and moves upward when anything gets near it. A sound he has learned, over 11 years, to push back down before it becomes audible. The sound, if he let it out, would be grief. That is the thing no one knows. The scar does not hurt because of the blade. It hurts because of who held it. I want you to understand this before we go any further, because in 6 weeks, a woman named Mira is going to walk into the dragon chamber of the Jade Palace. She is going to kneel beside Draven's enormous scaled head. She is going to open her apothecary case with steady hands, and she is going to reach out and press her bare fingers against that scar. She is going to do this without hesitation, and Draven is going to let her. That is what this story is about. Not the blade, and not the Empress who held it. This story is about the particular courage required to touch someone else's oldest wound, and about what happens when the person carrying that wound finally permits someone near enough to heal it. After the attempt on his life, Draven retreated, not from the palace, and not from his duties. He continued to hold council. He continued to sign declarations and receive ambassadors, and adjudicate the legal disputes that flowed upward to the throne. From the outside, nothing changed. He was the same emperor, precise, correct, unhurried, but inside the chambers that were his alone, Draven shifted to dragon form and stopped shifting back, not for weeks, then not for months, then, without anyone marking the exact moment of transition, simply and permanently, he had been the emperor in human form for most of his adult life. He was now the emperor in dragon form. The council adapted. They built a chamber large enough to hold him. They acquired furniture scaled to his dimensions. They learned to read a dragon's face, because a dragon's face, if you study it long enough, is as readable as a human one. What they could not do was reach him. There is a difference between understanding a face and understanding a person. Draven's council understood his expressions very well. They did not understand what was happening behind them. They did not know that the reason he stopped shifting was not preference, or convenience, or even grief, exactly. It was protection. In dragon form, Draven was harder, scaled. The parts of him that could be touched were further from the surface. In dragon form, a person has to work much harder to reach him. In human form, he is afraid of being reached and not surviving what someone finds when they get there. The imperial physician had attempted to treat the scar 3 times in the first year after the Empress died. The first time, Draven moved away. The second time, he made the sound. The third time, the physician entered the chamber, found Draven with his back to the wall, and his head turned so that the scarred side faced away from the door, and understood without a word being spoken that this treatment was finished. The physician filed a report. The scar showed no signs of active infection. It appeared stable. He recommended monitoring. He did not record that he had no intention of monitoring it himself. For 11 years, no one approached the scar. There was no formal prohibition. There did not need to be. The Emperor had communicated his wishes through 11 years of consistent, unmistakable refusal. The court learned to work around it. The palace learned to look away. And Draven continued to govern from inside his scaled form, untouched, unasked, unreachable. Until the supply convoy from the Vale of Rue arrived carrying, among its other cargo, an apothecary named Mira, who had not received the part of the briefing that explained why it might be better to look away. Mira was 26 years old, and had been treating wounds since she was 14. She had learned the work from her mother, who had learned it from her grandmother, who had established the only apothecary practice in the Vale of Rue, through sheer stubbornness and a memory for botanical compounds that bordered on the remarkable. Mira had inherited the memory. She had also inherited the stubbornness, which her mother called a gift, and most of her patients called a minor inconvenience, usually on the days when they wanted to stop a treatment early, and Mira calmly told them why they were going to continue. She was not the kind of beautiful that court painters made women beautiful. She was precise, which is a different quality. Her hands were always clean and always moving. She kept notes in a shorthand she had developed herself because she wrote faster than she could transcribe standard characters, and had stopped apologizing for the fact that her records were unreadable to everyone except her. She looked at wounds the way other people looked at familiar roads, with full attention and without alarm. She had learned not to flinch at pain, not because she was indifferent to it, because she had learned, over 12 years of practice, that flinching is not useful. Pain needs acknowledgement. It does not need the person treating it to perform distress alongside it. 3 years before the story begins, Mira lost her sister. Lena was 22. A fever came on fast and moved faster. Mira knew what it was. She had the compound that might have helped. She did not have enough of the primary ingredient, because the Vale of Rue was a small place with seasonal supply routes, and she had used the last of her fever bane 3 weeks earlier on an elderly patient whose fever had resolved. Lena died on a Tuesday morning. Mira was sitting beside her, holding her hand, watching. What Mira took from this was not guilt in the way people expect guilt to look. She had done everything she could. She knew that. What she took was something more precise. The knowledge that there is a gap between knowing what is needed and having enough of it in time. That gap had cost her Lena. She did not intend to find herself in that gap again. This is why, when the Imperial courier arrived in the Vale of Rue with a requisition notice requesting an apothecary for a 12-month posting at the Jade Palace, Mira packed her cases and said yes before she finished reading. The Jade Palace had the largest botanical repository in the known empire. She would have access to compounds she had never been able to source in the Vale of Rue. She would be able to fill the gaps she had been working around for years. She did not know there was a dragon. The requisition notice did not mention this. Mira arrived at the Jade Palace on a morning in early autumn, when the air still held the warmth of summer, but the light had already shifted. She carried 2 cases, one for her compounds and instruments, one for her books, her records, and 3 spare aprons, because aprons wear out faster than anything else in an apothecary's working life. The head steward, Baron, met her at the outer gate. He walked her through 3 courtyards and 2 long corridors, and then stopped outside a door and cleared his throat carefully. He had the manner of a man who had rehearsed what he was about to say and was still not satisfied with it. "I should inform you," Baron said, "that one of your primary patients will be the Emperor." Mira waited. This was not unusual. Imperial apothecaries served the full court, which included the throne. His Imperial Majesty, Baron continued carefully, is currently residing in his dragon chamber. Mira looked at him. The Emperor is a dragon? His Imperial Majesty is a dragon emperor, Baron said, with the particular precision of a man correcting a distinction that matters. He is fully capable of human form. He has chosen, for the past 11 years, not to use it. Mira thought about this. Is there a specific condition I am being asked to treat? Baron hesitated. There is a scar on his jaw. It has been present for 11 years. It has been examined periodically, but... He paused. He started again. Previous physicians have found the examination to be difficult. Mira was already cataloging what she knew about long-standing scar tissue in non-human anatomy. She was thinking about tissue density and inflammation markers, and the difference between a stable scar and one that was maintaining itself through constant low-level tension. She was not thinking about the difficulty. "I would like to see him first," she said, "without instruments. Just to observe. I do not touch wounds before I understand them." Baron looked at her with the expression of a man who had braced for argument and received something unexpected. "Of course, I can arrange a viewing." "Not a viewing," Mira said. "A meeting. I need to be in the room with him. I need to see how he holds his head in relation to the scar, whether he compensates for it, whether the tissue produces heat. A viewing through a doorway does not tell me any of that." Baron was quiet for a moment. The last physician who requested to be in the room with His Majesty near the scar did not repeat the experience. "Then I will be careful," Mira said. She opened the door without waiting to be told which one led to the dragon chamber. She had been paying attention to the floor. The dragon chamber of the Jade Palace is large enough to contain a creature the size of a cottage. The ceiling is high. The stone walls are dark. The light comes from bronze lanterns suspended from iron rings, and the chamber holds a smell that Mira identified after a moment as something familiar. Pressed clove and dried citrus, which her grandmother had always said was the smell of a body working hard to maintain itself. Draven was at the far end of the chamber, his body coiled against the wall, his head resting on his forearms. He was large in a way that described dimension inadequately. His scales were black and caught the lantern light like water over dark stone. His eyes were gold. His pupils were vertical, and they tracked Mira from the moment she entered the room. She did not stop. She walked toward him at the pace she used when approaching a patient who was frightened, steady and deliberate, and stopped 6 feet away. Close enough to observe, far enough to leave him room. Then she knelt on the stone floor, because kneeling lowers your center of gravity, and she had learned from treating horses that this communicates something animals understand as non-threat. She looked at the scar. It was as Baron had described. A pale groove along the jaw, running from the corner to just below the left ear. The scales above it were different from the surrounding scales, not discolored, differently textured. They lay slightly wrong in the way that healed tissue always lies slightly wrong, because the body beneath had sealed in a pattern that was not its original one. Mira could see, from 6 feet away, that the scar was stable. not infected, not spreading, old and sealed. But there was a density in the way the scales settled above it that she wanted to feel with her fingers before she concluded anything. She did not reach out. She looked at the scar for a long time. Then she looked up at Draven's gold eyes. He was watching her, not with the hostility she had expected based on Baron's warnings. What she saw was more careful than hostility. He was evaluating her the way she was evaluating the scar, collecting information, making a determination she could not yet read. "I am Mira," she said. Her voice was the voice she used with every patient, even, warm, not performed. "I have come from the Vale of Rue. I am an apothecary." She paused. "I am not going to touch the scar today. I am simply going to look." Draven did not move. He did not make any sound, but his head turned, by a small degree, toward her. Not away. Mira noted this. She stayed in the room for 20 more minutes. She did not move closer. She simply remained, observing, and let the dragon observe her in return. When she left, she stopped at the door and said, "I will come back tomorrow." Draven did not respond. But when the door closed, he turned his head to follow the sound of her footsteps down the corridor. She came back the next day, and the day after that, and each day she came without instruments. She brought a small bowl of water and, beside it, a twist of dried meadowsweet and rue. She left these things at the edge of the chamber, within Draven's sight, and then sat down on the floor and opened her notebook. She was catching up on records from the Vale of Rue, patient notes she had promised to complete before the new apothecary took over her practice. She wrote in her shorthand, quickly, one hand moving across the page while the other turned it. She did not look at the dragon. She was aware of him. She was aware of every small shift in the chamber, when Draven adjusted his weight, when his breathing changed rhythm, when his tail moved slightly and then stilled. She tracked all of it with her peripheral vision, which was excellent, and noted it without writing it down. C.S. Lewis once wrote that to love at all is to be vulnerable, that to love anything is to risk having your heart wrung, possibly broken. Mira was not thinking about love on the third day. She was thinking about a patient in the Vale of Rue with a chronic infection in his forearm, and whether the compound she had prescribed would hold through winter. But she was also, without quite naming it, doing something she did with every patient who had been hurt, in a way that made ordinary touch feel like another wound. She was making herself familiar without making herself demanding. On the third day, she moved the bowl of water and the herbs 6 inches closer to where she sat. On the fourth day, 6 more inches. She did not move toward Draven. She moved the objects. This distinction mattered. She was not crossing the distance. She was reducing it in increments small enough that each one was almost deniable. On the 6th day, Draven moved his head, not toward her. He simply repositioned it, from facing the wall to facing the room, facing, specifically, the area where Mira sat. She kept writing. She did not look up. But something in her shoulders, which had been held with professional steadiness for 6 days, eased very slightly. He was facing her. He had made that choice on his own. She had not asked for it, and she had not reached for it. It was the first voluntary movement toward contact Draven had made in 11 years. On the 12th day, Mira brought her instruments. She did not announce this. She arrived with her case instead of her notebook, set it down on the stone floor, and opened it slowly, taking each instrument out one at a time and laying it in a visible row. She did this deliberately. She had concluded after 12 days of observation that what Draven was most guarded against was not presence but surprise. She would not surprise him. She laid out a small lamp for close examination, a flat probe for testing tissue density, a magnifying glass, a jar of the compound she used for old scar tissue that was still holding tension, a mixture of comfrey and calendula in a base of pressed olive oil. She did not intend to use the compound today. She wanted it visible, a known object, so that when she produced it later it did not appear from nowhere. Then she picked up the lamp and the probe, and she walked toward Draven. She moved at the pace she used with patients who flinched, not so slow that she appeared to be making a performance of caution, not fast enough to create alarm. A pace that communicated, "I am coming. I am intentional. You have time to decide." She stopped 4 feet from his head. She looked at his eyes. His gold pupils were tracking her with complete attention. "I would like to look at the scar," she said. "With the lamp, not my hands. I am not going to touch it today." She held the lamp up slightly. "I told you I would tell you before I touched it. I am telling you now. Eventually, I will need to, briefly, to assess the tissue fully, but not today." Draven did not move. She raised the lamp and angled it toward the jaw, close enough now to see the way the scales settled differently above the wound, close enough to see the texture of what lay beneath, tissue that had sealed in a compressed pattern, the kind that did not cause clinical problems but that created a constant, low-level awareness. Not pain, exactly. Presence. She was about to step back when her left hand, resting on the floor for balance as she leaned forward with the lamp, turned over without her fully deciding to turn it. Palm up, fingers open. She did not move it toward Draven. She simply held it there, open. Draven looked at her hand. She looked at the scar. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Draven lowered his head, slowly. The specific slowness of something that had not been done in a very long time, and was being done very carefully. His jaw came to rest against her open palm, the scarred side. The pale groove of uneven scales settled into the curve of her hand. Mira did not flinch. She held her palm steady. She felt the slight roughness where the scales lay wrong, the warmth beneath them, the specific quality of tissue that had carried too much tension for too long. She breathed. She did not let her hand shake. She sat with the weight of his jaw in her palm, and she said nothing, and she let it be exactly what it was. He had been certain he would not allow it. Not a deliberate decision. A fact. The way stone walls were a fact. No one touched the scar. 11 years. This was simply how things were, and would continue to be. He had been entirely clear with himself about this. He had also been watching Mira for 12 days. He told himself this was assessment. He needed to understand her intentions. This was reasonable. He was an emperor, and he was entitled to caution. These were things he believed about himself. What he did not tell himself, because naming it would have required acknowledging it, was that he was also watching her, because she was different from everyone else who had come into the dragon chamber in 11 years. Different in a specific way that he had not been able to define until the 4th day. When he finally understood it, she did not perform. 12 days. She had not once changed her behavior based on what she thought he wanted to see. She wrote her records. She arranged her herbs. She moved around the chamber with the same purposeful calm whether he was watching her directly or not. She did not make herself smaller to reassure him. She did not make herself larger to impress him. She was simply Mira. Draven had forgotten what that looked like. Court had been performance for as long as he could remember. His council performed competence. His servants performed devotion. His empress, for 4 years, had performed love. He had understood these performances intellectually. He had even, in some ways, participated in the system that created them. But underneath the understanding had been a specific exhaustion. The exhaustion of being a person who cannot unsee the difference between a performed thing and a real one. Mira was real in a way he had stopped expecting. When her palm had opened on the floor beside his jaw, he understood what she was offering without needing it explained. She was not reaching toward him, she was making space. There is a significant difference between those two things, and Draven had lived long enough to know it precisely. He had rested his jaw against her hand before he consciously chose to. He thought about what that meant for a long time afterward, lying still, while Mira finished her examination with the same steady hands she used for everything else. He thought, she did not flinch when she felt the scar. She did not pause. She held her hand steady and let him rest there. He thought, I have not let my weight rest on anything in 11 years. He thought this quietly and carefully, and then he lay very still, and he breathed, and he did not make the sound that had started moving upward from his chest. Mira treated the scar over the following 3 weeks, not aggressively. There was nothing in the wound that required aggressive treatment. It was old. It was stable. What it needed was not intervention but maintenance. A regular application of compound to keep the tissue from holding its compressed pattern permanently. She applied the comfrey mixture twice a week, working it between the scales with her fingers, using enough pressure to reach the tissue beneath, without enough force to cause discomfort. The first time she applied it fully, Draven made a sound, low and back in the throat. Not a growl, not a warning. Something closer to the sound a person makes when pressure hits a place that has been holding tension so long it has forgotten what release is. Mira kept working. She did not ask him about the scar. This was deliberate. She had learned, over years of treating wounds that had also been traumas, that asking about the origin often does more harm than the treatment itself. People tell the story in the context of the worst moment. The worst moment is not always what a wound needs to revisit. What a wound needs is care. The story can come later, if the person carrying it wants to tell it. She could read some of it anyway, in the tissue. The scar was from a blade. She could tell from the angle of the cut, and the way the tissue had sealed. A single clean stroke, deliberate, from a weapon made with purpose. She could smell trace residue in the scales even after 11 years, faint but recognizable. She knew what compounds were used in the blades forged in the Ashen Mountains. She had studied them because she needed to know what to counter. She kept this knowledge to herself. What she also kept to herself was what she felt beneath her hands during treatment. There was the physical tissue, the mechanics of the wound, all of which she understood. And there was something else, harder to name, that she felt as a kind of tension around that specific place. Not in the scales, in the air near them, as though the scar remembered being made, as though the body had learned to hold itself differently in that spot, more tightly, because once the spot had been open, and someone had used the opening deliberately, she had seen this pattern before, not in dragons, in people who had been hurt in a specific, targeted way by someone they had trusted completely. The body learns to protect the place that was damaged, even after the damage heals, even long after. It does not forget. It simply carries the memory differently. The scar on Draven's jaw was old. It was healed. And underneath it, the body was still bracing. On the last day of Mira's 12-month posting, Baron knocked on her door before dawn. His Imperial Majesty, Baron said, when she opened it, has requested your presence in the dragon chamber. Mira looked at the window. The stars were still clear. Now? He was quite specific, Baron said. He had the expression of a man who had been awake longer than intended, and was uncertain what to do with the night he had spent. Mira put on her shoes and her apron, picked up her smaller case, and followed Baron through the dark palace. The lanterns in the dragon chamber were burning. Draven was at the center of the room, which was unusual. He normally stayed near the wall. At the center of the chamber, his size was fully apparent in a way that the wall had previously softened. Mira set her case down and looked at him. "My posting ends today," she said. Draven inclined his head. He knew. "I have left instructions for the next apothecary," she said. "The compound, the frequency, the pressure points around the scar where the tissue is still compressed. They should be able to continue the treatment without interruption." Draven held her gaze for a long moment, then he shifted. Mira had not seen him shift before. She had not expected it today. The process of a dragon emperor changing form is not the spectacle that stories describe. It is not fire, or light, or dramatic transformation. It is a contraction, a folding inward, a rearrangement of mass so quiet that it is somehow more arresting than spectacle. The silence of it. Where there had been a dragon, there was now a man, tall, eyes still gold. The plain dark clothes that the palace kept for emperors who rarely used their human form. His face was familiar in a way she had not expected. The structure of it was the same as the dragon's face, just smaller. The jaw was the same jaw. The scar was still there. In human skin it looked slightly different, a pale seam rather than misaligned scales, running the same angle from the corner of his jaw to just below his left ear. The same scar, the same history, he said, in a voice slightly rough from disuse. The next apothecary will not be needed for this. Mira waited. I am told, Draven said, looking just past her shoulder in the manner of someone who is unaccustomed to saying something directly, that the position of imperial apothecary carries no fixed term, if the apothecary agrees to remain. Mira looked at the scar, at his gold eyes, which had moved to hold hers directly for the first time. I would need continued access to the botanical repository, she said. You have it, he said, and I would need to continue the treatment. He was quiet for a moment, long enough that she could hear the palace beginning to stir outside the chamber door. Then he said, simply, I know. Mira nodded. She picked up her case. Then I will stay, she said. Outside the chamber window, the stars were beginning to fade. The light was changing. The year was turning, and inside the dragon chamber of the Jade Palace, the Emperor was still standing at the center of the room, watching the door through which Mira had just walked, with the careful, unhurried expression of a person who has decided to let something in. The wing broke at 4,000 feet. The bolt that broke it was 6 feet of ironwood tipped with metal forged in the Ashen Mountains, fired from a ballista that should not have existed, by men who should not have known where the Emperor would be flying that night. It entered below the left shoulder joint, where the great flight muscles anchor to bone, and it did what ashen metal does to dragons. It kept burning after it hit. The dragon did not fall. That is the first thing you need to understand about the 11 miles. A creature the size of a warship took a wound that would have dropped a lesser dragon out of the sky like a stone, and it did not fall. It descended. There is a difference. And the difference is will. Below him, the Empire scrolled past in the dark. The dragon knew every light. There, to the east, the Jade Palace, his own walls, his own guards, his own physicians sworn to his service. He turned away from it. There, along the river, 3 garrison forts, each with signal fires and dragon grounds, and men who would have emptied the armory to defend him. He passed over all 3. There, in the foothills, the healing temple at Doran's Cross, where the sisters kept dragon salve in jars the size of barrels for wounds exactly like this one. He passed it, losing height the whole time, the broken wing folded against his side like a snapped mast, flying on one wing in fury. The Emperor of everything below him passed every place that existed to receive him. Because here is the thing the men with the ballista could not have known. A dragon in mortal danger does not fly toward power. It flies toward safety, and those are not the same place. The palace had physicians, and the palace was where someone had learned his flight path well enough to put a ballista under it. The garrisons had soldiers, and soldiers talk. And somewhere between the garrisons and the council chamber was a mouth that had sold his sky to his enemies. Power was compromised. Power is always compromised. So the dragon reached for the one memory that smelled like safety, and it was 11 miles away, up where the pines thin out, and the mountain turns to bare granite, and it was a door. He did not make the last 2 miles in the air. He made them on the ground, in the dark, dragging a wing that screamed against the frozen scree, leaving a furrow in the mountainside that hunters would find in the spring, and never explain. He climbed with 3 legs and his chin, and the stubbornness that had kept his family on the throne for 900 years. I want to be honest with you about what he was by the time he reached the hut. He was not majestic. He was a dying animal at the end of his strength, and the last thing he saw before the dark took him was a thin line of firelight under a wooden door. He put his head against that door, and he stopped. Senna Voss heard the mountain go quiet. Not silence. Mountains are never silent. She heard the specific quiet of every living thing in a 5-mile radius, deciding at the same moment to stop making noise, which is a sound of its own if you have lived alone high enough for long enough. And Senna had 3 winters alone since Toman died, long enough to know the mountain's moods like a second marriage. She was at her table when it happened, and her hands did not stop working, because her hands were holding a hawk's wing and the wing was half set. You should see what I see when I look at this woman, because the dragon outside her door had seen it once already, 2 years before, and it is the reason he was outside her door, and not bleeding out on a palace floor surrounded by men he could not trust. 31 years old, knuckles scarred by beaks and talons. A kitchen that was half apothecary. Rows of jars, willow bark and comfrey and wound moss. Hanging bundles of yarrow gone papery in the roof beams. On her table, splints in 8 sizes, none of them made for anything human. Senna Voss set wings. Hawks that fishermen brought up from the valley with fouled feathers. Owls stunned by wires. Once, an eagle so big the farmer who carried it up the mountain wept with fear the whole way, and she had taken it out of his arms like a loaf of bread. Toman had been the one who started it, years ago, a broken-winged kestrel in a barley field. But Toman had been gone 3 winters, taken by the same rock slide that took half the north pasture, and Senna had kept setting wings, because grief needs work to carry it, and because up here, the only things that knocked on her door were things that could not knock. The fire popped. The hawk on the table made its thin, furious sound. "Hold still," Senna said. "You are not the worst thing that has happened to me this week." Then the door shook. Once. A single blow, enormous and soft at the same time, like a mountain leaning its forehead against her house, and every jar on every shelf chimed together, and the hawk went rigid under her hands. Senna Voss sat still for the space of 3 breaths. Then she tied off the splint, set the hawk in its box, took the lamp, and opened the door. There are things the mind refuses at first delivery. The lamp showed her scales, and her mind said serpent, and then the lamp showed her more scales, and more, going up and out and back past the reach of any light she owned, and her mind stopped offering suggestions. A dragon lay against her doorstep with its head on her threshold stone. Not a dragon as the valley people drew them on tavern signs. Fat lizards with bat wings. This was the real thing, the thing that shakes the air over the capital on coronation days, black as a hole in the night, 1 wing folded right and 1 wing wrong. Very wrong. Even by lamplight, even knowing nothing, Senna could read that wing the way you can read a sentence with the words in the wrong order. The long bone between shoulder and wrist had a bend where no joint lived. 6 feet of ironwood shaft stood out of the joint itself, and the flesh around it was not bleeding so much as burning, a slow char that spread from the wound like frost grows on glass, and the smell of it was wrong in a way that made her back teeth ache. The dragon's eye was open. The eye was the size of a dinner plate, and the color of molten copper cooling, and it was looking at her. I have sat 600 nights with dying creatures, Senna thought, and every one of them looks at you like this at the end. Not asking, past asking, just watching to see what you are. She was one woman with a lamp, 5 feet and some inches of widow in a wool shawl, and the thing on her doorstep could have swallowed her the way a trout takes a fly. What she felt was not courage exactly. It was the same thing that moved her hands to the hawk. Something is broken, and it has come to me, and there is no one else on this mountain. She set down the lamp on the threshold stone, 8 inches from teeth the length of her forearm. "All right," she said, in the voice she used on the eagles, low and bored on purpose. "Let me see the wing." The copper eye watched her walk the length of its body, and when her hands came to rest on the burning joint, gentle as snow landing, the dragon that had passed a palace, 3 garrisons, and a temple to reach this door, made a sound no living person had ever heard it make. It exhaled. Everything in it let go at once, the way a rope lets go when the load is finally set down. The eye closed. The emperor of the 9 provinces went under, on her doorstep, in the dark, safe. Here is a problem no book of healing has ever addressed. How does one woman set a broken wing when the wing weighs more than her house? Senna spent the first hour just learning the truth of it. The bolt had to come out. That was certain. She had seen char wounds before. A logger with an infected axe cut. And this was that horror at 50 times the scale, spreading while she watched. The wing bone had to be drawn straight and held. And the creature it was attached to could not be moved by anything smaller than a road crew. So the work would happen here, in the frozen yard, in the wind. She went through her stores like a general counting soldiers. Wound moss. All of it. 4 winters of gathering. Comfrey, boiled to paste in her biggest kettle. Every strip of linen in the house. And when those ran out, her own bed sheets. And when those ran out, Toman's shirts from the cedar chest, which she took out one at a time and did not let herself think about. The splint defeated her until she looked up. Then she climbed into her own roof and cut free the spare ridge beam, seasoned pine, 11 feet, straight as a sermon, and dragged it down through the snow. And if you had stood in that yard at midnight, you would have seen something worth telling your grandchildren. A widow in a dead man's coat, hauling a roof beam through the dark, past the sleeping head of a dragon, muttering the whole time in the tone of a woman who considers all of this a personal inconvenience. The bolt came out at dawn. She did it with rope, a lever, and geometry, braced against the stone trough. And when the ironwood shaft finally tore free of the joint, the dragon woke screaming, and the scream started an avalanche 2 ridgelines away. And Senna Voss stood her ground in the falling snow dust, with her hands raised, and said, "Done, done. It is out. It is out." And the copper eye found her, and held her, and believed her. She packed the crater of the wound with every scrap of moss she owned. She drew the bone as straight as winch and rope could draw it, splinted it with her roof beam and Toman's shirts, and finished a little after noon, having not slept, having not eaten, having spent the whole of her medicine, and most of her linen, and some part of her grief. The dragon watched her work. It did not snap, and it did not pull away. Creatures at the end of themselves know the difference between hands, and these hands it had chosen on purpose. There was a moment, near the end of that first day, that Senna carried with her afterward, the way you carry a stone in your pocket without knowing why. She had been binding the last of the splint, standing between the wing and the great wall of his ribs, close enough to feel the furnace heat coming off the scales, and exhaustion finally caught her mid-knot. Her knees went. Not a faint, just a stumble. 3 winters of alone and 30 hours of awake arriving all at once, and before her hand could find the trough to catch herself, something caught her first. The wing. The broken one. He had moved it. The wing she had just splinted. The wing that must have cost him a white sheet of pain to move at all. He had turned it 3 inches, so that her shoulder met the warm leading edge of it, instead of the frozen granite. Senna stood very still against the wing of a dragon, and the dragon held very still under the weight of a woman, and neither of them acknowledged it, and after a moment she finished the knot. "Do not do that again," she said. "You will undo my work." But that night she brought her blankets out to the woodshed and slept in the straw within reach of him, and told herself it was to watch the wound, and the dragon, who could hear her heartbeat from 40 feet, and knew exactly when she fell asleep, kept his own breathing slow and even underneath it, all night, like a hand kept steady under something balanced. On the third day, the soldiers came. 6 riders, imperial green, laboring up the drove road on horses that did not want to come. Senna saw them from a mile off, and something older than thought made her walk out to meet them at the pasture wall. Away from the hut, away from the yard, away from the enormous silence, lying folded behind her woodshed, under a canvas of pine boughs she had cut and stacked over the worst of it. She would not examine, until later, why she had hidden him. She only knew that something with wings had passed over every soldier in the Empire to avoid them, and until she knew why, her yard was her own business. The sergeant was polite. "They were looking for a beast," he said. "A large beast, wounded, seen falling toward these mountains 4 nights past. There was a reward. There was also," he said, watching her face, "a punishment for concealment. But surely that would not concern an honest woman." "I heard something come down in the night," Senna said, which was true. Rocks fell 2 ridges east, which was also true, and her level look while saying it was the same look she gave the eagles, and it worked on sergeants too. They watered their horses at her trough. One of them, a boy no older than 20, stared at the trough's rim, where a groove the width of a wine barrel had been pressed into the granite as if by an enormous chin, and Senna said, "Ice does strange work up here," and the boy nodded, because it was easier. She watched them until the trees took them. Then she walked back to the woodshed, pulled aside a pine bough, and found the copper eye already open, already on her. "You are hiding from your own soldiers," she said. "That is one of 2 things. Either you are a criminal, or someone in that uniform is." The eye watched her. "I set wings," she said. "I don't ask them their politics first." But that night she cleaned Toman's old boar spear, and set it by the door, and the dragon heard the sound of the whetstone through the wall, and understood it was not meant against him, and slept. I will tell you this plainly, better than he had slept in 9 years. Now I will tell you what Senna could not know, and what changes everything you have watched so far. 2 years before the ballista, the Emperor Kalen flew the mountains at night. He did it the way other rulers walk locked gardens. It was the only privacy the throne had left him. Below a certain altitude, the wind carries everything up. Wood smoke, voices, the whole confession of the ground. And on one of those nights, over one bare shoulder of granite, he passed low over a lamplit yard and saw a woman kneeling in the snow over a dying hawk. The hawk was past saving. He could smell that from the air. Death being a smell dragons know, the way millers know flour. The woman surely knew it too, because she was a woman who set wings, and this wing was not settable. The bird was finished, and no audience watched, and no reward waited, and it was bitterly cold. She stayed anyway. That was all. That is the entire event. She crouched in the snow for the better part of an hour, so that a hawk would not die alone on the ice, and she kept one finger on its breast the whole time, so the last thing it felt going out was warmth. Then she buried it, with the ground frozen, which cost her another hour, and went inside. The dragon circled twice and flew home, and the emperor woke the next morning in a palace, where every kindness had a price tag. Every hand that touched him wanted something, and every physician who bowed to him would have sold his flight path for the right sum, as one of them eventually did. He never spoke to anyone about the yard, but dragons file memories by scent, and that yard smelled like the one thing his empire could not manufacture, and 2 years later, falling out of the sky with ashen fire in his wing and treachery behind him, The animal in him did not debate. 11 miles. Past the palace, past the garrisons, past the temple. There, said the animal, the woman who stays. The wing healed the way mountains heal, slowly and on its own calendar, and the two of them settled into something neither had a word for. She talked to him. It began as the professional patter she gave the hawks, and became, over the weeks, something else. She told him about the rock slide, about Toman, who used to sing off-key on purpose because it made her laugh, and how the silence after him had a texture, and how work was the only thing that held its shape inside it. She told him things she had told no living person, precisely because he was not a person, and the dragon lay in her yard with his chin in the granite groove he had pressed into her trough, and listened with an attention no one in 9 provinces would have believed the emperor possessed. He earned his keep as he mended. She woke one morning to find the winter's deadfall along her pasture wall, crushed into stove lengths, a season of firewood, snapped like kindling by something that had done it in the night with one foreleg. Another morning, the wolf tracks that had circled her sheep pen for years simply stopped appearing, and never appeared again. The hawks were the strangest part, and I want you to picture this, because no court painter will ever be allowed to. The farmers kept bringing birds up the mountain all winter. They did not know about her other patient. The yard was screened by the shed and the pine boughs, and so all that season, broken hawks convalesced in wooden boxes not 30 feet from the largest predator on the continent. By rights, they should have beaten themselves to pieces against the slats in terror. Instead, within a day or two, each one went calm, uncannily calm. Senna noticed it, and could not explain it, and finally one evening she carried a box out to the woodshed, set it on a stump where the copper eye could see it, and said, "Whatever you are saying to them, keep saying it." The eye came around slowly, with the particular dignity of a creature deciding whether to admit something. "You are telling them there is nothing on this mountain allowed to hurt them," she said. "That is what you are doing. That is what you have decided your job is." The dragon looked at her for a long time. Then the copper eye closed, in the manner of an emperor declining to comment, and Senna Voss went back inside laughing quietly, and stopped on the threshold, struck square by the realization of how long it had been since she had heard that sound out of her own chest. In this house, with the door open to the cold. And once, the dragon had been following the scent for 4 provinces, and the scent was bread. I know how that sounds. Hold it a moment, and let me tell you about the dragon, because the whole story lives inside this one strangeness. The dragon was the Emperor Darius, and he was 38 years old, and for 2 years, since the death of the last person who remembered him as anything but a throne, he had been going up in dragon form on the long evenings, and flying nowhere, in wide, joyless, weatherless circles, the way a man paces a house after a funeral. The court physicians had a careful phrase for it. The flight master, who was old and had no career left to protect, had a plainer one. The emperor is looking for something, and he does not know what it is, and neither do I, and it is not in the sky. But the sky is where he looks for it. He was the son of the Empress Corvina, who had ruled 40 years like winter rules a mountain, magnificently, unarguably, and without a single warm afternoon. What warmth young Darius had found in the frozen machinery of her palace had come, all of it, from one place, the third kitchen, the small one, the one that existed because an empress must eat, even when she will not dine, and specifically, from the third kitchen's underbaker, a broad-handed southern woman named Isolde Milne. Are you paying attention to that name? The story pays it back. For 9 years, between the ages of 4 and 13, between one tutor's death and another's arrival, the heir of the 9 provinces had escaped his schedule almost daily by a route involving 2 laundries and a coal chute, and had sat on a flour barrel in the third kitchen, and had been fed, not banqueted, fed, heel crusts with honey, failed loaves, which he was solemnly informed it was his imperial duty to make disappear. And above all, on the good days, the bread she called hearth bread, a dark, dense, seeded southern loaf, baked from a recipe she guarded with theatrical ferocity in a handwritten book of measures, a recipe she would tell no one whole, and of which she used to say, flowering his hair with one broad hand, "This one is not for the palace, little majesty. This one is from home. This one I am saving for my daughter, when I have her." When he was 13, the Empress reorganized the household, the way winter reorganizes a garden. The third kitchen was found inefficient and closed. Isolde Milne was paid out and gone south before he was told, and the heir of 9 provinces stood in the cold new efficiency where the ovens had been, and did not cry, because by 13 the training had taken and he had stopped knowing how. He never found her. Understand that he could have, later, crowned. He had clerks enough to find one baker in an empire, and he never let them look. And if you have ever guarded a wound by refusing to know its edges, you understand him. The kitchen went where lost warm things go. He ruled. His mother died. The circles in the evening sky began. And then, on an ordinary flight over an unimportant province on the first cold evening of autumn, at 4,000 feet, the wind brought him, impossibly, unmistakably, out of the whole scent map of the world below, one thread of dark, dense, seeded southern hearth bread, and the emperor of 9 provinces went around in the sky like a compass needle finding north. Dragons file memories by scent. You know this by now. These stories have taught you. What you must add tonight is its terrible corollary. A scent is a key that opens the room where the memory lives. All of it. At once. Unbargained with. The flour barrel, the honey, the broad hand in his hair, little majesty, and the Emperor Darius. 2 years circling and not knowing what for, knew in one breath exactly what he had been looking for, and followed the thread down through 4,000 feet of evening, losing it, finding it, quartering the darkening country like a hound, night after night, province after province, in what the flight master's log recorded simply as, "The Emperor is hunting. Object unknown. He will not come down." The thread ran out in a river valley, in a small town called Harrowmere, at mid-morning, at a bakery on the market square. Market day in Harrowmere, mid-morning, first cold week of autumn. 400 people in the square, apples on the stalls, geese complaining, the week's gossip changing hands at the well, and then a shadow crossed the square the size of the square, and the world ended, the way it does in small towns, locally and completely. The dragon came down out of the low autumn sun with a wingspan that unroofed the market of its light, and it landed in the center of everything, scattering stalls with the wind of it, geese detonating in all directions, vast, black, absolute, its folded wings crowding the shop fronts on both sides, and Harrowmere, which had never in its recorded history been visited by anything larger than a tax assessor, achieved in 11 seconds the most complete evacuation in the annals of the province. They ran everywhere and anywhere, into cellars, into the church, into other people's houses, upstream along the river with the geese. The miller's cart was abandoned mid-square, with the mule still in the traces. The mule, tell it in fairness, kept its head, having no imagination, and inside of a minute, the market square of Harrowmere held one dragon, one philosophical mule, a great deal of scattered fruit, and silence, and one lit window. The bakery stood on the square's north side, and its window glowed the way bakery windows glow on cold mornings, and from inside it came, audible now in the enormous silence, the entirely ordinary sounds of someone working, the scrape of a peel on an oven floor, the thump of turned-out loaves, a woman's voice, alone, half humming something with no particular tune. The dragon's head, which was the size of the mayor's parlor, came around toward the window and stopped. Inside the bakery, Petra Milne heard the screaming stop, which was somehow worse than the screaming, and looked up from her ovens, and found her entire view of the market square occupied by an eye. Let me tell you about Petra Milne, and let me tell you honestly, because her part in this story gets sung as fearlessness, and it was never fearlessness. She was 30 years old. She had her mother's broad hands, her mother's bakery, her mother's book of measures, and, for 5 years now, since the fever took Isolde, her mother's absence, which she carried the way you carry weather. She had never left Harrowmere. The town found this odd in a woman whose mother had come from away, from the south, from... Isolde had always been vague, in a fortified way, from service. Petra had stopped being curious about the vagueness at exactly the age when her mother, dying, had put the book of measures into her hands and said the strangest of her strange sentences, the hearthbread, Petra. Whatever else, keep the hearthbread Fridays. You never know who is passing. It was Friday. The hearthbread, dark, dense, seeded, its scent going up the chimney like a signal since before dawn, was in the oven. 4 loaves in, 6 proofing, and the timing of bread is a tyranny that does not recognize emergencies. The 4 in the oven had 9 minutes, and 9 minutes is 9 minutes. So when the light died and the square emptied and the eye arrived at her window, an eye the size of her door, amber, unblinking, fixed on her with an attention total enough to have a temperature, Petra Milne did the arithmetic of her situation with her mother's practicality, and the arithmetic came out like this. If it wants me, the door is no argument, and running will only mean dying tired. And the loaves have 9 minutes. Well, she said to the eye, out loud, because talking to herself was the family failing, you are not a customer I have had before. And she kept baking. That is the fact of it, the fact the ballads got right. She turned back to her work, turned her back, though her hands, be it noted, were not entirely steady, and she floured them twice to hide it from herself, and she worked the peel, and turned the proofing cloths, and the humming, when she managed to restart it, was her mother's no tune, and the window kept glowing, and the scrape and thump of an ordinary Friday went on inside it. Outside, the dragon watched the woman not run. And if you have followed these stories, you know what the town could not. That the creature at the window had spent 2 years being fled from politely in his own palace. Every kindness a transaction, every face a mirror of his rank, and had now crossed 4 provinces, hunting a dead scent, and had found at the end of the thread a lit window with his childhood coming out of the chimney, and behind the glass, broad-handed, flower to the elbows, humming, a woman who upon meeting his eye had assessed him, the black terror of 9 skies, as a scheduling problem. The dragon sat down in the market square to wait. It sat the way cats sit at mouse holes, with the folded completeness of the very patient, its tail curling around the abandoned miller's cart, its eye at the window, and the mule, after some reflection, went back to sleep. 9 minutes later, in the sight of 100 faces at shutters and cellar grates all around the square, the bakery door opened and Petra Milne came out. She came out carrying, the shutters could not believe it, the church, watching through its keyhole, forgot to pray, a loaf of hearthbread on a wooden peel, held out before her like a small dark offering, still ticking with heat. I will tell you how it is, she said to the dragon, and her voice went out over the silent square, steady in the way of a voice being held steady on purpose. My mother said the hearthbread bakes Fridays, because you never know who is passing. 25 years I have watched that superstition eat good flour. And here you are, passing. She set the loaf down on the boards of the miller's cart, stepped back 1 step, and put her floured hands on her hips. So it will be yours, I suppose. But I will need the square eventually, and the geese will want their dignity back. Eat and be on your way." The dragon looked at the loaf. What happened next was seen by 100 witnesses and is told 100 ways. But the mule was closest, and I hold with the mule's version. The great head came down slowly, past the loaf, ignoring the loaf, and stopped level with the woman, close enough that her apron moved with its breath, and the amber eye searched her face the way you search a room you used to live in. The broad hands, the no-tune hum still hanging about her, the set of the chin. "Milne," said the sign over the door, in fresh painted letters, "E.S.T. Isolde, kept by her daughter. Her daughter. This one I am saving for my daughter, when I have her." The dragon that was the emperor of 9 provinces looked at the daughter of Isolde Milne, standing in flower and morning light, with her mother's whole gift alive in her hands, and her mother's grave 5 years old, on the hill above the town. He could read all of it. The scent map hid nothing. The bread and the grief and the courage laid over the fear like glaze, and the eye closed, and the vast head bowed, down and down, until the black brow came to rest, with the weight of a folded blanket, against the boards of the cart beside the loaf. It did not eat. It laid its head down by the bread, and it stayed there, and the sound it made was low and enormous, and had nothing of threat in it at all. And Petra Milne, who did not yet understand one true thing about her mourning, understood the way women of her line understood things. By the hands, that the monster in her market square was not hungry. It was home. The children came back first, as children do. By the second afternoon, there was a row of them along the churchyard wall, ranked by daring, watching the dragon watch the bakery, and the boldest of them, the cooper's girl, 7, destined for great things, walked the whole green, alone, and stood in front of the folded mountain of him, with her fists on her hips, exactly as she had seen the baker do, and informed him, "You ate Petra's Friday bread. That's the good one." The dragon regarded her gravely. It bowed its head a fraction, in what the whole wall unanimously reported as an apology. From that hour, Haromir's terror had a leak in it that could not be mended, and by the time the outriders came, the town had already, in its heart, taken sides. And its side, forever after, was the dragon's. It stayed 3 days, and Haromir learned to live around it, because Haromir had harvests to get in, and the dragon, it emerged, had the manners of a paying guest. It moved off the square proper by the first evening, to the green by the well, where it fit, and it disturbed nothing further, and it waited. There was no mistaking the waiting for anything else. It waited facing the bakery. When the ovens lit before dawn, the amber eyes opened. When Petra crossed the square on errands, the head tracked her with the frank, unembarrassed attention of a lighthouse. The town, watching from a distance that shrank daily, worked through terror into bafflement into, "This is small towns. 3 days is a long time in one." Proprietary pride. Other towns had fairs. Haromir had a dragon, and their baker was, in some manner not yet formalized, its business. She fed it. It would take bread from no hand but hers. This was established when the blacksmith, brave with cider, left it a tribute loaf from the second bakery, and the dragon looked at the loaf, and then at the blacksmith with the courteous non-recognition of a duke, past a forged invitation. But each morning Petra brought the hearth bread out to the green, one dark loaf on the wooden peel, and set it down, and each morning the dragon ate it, slowly, with its eyes closed, in the manner of a creature not eating but remembering, and each morning she stayed a little longer afterward, hands on hips studying it. Because Petra Milne was doing sums of her own, and they would not come out. On the second evening she went up the hill to her mother's grave with a candle lantern, as she did on hard-thinking nights, and sat on the wall and talked it through, the family failing. "It is not a wild thing," she told the headstone. "It has been in service. It waits like something that once had a bell to answer." It will not eat, but from me. It eats nothing but yours, and it eats it like church. And it looked at me. The first morning, she stopped, working her hands into her apron. It looked at me the way old Widow Corse looked at me the year after you went. Like it knew you. Like it was checking your face against mine and finding you. The candle fluttered. The valley lay dark below with one great shape breathing by the well. Who passed through your kitchen, Mother? Who exactly were you saving that bread for, all those Fridays? You and your you never know who is passing. The headstone kept its counsel. Her mother had kept it too. On the third evening, the answer came up the valley road with outriders and lathered horses, and the crest of the 9 provinces on its panniers. The imperial flight master, 60 years in service, grim as debt, who took one look across the green at the shape by the well, and aged backward with relief, in the sight of the whole town. And Petra, standing in her doorway with flour on her hands, watched the most senior soldier anyone in Harrowmere had ever seen walk not toward the dragon, but toward her, and remove his helmet, and bow. "Mistress," said the flight master, "I am going to ask you a question, and I have ridden 4 provinces to ask it, and I beg you to answer it plainly. Where did your mother learn her bread?" They sat in the bakery, the flight master and the baker, with the book of measures between them on the flour-dusted table, and outside the window the shape by the well arranged itself so that its eye kept the lamplit glass in view. "Isolde de Milne," the old soldier said, turning the pages with enormous care, "served 9 years in the 3rd kitchen of the Jade Palace, under the Empress Corvina. The palace has been looking for the trace of her since—" He hesitated, soldier's caution, and then plainly gave it up as beneath the occasion. "I will tell you the whole of it. It is not the palace looking, it is him." And he told her. The frozen court, and the warm kitchen, the coal chute, the flour barrel, the heel crusts and the failed loaves, it had been an imperial duty to make disappear. The Empress's reorganization, the closed kitchen, the boy of 13 standing in the cold efficiency where the ovens had been. Petra listened with her hands flat on the table, and at a certain point, the flowering of the hair, little majesty, she turned her face away to the window, and the great waiting eye beyond it, and did not turn it back until she had command of it. "That is the Emperor," she said. "On my green, by my well, 3 days eating my bread with his eyes shut. That is the Emperor," the flight master agreed. 2 years the court has watched him circle the evenings like a ghost, and none of us could name what he was hunting, himself least of all. Then one night over the eastern hills the wind brought him something, and he went off the map. The old man's voice did a thing it had not done in 40 years of dispatches. "I have known him since he was 4, mistress. I taught him falconry. His mother required it be joyless, and we failed her together twice a week. In all that palace there was one room where anyone was kind to that child for free. Your mother never knew what she was worth. Or," he touched the book's cover, where Isolde's careful stitching still held it square. "Or she knew exactly, and kept it, the way she kept everything, in measures." Petra drew the book to her, and opened it at the last written page, the one she had never baked from because it stopped mid-line, her mother's strong hand faltering with the fever, an ingredient list half finished, a title at the top and then whiteness. She turned it toward the flight master. The title said, "For the little majesty, if he is ever passing." The old soldier looked at that line for a long moment, and then he stood, and went to the window, and signaled through the glass to his emperor, "Found." The dragon became a man at first light on the 4th day, in the empty market square, with the whole town at the shutters and no one breathing. Petra came out to him as she had come out the first morning, through the bakery door, carrying bread. He stood by the miller's cart in plain travel clothes, tall, gray-eyed, 38, with 2 years of circling, and 4 provinces of hunting, and 25 years of a closed kitchen in his face. And she recognized him from the coin, and found the coin had lied. It gave him his mother's jaw, and none of the flour barrel boy the flight master had ridden 4 provinces describing. "Majesty," said Petra Milne, and did not bow, because her hands were full, and because some part of her mother's part, had assessed the situation and ruled that what this man needed walking toward him across a market square, this morning, of all the mornings of his reign, was not one more bent neck. "She called me that," he said, his first human words in 4 provinces. His voice was rusty with the wing. "Little Majesty, I have never heard it since without—" And then he stopped, because Petra had reached the cart, and set down the peel, and what stood ticking on the boards between them was not the hearth bread. It was the last page. She had been up since midnight with the book of measures and her mother's faltering half-line, and she had done the thing bakers of her line did in place of weeping. She had finished the recipe, guessed her way down the whiteness measure by measure, her mother's logic in her hands where it had always lived, and baked, at first light, for the first time in the history of the world, the loaf Isolde Milne had been composing for the flour barrel boy when the fever took her pen. "She left it unfinished," Petra said. "Page says it was for you. I have finished it, on my own judgment, which she trained. So you will tell me if I have got it wrong, but I will warn you first." And her voice, which had held steady in front of a dragon the size of the square, did not entirely hold now. "I do not think either of us believes I have got it wrong." The emperor of 9 provinces broke bread in the market square of Harrowmere, with the flour still on the crust warming his hands, and ate, and it was not wrong. It was the 3rd kitchen. It was the flour barrel, and the honey light, and the broad hand in his hair, and everything the coal chute had ever led down to, alive and finished and handed to him across a cart by a woman with her mother's hands, and Darius, first of that name, who had stopped knowing how at 13, stood in front of 100 shutters and wept. And Petra Milne, who knew exactly what to do with weeping, her trade dealt in it daily, bread and funerals are old colleagues, came around the cart and stood beside him, and put one floured, broad, entirely unauthorized hand on the imperial shoulder, and said the thing her mother used to say over the failed loaves. "There now. It came out better than it went in. That is all we ask of an oven." He did not leave. That is the scandal and the whole rest of the story. The empire's business relocated itself, piece by piece and against every precedent, to a river valley in an unimportant province, because the emperor had discovered that he could not, having found it, leave the window lit. Formally, it was a progress. The court invented reasons the way courts do. In fact, for one autumn, the 9 provinces were governed from the upper room of the Harrowmere Inn, and every morning, early, before the clerks and the couriers got at him, the emperor of everything walked across the market square to the bakery, and sat on a flour barrel. She found him a flour barrel. It was among her first acts of state, and was fed. Heel crusts with honey. Failed loaves, solemnly assigned. And they talked, the way she had talked to the headstone, and he had talked to no one at all, about Isolde, mostly, at first, trading her back and forth, his 9 years for Petra's 25, each of them owning chapters the other had never read, and then, as the autumn went on, about everything a frozen palace and a small town could between them hold. The court despaired. The flight master smiled into his beard. The town of Harrowmere, proprietary from the first, considered the whole match its own arrangement, and has never since been talked out of it. He asked her at midwinter, on the green, by the well, with frost on the world and the ovens breathing gold behind her, and he asked it in the 3rd kitchen's language, because it was the only language his best self had ever been taught. "I spent 2 years circling the sky, and did not know what for. It was never the bread, Petra. The bread was the thread. It was the kitchen. It was the one room where the door was open for free. You are the room. You have been the room since the morning you came out that door with your hands full, and refused to bow. Marry me. I am asking with nothing in my hands. I have checked them. He held them up, palms out, a man displaying honest emptiness. And everything I have is somewhat frozen, and needs a warm room very badly. Mother had a saying pinned over the ovens, Petra said, when she could say things. A southern writer, Radmacher, courage does not always roar. Sometimes courage is the quiet voice at the end of the day saying, I will try again tomorrow. She took his upturned empty hands in her flowered ones and turned them over, inspecting them, the way she candled eggs, thoroughly, and against the light. She kept the hearthbread going every Friday of my life on the strength of that sentence. 25 years of tomorrows, waiting for whoever was passing. Turns out it was you. She looked up. Yes, on conditions. The ovens come with me. The square keeps its market. And on Fridays, Majesty. Every Friday, wherever we are, whatever the Empire thinks it needs, we bake. The Empire learned to arrange itself around Fridays. It is in the household ordinances to this day, the strangest clause in 9 provinces. The imperial kitchens keep one small room, third along the east passage, with a flour barrel by the window, and no servant enters it on Fridays, because on Fridays, the Empress bakes hearthbread with her own hands, dark and dense and seated, and the Emperor of the 9 provinces sits on the barrel and disposes, solemnly, of the failed loaves, of which, the kitchen clerks record with some puzzlement, there is always at least one, however flawless the batch appears to them at the window. The clerks are young. They will learn. Some loaves are failed on purpose, for love, because a boy on a barrel must have his duty. And some doors are kept open for free for 25 years, on faith, for whoever is passing. And some courage never roars at all. It just lights the ovens before dawn, and keeps the window glowing while the whole world runs, and says, to the enormous dark arriving in the square outside, you are not a customer I have had before, but the bread has 9 minutes, and I am not going anywhere. She kept baking. It waited. It is waiting there still, in every telling. The great head at the lit window, the flower-white hands refusing to shake, the moment the whole empire knows by heart. The morning the loneliest creature in 9 provinces followed the last warm thread of its childhood, 4 provinces upwind, and found, at the end of it, glowing in an emptied square, the one door in the world that did not close. On the morning of the 4th day, the door to the dragon's lair opened from the inside. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance had been told, very clearly, that this was not possible. The door could only be opened from the outside. The latch was a drop bar, placed above the frame by someone who had given serious thought to the question of whether a dragon could reach it. The prisoner had been given nothing when she was put inside. There was no mechanism by which the door opened from the inside. The door opened from the inside. And then Kaylee walked out. She was upright. Her coat was intact. Her face was composed. She had a small scrape on her left palm that she had evidently acquired in the first few hours, before she mapped the floor plan of the space in the dark, and she had stopped bleeding well before the end of the first night. She was not limping. She was not shaking. She was the same woman who had been dragged through that door 3 days earlier, except that her posture was, if anything, more settled than it had been when she went in. Behind her came the dragon. Kale's dragon was the size of a war tent. Its scales were the gray-blue of deep river stone, and its eyes were pale as winter sky. This was a creature that had not willingly approached any person in 6 years, a creature that the entire palace had learned to navigate around rather than through. It did not come when called. It did not leave its lair except at its own determination. It was, to describe the matter plainly, a dragon that had decided the world outside its chamber was not worth engaging with. It walked out of its own lair 2 paces behind Kaylee, not because she commanded it, Not because she held a lead or a chain or a handle of any kind. She was simply walking, and the dragon was simply following, the way something follows another something, when the following is entirely its own choice and requires no further justification. The guards looked at the dragon. The guards looked at Kaylee. The guards looked at each other, and then back at the dragon, and then back at each other, because the guards were sensible men who had worked through the obvious explanations and found them all insufficient. Kaylee looked at neither of them. She looked at the corridor ahead and said, in a perfectly even voice, "I would like to speak to whoever holds the charge against me." The bookkeeping record that Lord Varick cited was corrected 11 months ago. The correction is on file with the Trade Registry in the 3rd District. I have documentation. She paused. I have also been in there for 3 days. I would like some water. T.S. Eliot once wrote that what we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning, that the end is where we start from. The beginning of Kaylee's story in the Jade Palace was her dragged entry through a door she had no say in. But the story that mattered, the story that changed things, began the moment she walked back out with the dragon behind her. What follows is the account of what happened in between. 3 days before the walkout, Kaylee had arrived at the Jade Palace in chains. This was Lord Varick's arrangement, specifically. Lord Varick was a man who understood that the law, applied with sufficient speed and confidence, could resolve inconvenient situations before they became sustained problems. Kaylee had become an inconvenient situation when she testified before a provincial magistrate in a trade dispute. Her testimony had included specifics about letters she had carried on behalf of a merchant named Pole, letters that Pole had described as routine business correspondence. The magistrate had found, in reviewing the letters, that the correspondence contained embedded agreements of a nature that was not entirely legal. Paul had identified Kaylee as his courier. The charge was complicity in irregular trade. Kaylee's position was clear. She carried letters. She did not write them, read them, or assess their contents as a condition of carrying them. This was her position because it was also true. She had been a courier for 12 years, and the foundation of her reliability was that she carried what she was given and asked no questions about what it was. Lord Varick's counterposition was that ignorance of cargo was not a legal defense for couriers in the 3rd District, which was also technically accurate, though the provision had not been applied to a courier in 30 years. 2 guards from Varick's household had collected Kaylee from her rented room at dawn, given her no time to gather anything beyond the coat she had draped over the back of her door, and brought her to the Jade Palace. She had asked 3 times during the journey where they were taking her. The guards did not answer. When they reached the palace, she had addressed the question to the palace steward who came to receive the prisoner. The steward had looked at his record and said, with the expression of a man reading a document he would have preferred not to, "The Dragon's Lair, by His Majesty's provision for charges of this classification." Kaylee had looked at the door. She had grown up in the limestone hill country, in a settlement built inside a system of caves. Enclosed spaces were familiar to her, in the way that roads were familiar, not comfortable exactly, but known. She understood the rules of them. Before the guards pushed her through, she thought, "I am primarily annoyed." She held on to this. Annoyance, she had found over 12 years of difficult journeys, was a significantly more useful state than fear. The dragon's lair was dark. Not entirely. There was a thin line of pale light under the far door, and a faint luminescence from the dragon itself, the way some large creatures carry a low light in the deep. Kale's dragon lay in the far corner. Kaylee could see it as a shape against the wall. Enormous. Still. Its eyes were half closed, and they tracked her from the moment the door shut behind her. The dragon had been alone in this chamber for 6 years. In 6 years, it had been brought food, water, and twice an attempt at grooming by a handler who had not returned after the second visit. It had accepted food when it chose to accept it. It had accepted very little else. What the dragon had learned, over 6 years of solitude, was a reliable taxonomy of the things that came through the door. Management. Those arrived with equipment, with purpose-built tools, with the body language of people who had been briefed. Management was to be discouraged, firmly, but without damaging anyone permanently. Fear. Those arrived upright and became small very quickly, pressing themselves against the near wall, making sounds. Fear was not interesting. Fear only wanted to leave. The dragon looked at Kaylee and performed its assessment. Kaylee looked back at it with the directness of someone who had decided that pretending the dragon was not in the room was a waste of available information. She was doing her own assessment. She had not been told, before entering, that the lair belonged to the Emperor's bonded dragon, rather than a separate creature kept for institutional purposes. She had not been told much at all. She was working with observation. Large gray-blue dragon, far corner, not actively threatening. Stone floor, stone walls, cool air temperature, slight movement in the air from somewhere. She catalogued these observations in order of usefulness. The air movement was most useful. It meant ventilation. The space was not sealed. She settled her coat more firmly around her, sat down on the floor with her back against the near wall, and waited. The dragon observed the sitting down. It had not, in 6 years, seen this in the first minutes after the door closed. Kaylee had learned to wait in enclosed spaces when she was 8 years old. The limestone cave system where she grew up had its own rules. Passages that flooded without warning. Chambers that required specific timing to navigate safely. The central lesson of her childhood was that enclosed spaces rewarded patience and punished panic. Panic made you move when stillness was the correct choice. In a cave, moving when you should be still could kill you. Being still when you should move could also kill you. The skill was in knowing which was needed. She was still now. This was the correct choice. She was also, quietly, thinking through her situation with the methodical attention she brought to roots. The charge against her had foundation in a technicality that was being used in bad faith. This was not nothing, but it was also not unsolvable. She had documentation. The correction was on file. The problem was access. Sitting in the dragon's lair, she could not present documentation to anyone who could act on it. She thought about Pole. She had liked Pole. He had been a good client for 2 years. Clear instructions, prompt payment, reasonable schedules. She had thought of him as someone who understood that reliability deserved reciprocal respect. She understood now that Pole had thought of her reliability differently. He had needed someone who would carry without asking, and she had been that person, and that was a different relationship than the one she had believed she was in. The anger she felt about this was not the hot kind. It was quieter, more disappointed than furious. Grief, she thought, was the right word for it. Grieving the version of Pole she had thought was real. The dragon was watching her. Its pale eyes were open now, fully, and they tracked her with the specific attention of something that has noticed an anomaly. After a while, Kaylee said, "I imagine they put people in here to frighten them." She said it the way she said most things. Evenly, without performance. She was not trying to charm the dragon. She was simply talking, because 12 years of solitary roadwork had made her someone who spoke her observations aloud when there was nothing else to do. The dragon did not respond. But its eyes remained open. "I grew up in caves," Kaylee continued. "Not like this one. Smaller, mostly. And we lit them better." She looked at the dim line of light under the far door. "But I understand the general situation." The dragon's tail moved. The tip of it, lifting slightly, and settling. Kaylee noticed this. She filed it, and she kept talking in a low, even voice, about nothing in particular, the way her mother had taught her to talk to uncertain animals on the hill roads at night. Emperor Kale learned that a prisoner was in the dragon's lair on the morning of the second day. He learned this from his morning briefing, which included a note from the palace steward explaining that a courier named Kaylee had been placed in palace detention at Lord Varric's request, under a charge of complicity in trade irregularities, and had been assigned to the dragon's lair by the steward's interpretation of the relevant judicial provision. Kale read the briefing at his desk. He read it twice. He set it down. He had not ordered this. He had not been consulted. Lord Varric had invoked a provision of the judicial code, and the steward had applied it in the most literal way available to him, and the result was a person in the dragon's lair without Kale's knowledge or direction. He understood that the situation required correction. He also understood that correcting it immediately would require a conversation with Lord Varric about the proper use of detention provisions, and Varric was currently in the middle of 3 trade negotiations that Kale needed to conclude before they could be disrupted. A confrontation with Varric before those negotiations closed would destabilize all 3. He made a calculation. He was, as his counsel frequently observed, very good at calculations. The prisoner would remain in the lair for a limited period, enough time for Varric's negotiations to reach preliminary agreement. Then the charge would be reviewed, the errors in procedure corrected, and the prisoner released with appropriate recompense. The harm was containable, the calculation balanced. Kale noted the decision in his private record and moved to the next item in his briefing. What he did not know, because the steward's note included no information about what was happening inside the lair, was that his dragon had moved from the far corner to the center of the chamber during the night, that its eyes had been open for 18 hours, that it had been listening, with complete attention, to a courier who talked to it the way people talk to uncertain animals on hill roads in the dark. On the second day, in the late morning, the dragon moved. It moved carefully, the way large things move when they have been very still for a long time and are recalibrating the relationship between body and motion. Kaylee watched it shift its weight, reposition its front legs, turn its body. Then it lay down again. Not at the far wall, at the center of the chamber, 12 feet closer to Kaylee than it had been. Kaylee looked at it. The dragon looked at Kaylee. "I see," she said. She did not move away. She did not move toward it. She stayed where she was and let it be closer, because it had chosen to move under its own authority, and it was its lair, and she was in it. And these facts gave the dragon the right to make decisions about the geography. "I have been thinking," she said, after a comfortable silence, "about what it means to be reliable for the wrong reasons." She looked at the ceiling. Paul needed someone who would not ask questions. I did not ask questions because I thought that was professionalism. The outcome was the same, but the meaning was different. He thought he had a tool. I thought I had a working agreement with a fair person. The dragon's head turned slightly toward the sound of her voice. There is a particular quality to finding out that a relationship was built on different premises than you believed. Kaylee continued. Not anger exactly, though there is also anger. Something more like realizing the floor was a slightly different material than you thought. You were standing on it. You were right to stand on it. But it was not what you had concluded it was. The dragon lowered its head a few inches. "You have not been eating," Kaylee said. She had observed the pushed-aside food on the previous day, and confirmed its position was unchanged this morning. "I am not going to try to address this. I have nothing to offer you, and it is none of my business. But I notice things when I travel, because noticing things is most of the work of a courier. You carry what you are given and you notice everything else." The dragon made a sound, low and in the chest. Not a growl. Something more like the sound a large body makes when it is releasing a breath it has been holding a long time. Kaylee listened to it. She nodded once, as though this were a response she recognized. On the morning of the third day, the dragon was 6 feet away from where Kaylee sat. It had moved twice more during the night, in increments she had tracked between her intervals of sleep. Each time it had moved closer. Each time it had done so without ceremony, simply relocating with the deliberate quiet of a creature that had decided something and was acting on its decision without announcement. Kaylee had slept in the way she slept on long routes, in sections, waking at intervals to assess the environment, sleeping again. She was not fully rested. She was functional, which was what the situation required. She said, in the early morning light, without preamble, "I do not know what happened to you 6 years ago." The dragon lifted its head from the floor. "I know something happened," Kaylee said. "The lair says that something happened. The food that has not been touched. The way you held yourself against the wall when I first came in. The particular way large animals hold themselves when they have stopped expecting anything to be worth the energy of engagement. That is 6 years of information, and it is not nothing." The dragon was watching her with its full, pale attention. "I am not asking you to tell me," she said. "I would not know what to do with the information anyway. I am just saying that I can see a before, and I can see a now, and the now is different from the before, and something that mattered is on the other side of that line." She was quiet for a moment. The pale light under the far door had strengthened into something closer to morning. "I think," Kaylee said, "that the particular grief of losing something you could not prevent is different from other grief. Because you were there. You know exactly what the moment looked like. You know what decision was made or was not made, or could not be made. And the knowledge does not shrink. It just stays at the same size, in the same place, and you build a life around the edges of it." The dragon's head lowered until it rested on the floor. Its eyes remained open, tracking her face. "My name is Kaylee," she said, simply, and without explanation. Because the dragon had been in this lair for 6 years, and she had been here for 3 days, and she thought perhaps it was time something in this room was named. The dragon breathed, a long, slow exhale that moved the air in the chamber. Then it moved its head, forward and down, until it rested on the stone floor between them. Closer than it had come to any person in 6 years. Its pale eyes remained open, watching her. She was aware, in a way she could not fully articulate, that something had been offered. Not by her. She had simply stayed in the space and talked, and been honest about what she knew and did not know. The offering had come from the dragon. It had decided, over 3 days and 2 nights, that she was worth approaching. She did not know what she had done to earn that. She thought maybe she had not done anything specific. She had simply not done the things that caused the dragon to withdraw. Kaylee sat with this for a long time. Then she said, quietly, "I am going to try to open the door this morning, not to leave immediately, just to confirm it is possible." The dragon did not move, but its eyes, she thought, were patient. The door mechanism was a drop bar placed above the frame on the outside. Kaylee had located it by feel on the first night, running her fingers along the edges of the door after the guards had left. She had not immediately seen a way to address it. The gap under the door was too small for her hands. The hinges were solid. The wood itself was old and dense and not going to give. On the second day, she had found something useful. A shed scale lying near the far wall, a sliver of gray-blue that was thin and rigid and approximately the right length. She had not touched it without asking first, which in this case meant sitting next to it for several minutes and watching to see whether the dragon reacted. The dragon had not reacted. She had picked it up. On the third morning, she applied it to the gap on the left side of the door frame, where the wood did not quite meet the stone. There was a gap there, narrow, and it required a specific angle to reach the bar through it. She had calculated the angle on the second day. Applying it correctly took 3 attempts and an adjustment on the third. The bar lifted. She stood in the doorway for a moment. The corridor was lit and the guards were at the far end, not yet comprehending what they were seeing. She picked up her coat, which she had folded carefully on the second day so it would not sit on the damp stone. She turned and looked at the dragon. The dragon was standing. It had been lying down. Now it was on its feet, all four of them, watching her with the pale concentration of a creature that has made a decision and is waiting to learn whether the decision will be honored. She held the door open. The dragon came through. The report reached Kale mid-morning. He was in council when the steward appeared at the door with the expression of a man carrying information he would have preferred not to be carrying. The steward waited until the current matter concluded. Then he stepped forward and said, quietly, that the prisoner from the dragon's lair had removed herself from detention, and that the dragon had followed her out, and that both were currently in the corridor outside the lair, the prisoner drinking water and requesting her documentation. Kale said, "Which prisoner?" The steward said, "The courier. Kaylee." Kale closed the morning's ledger. He stood. He excused himself from the remaining council matters, and walked to the lair corridor himself, because some reports were not properly evaluated from a desk. Kaylee was sitting on the corridor floor with her back against the wall. She had a cup of water and a stack of papers that she was reviewing with the attention of someone checking a legal argument they had been building for 3 days. The scrape on her palm had closed cleanly. She looked, Kale observed, like someone who had been in an inconvenient situation and had organized her response to it while waiting for the situation to be correctable. The dragon was lying in the corridor, 6 feet from Kaylee's position, lying down, in a corridor, which was not a thing Kale had seen it do in 6 years. Lying near a person, which was not a thing it had done in 6 years. Its pale eyes were open. They tracked from Kaylee to Kale when Kale arrived, with the unhurried attention of a creature that is comfortable with where it is. Comfortable. Kale thought about this word as he looked at his dragon lying in a palace corridor. Kaylee had looked up when he entered the corridor. She did not stand. She looked at him the way she appeared to look at everything, directly, with assessment rather than performance. "The bookkeeping correction was filed 11 months ago," she said. "The earlier record that Lord Varric cited is a superseded draft. This is documented here." She held up the papers. "I am prepared to explain the full timeline if that is useful." Kale looked at her for a moment. "How did you open the door?" Kaylee considered. "The left side of the frame has a gap. The bar mechanism can be reached through it with something thin and rigid at the correct angle." She paused. "I would recommend adjusting it." "How long did the adjustment take?" 3 mornings, she said. "I was not in a hurry." Kale found that he did not have an immediate response to this. He looked at the dragon, which had not moved from its position in the corridor. He looked at Kaylee. "The dragon has not left the corridor," he said. It was not the most important thing he needed to say to her, but it was the thing that was most present in his attention. Kaylee looked at the dragon. "I know," she said. "I brought it something from the kitchen earlier. It seemed hungry." The charge against Kaylee was dismissed the following morning. Lord Varric received a formal document noting that the documentation had been reviewed, the corrected bookkeeping record confirmed, and the charge determined to be unsupported. The document did not reference the dragon's lair. It did not reference the dragon. Before Kaylee left the palace, Kale sent for her. She came to his council chamber without apparent tension. She sat across the table from him and looked at him with the same attention she had given everything in the past 4 days. Direct, patient, gathering information. Kale said, "The dragon has been in that corridor since yesterday morning. It has not returned to the lair." Kaylee nodded. She had been back to the corridor twice. She had brought the dragon water. She had sat with it for an hour in the morning, and told it, matter-of-factly, that she would be leaving the palace today, and that this was not the same as disappearing, and that it knew the difference. "What did you say to it?" Kale said. "Different things," Kaylee said. "Mostly I talked. I talked about roots, about the hill country, about Pole, about what it is like to find out that a relationship you trusted was built on a different premise than you thought." She paused. "I think it was listening to the talking more than the content. Something in the space was familiar. I grew up in enclosed spaces. I know how to be in them without shrinking. Kale was quiet for a moment. I have not been able to reach it in 6 years. What happened 6 years ago? Kaylee said. He answered directly. He was not accustomed to being asked directly, and he found that the directness required a direct answer. I made a decision in a battle that cost my dragon something it cared about. I calculated that retrieval was not possible without strategic compromise. I made the correct military decision. He paused. I made it correctly, and I moved on to the next decision, because that is what the situation required. Kaylee looked at him. And when did you mourn the hatchling? The question sat in the council chamber for a moment. I made the correct decision, Kale said. Quieter this time. Yes, Kaylee said. I think you probably did. I also think the dragon does not care about the military calculus. I think the dragon knows you made the right call. I think it has been waiting for 6 years for you to stop making the right call long enough to acknowledge what it cost. Outside the council chamber, the dragon had moved from the corridor to directly outside the chamber door. Kale could hear it settling. The long, low breath of a creature that has decided to be where it is. There is a position, Kale said, for a courier liaison managing external palace correspondence. It has been vacant for 2 years. Kaylee looked at him. I carry messages. I do not write them, and I do not answer for their contents. That is the position, Kale said. She was quiet for a moment. I will need my own room, access to the postal routes, and if another Lord Varric decides I am useful for his purposes, I will expect to be informed before the guards arrive. Agreed on all 3, Kale said. Kaylee nodded. She looked at the chamber door, and at the sounds beyond it. Then she stood. Go and sit with the dragon tonight, she said. Not to explain yourself, just to be near it. And if you find something to say, say it. The decision and what it cost. Not in the language of military justification, just what it actually was. She left. Kale sat at the council table for a long time. Then he stood, walked to the chamber door, opened it. The dragon was in the corridor. Its pale eyes found him immediately. He sat down on the corridor floor. It was not the dignified position for an emperor. He sat there anyway. I knew what I was leaving behind, he said quietly. I knew the exact weight of it. I made the calculation anyway, and I did not stop moving, because I could not afford to. He was quiet. I am sorry I never said that to you. The dragon lowered its enormous head until it rested on the stone floor. Kale reached out and placed his hand on it. Flat, steady, without asking permission. The dragon did not move away. There is a moment that happened inside the Obsidian Court on a Tuesday morning in late autumn, and I want you to understand what it meant before I tell you how it came to be. The court was full. It was a formal session, one of the quarterly proceedings in which Emperor Valdric reviewed the petitions of the outer provinces. There were perhaps 200 people in that hall, lords and ministers and ambassadors and scribes and attendants. 200 people who knew the customs and protocols of the Obsidian Court, who had spent years learning its rhythms and its rules and its particular silences. Every single one of them went still when Sorath bowed. Sorath was not the kind of dragon that bowed. Sorath had not bowed to anyone in 300 years of living. 300 years is a very long time. In 300 years, Sorath had witnessed the reign of 7 emperors. Sorath had watched empires shift their borders. Sorath had been present at the founding of the Obsidian Court itself, and Sorath had never bowed to any person who stood on those stones. The bow was not small. Sorath did not incline her head in a gesture of acknowledgement. She lowered her entire massive body, which was the color of deep water before a storm, down toward the floor until her chin nearly touched the polished obsidian tiles. Her great wings folded in against her sides. Her eyes, which were amber and ancient, and had seen 3 centuries of human lives pass like seasons, closed briefly, and then opened again. Everyone in that hall understood what they were seeing. Everyone, that is, except for Vesper. Vesper was standing near the far side of the hall with her translation ledger open in her hands, and she was looking at Sorath with an expression of quiet concern. To Vesper, a dragon lowering itself to the floor looked like an animal that might be in pain. Vesper was thinking about whether she should go and check on the dragon. Vesper was wondering whether that was appropriate, given the formal proceedings. Vesper did not know what a dragon's bow meant. The court knew. Every lord and minister and ambassador in that room knew exactly what they were witnessing. They knew the history of it. They knew the weight of it. And they looked from Sorath down toward the floor, following the line of that ancient bow, to see who it was directed at. It was directed at a foreign translator, who was quietly worried about whether Sorath had pulled a muscle. Emperor Valdric stood at the head of the proceedings and watched without changing his expression, but his hands, which were clasped behind his back in the posture he always maintained in formal sessions, tightened slightly. Only someone who knew Valdric very well would have noticed. No one in that room knew Valdric that well. That was something he had been very careful about for 20 years. This is the story of how that morning came to be. It begins not with a dramatic event, but with small, ordinary moments that accumulated without anyone quite noticing them accumulate. Valdric had been ruling the Obsidian Court for 20 years, and in those 20 years he had built something that most emperors only dream of. He had built a system that worked. He had done it through a specific method. Valdric believed that most failures in governance came not from bad intentions, but from unpredictability, from the variance that human emotion introduced into otherwise sound structures. He had watched his predecessor, Emperor Harion, allow personal loyalty to override policy judgment 3 times in 8 years. Each time the results had been poor. Valdric, who was then a young minister in the court, had made a decision about how he would rule if he ever had the chance. He would remove the variance. The Obsidian Court under Valdric ran on written procedure. Every petition had a process. Every ruling had a precedent. Every appointment was made through a scoring system he had designed himself. The ministers who worked under Valdric knew exactly what to expect. They knew his priorities. They knew his standards. They knew that if they did their work according to the established method, they would receive the established result. This was not a small thing. Many of those ministers had served under Harion, whose court had been a place of constant anxiety, because no one ever knew what Harion would decide from day to day. Valdric's court was different. Valdric's court was stable. What Valdric had not examined was what he had lost in the process. The system worked. The provinces were stable. He had metrics for everything he measured, and the metrics were good. He had no metric for loneliness, so he did not notice that he had it. Valdric was 38 years old. He was precise in his dress and his manner and his speech. He had dark eyes and close-cropped dark hair, and the posture of someone trained from childhood to occupy space without sprawling into it. He was not unkind. His ministers would have said he was fair. They would have been correct. They would not have said they understood him. Because Valdric had removed variance from his relationships in the same way he had removed it from his governance. He knew exactly how close to let people come before the relationship became something that could introduce unpredictability. He had calibrated that distance very precisely over 20 years. Sorath had always been the one exception, not because Valdric had chosen it, but because Sorath was 300 years old and had outlived every attempt anyone had ever made to calibrate their relationship with her. Sorath simply existed in whatever way Sorath chose to exist. Valdric had stopped trying to manage this when he was 26. He thought of it as a minor personal failing. He had not understood that it was the most honest relationship he had. The people of the Obsidian Court had a saying about Sorath that the older attendants still repeated to younger ones. The saying was, "Do not try to read the dragon. Sorath would not be read." Most dragons, in the stories the court told itself, were creatures of appetite and power. They responded to dominance hierarchies. They could be understood, with patience and careful study, as operating on principles of interest and self-preservation. Sorath did not operate on those principles. Or rather, Sorath operated on principles that were her own, and she had had 300 years to develop them, and they were not simple. She had watched the court change. She had watched lords who were arrogant in their power become small in their age. She had watched modest ministers outlast the lords who dismissed them. She had a strong preference for people who were simply doing their work without performing it. Sorath did not explain herself. What the court knew about Sorath's bow was this. There were old records in the court library from the first decades of the Obsidian Court's existence. In those records, there were 2 documented instances of Sorath bowing. The first was at the funeral of a stable attendant named Paris, who had cared for the court's horses for 40 years, and who had also, without ever making a point of it, left food and water for Sorath at consistent intervals throughout her service. Sorath had lowered herself to the ground at the funeral and held the position until the ceremony was complete. The second was at the birth of the emperor's daughter 2 centuries ago, when the child had been brought to the courtyard at 3 days old. Sorath had bowed then as well. That daughter grew up to become the court's most celebrated minister of justice. She had died at 92, still in service. The pattern, if you looked at it carefully across 200 years of distance, was not about rank. Sorath had bowed to a stable attendant and to an infant. The records offered no analysis. And what the court also knew, and what Vesper did not know, was that Sorath's bow constituted a formal recognition. By ancient treaty and custom, it meant that Sorath found this person worthy of her attention, worthy of her protection. In the old tradition, it meant that Sorath was placing this person under the court's highest guarantee of safety. No emperor had ever overruled it. No emperor had ever tried. The bow had not happened in 300 years. Until a Tuesday morning in late autumn. Until Vesper. Vesper had come to the Obsidian Court 3 years ago as a junior translator, and in 3 years, she had become something that courts are very good at producing. A person who is necessary but invisible. She was 29. She had grown up in the monastery of the White Ledge, a place of learning and manuscripts and 11 resident scholars who between them spoke 14 languages. Vesper had been left at the monastery at the age of 4, by parents who were traveling merchants, and who had not returned for her. The scholars had not particularly known what to do with a child, but they had known what to do with an eager reader. They had treated her as a student, and she had learned what there was to learn. By the time she was 19, she had mastered 5 languages: the court's common tongue, the southern coastal dialect, the formal written language of the eastern provinces, the old mountain tongue of the border regions, and the formal diplomatic script of the northern nations. She was developing a 6th when the monastery burned. The fire started in the night. It moved fast. Vesper had gotten out with the clothes she was sleeping in and her personal journal, which she had grabbed by instinct because she had always slept with it nearby. She had lost the manuscripts. She had lost the library. She had lost 4 of the 11 scholars. What Vesper did in the years after was what she called reconstruction. She sat down, in whatever shelter was available, and wrote down everything she could remember, every text she had studied, every grammatical rule, every vocabulary list. She worked from memory for 4 years, writing and rewriting, because the act of writing consolidated the memory, and reviewing what she had written identified the gaps. She ended up with 31 journals. When she arrived at the Obsidian Court with those journals, and her 5 languages, and her translator's certificate, she was told she would be starting at the most junior level. She said that was fine. She was assigned to the overflow translation desk. She worked efficiently and accurately. She was promoted, quietly, twice. She was now the senior junior translator, which meant she was trusted but not yet important. At court, translators were furniture. This was not a cruel arrangement. It was a practical one. Translators needed to be present in proceedings without having a presence that distorted the dynamics. Vesper was very good at this. She had been making herself unobtrusive in shared spaces since she was 4 years old. She had 3 journals now filled with observations from her years in the Obsidian Court. None of it was political. Most of it was the kind of noticing that has no particular use. The way Lord Aaron's left hand moved when he was unhappy with a ruling. The particular quality of silence in the hall when Emperor Valdric entered. The way Sorath watched from the high gallery, and what she seemed to watch for. Vesper had been writing about Sorath for 6 months, before Sorath noticed Vesper at all. The quality that Sorath had been looking for over 3 centuries was not easy to name. She had spent a long time trying. It was not courage, though people who had it often had courage. It was not intelligence, though they usually had that too. It was not kindness, though they were generally kind in ways that were genuine rather than performed. The closest Sorath had come to a name for it was the ones who see what is actually there. Most people in the Obsidian Court saw a version of the court filtered through what the court had told them they were seeing. They saw rank and protocol and the performance of power, and they navigated that performance skillfully. But they were not seeing the thing itself. They were seeing the representation. Vesper saw differently. Sorath had been watching Vesper for 4 months with increasing attention, and in that time, she had identified the specific quality of Vesper's observation. Vesper watched without agenda. She was not watching the court to find advantage in what she saw. She was not building a picture of the court that would serve her ambition or her security. She was simply watching because she was genuinely curious about what was actually happening in front of her, and she wrote it down so she could think about it more carefully later. This was rarer than it should have been. Sorath had lived 300 years, and she could count on her claws the people she had known who watched the world this way. There was also a second thing. Sorath had noticed that Vesper was the only person in the court who looked at Sorath herself, rather than at the idea of Sorath. The ministers and lords looked at Sorath, and saw the symbol of the court's power, the creature whose presence legitimized the throne. They were looking at a symbol. Vesper looked at Sorath, and seemed to be actually wondering about her, what she was thinking, what she found interesting, whether she was comfortable. Sorath had first noticed Vesper during a session in which a provincial lord had been rude to his own interpreter, a young man named Bren, who had turned red and continued his work without flinching. Sorath had watched Bren for several minutes. Then her gaze had moved along the colonnade and found Vesper, who was at that moment writing something in her ledger with a small private smile. Vesper had been writing, "The Lord does not know that Bren speaks his home dialect fluently, and has been providing the most courteous possible translations of some quite discourteous instructions for the past quarter hour." Sorath had looked at Vesper for a long time after that. In 6 months of observation, Sorath had never seen Vesper perform anything. She had seen Vesper make small adjustments of courtesy because she thought they were right, not because anyone was watching. She had seen Vesper return a falling ledger to a younger translator without making the younger translator feel embarrassed about dropping it. She had seen Vesper ask a senior minister whether her translation of a difficult passage was correct, when she could simply have delivered it and moved on. Vesper was not performing being good. She simply was how she was, whether anyone was watching or not. This was exactly the thing. This was what Sorath had been waiting to see again for 3 centuries. The first time Vesper noticed that Sorath had moved in her direction, she was in the eastern corridor of the court complex, making her way from the translation office to the main archives. It was mid-morning, between formal sessions. The corridor was mostly empty. Vesper heard a sound behind her that was large and slow and deliberate, and she turned around. Sorath was following her down the corridor. Not quickly, not threateningly, simply walking, in the unhurried way of something that has decided it would like to go in a particular direction, and sees no reason to be subtle about it. Vesper stopped. Sorath stopped. They looked at each other. Vesper said, "Good morning." She had said it before she could think about whether that was the appropriate thing to say to an ancient dragon who was following her down a corridor. It was simply the thing she said when she encountered someone. Sorath regarded her for a moment. Then Sorath continued down the corridor, moving past Vesper at a pace that was almost companionable, and turned left at the junction toward the outer courtyard. Vesper watched Sorath go. Then she continued to the archives. She wrote about it that evening. "Sorath followed me down the east corridor this morning. I said good morning. I am not sure what the correct protocol for this situation is. I do not think there is a protocol. I should probably ask someone. I suspect no one will know." She did not ask anyone. But the next morning, when she was walking to the archives again, she said good morning to the high gallery where Sorath was resting, without looking up. She heard from above a low sound that was not quite a rumble and not quite a breath. She noted this in her journal as, "Sorath acknowledged the greeting." Possibly. Over the next 3 weeks, Sorath followed Vesper on 5 occasions. Each time was in a different part of the complex, and at a different time of day. Each time, Vesper said good morning or good afternoon, depending on the time, and continued doing what she was doing. She did not change her behavior or her route. She simply acknowledged the dragon's presence, the way she would acknowledge any other person in the same space, and got on with her work. The court had noticed by the second week, ministers and attendants who happened to be in the corridors had stopped and stared, and then murmured to each other afterward. Several senior ministers had a quiet conversation about what it meant, and arrived at no useful conclusion. Emperor Valdric had been told about it by his chief minister on a Thursday afternoon. He had listened with his usual composed expression. He had said, "Keep me informed." He had then spent the rest of Thursday thinking about it, with considerably more attention than his expression had suggested. The quarterly formal session of autumn was the largest of the year. All 4 provincial lords were present, along with their full delegations. There were ambassadors from 3 of the northern nations. The hall was as full as it ever became, and all the formal braziers were lit, and the obsidian tiles had been polished until they reflected the light from above like dark water. Vesper was in her position near the side colonnade. She had her official ledger and her personal journal, the latter kept in her coat pocket. She had brought it without thinking, the way she always brought it. The session began at the 9th hour. Emperor Valdric presided from the high dais, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and his expression clear and unreadable. The first 3 petitions were from southern provinces, and required no translation. Vesper watched and wrote small notes. Sorath was in the high gallery. Vesper could see her if she looked up at a particular angle. Vesper looked up at that angle perhaps once every quarter hour, as she always did. This was not a conscious habit. It had become automatic. The 4th petition was from a northern ambassador, and it required translation. Vesper's supervisor signaled her forward. She moved from the colonnade to the center of the floor, where the ambassador stood, and positioned herself at the appropriate distance to render the translation clearly to both the ambassador and the emperor. The ambassador presented his petition in the northern formal register, which was elaborate and indirect, full of honorifics and conditional phrasing that had to be carefully rendered into the court's direct language without losing the political texture underneath. Vesper translated. She was most of the way through the ambassador's petition when she heard a sound from the high gallery that was different from Sorath's usual gallery sounds. It was deeper, more deliberate. She finished the sentence she was translating before she looked up. Sorath was no longer in the gallery. Sorath was on the floor. She had descended the gallery stairs and was now walking, slowly and with great deliberateness, toward the center of the floor where Vesper was standing. 200 people had gone still. Vesper looked at Sorath. Sorath looked at Vesper. And then Sorath lowered herself, her full body, down to the polished obsidian tiles, wings folded, chin nearly touching the floor. Vesper's first thought was concern. The dragon seemed to be in distress. She looked at the large amber eyes, which were open and calm and looking directly at her, and revised her assessment. Not distress. Something else. She did not have the word for what she was seeing. She looked around. The quality of silence in the hall told her she was missing information. 200 faces were turned toward her, with expressions ranging from shock to wonder, to something she could not interpret at all. She looked at Emperor Valdric. His face was composed, but his eyes were on her with an intensity she had never seen in his face before, through many formal sessions. She did not know what the intensity meant. She looked back at Sorath. She said, quietly, "Are you all right?" Sorath made the low sound that Vesper had come to think of as acknowledgement. Then Sorath rose, smoothly and without haste, and walked back to the gallery stairs. The formal session concluded within the hour. Emperor Valdric brought the proceedings to a precise and proper close, and dismissed the assembly with the customary formal words. What happened in the corridors immediately afterward was not customary. The lords and ministers and ambassadors did not disperse in their usual patterns. They gathered in clusters, in the side corridors and the outer courtyard and the formal reception rooms, and they spoke to each other in low, urgent voices. They spoke about what they had seen. They spoke about what it meant. The oldest members of the court, the ones who had read deeply in the court archives over years of service, knew the records. They knew about the stable attendant named Perez. They knew about the infant daughter, 2 centuries ago. They had spent years in an institution that revered its own history, and now they were watching that history come alive in a way none of them had expected to see in their lifetimes. A dragon's bow was not a casual gesture. It was not an accident of posture. It was, in the oldest understanding of the treaty between this court and Sorath's kind, a declaration. Sorath was declaring that this person had her recognition, her regard. In the ancient language of the treaty, the word used was closer to chosen than to recognized, which had always made the scholars uncomfortable because they could not fully explain what the choosing meant. It seemed to mean, of all the people Sorath had assessed across 3 centuries of living, this person had whatever quality Sorath was looking for. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry once wrote, "It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye." He meant that the things which matter most in a life are often the things that formal observation misses entirely. The Obsidian Court had procedures and precedents, and centuries of documented protocol. What it had been looking at, in all that time, was the visible surface of things. Sorath had spent 300 years looking at something the court's formal observation could not quite reach. The lords discussed what it meant for court protocols. The ambassadors discussed what it meant for diplomatic standing. The senior ministers discussed what it meant for Valdric's governance. None of them, in any of these discussions, talked about what it meant for Vesper. Because Vesper was furniture. The bow had been directed at furniture. This was the part that was hardest to process. Valdric was still standing at the high dais after the hall had emptied. He was not thinking about protocol or governance or diplomatic implications. He was thinking about the expression on Vesper's face when she had looked around the hall and seen everyone staring. She had not looked frightened. She had not looked pleased. She had looked, with great precision and genuine curiosity, as though she was trying to understand what she was missing, what information she didn't have. She had looked like someone who trusted that there was a rational explanation and was quietly working to find it, without distress, without performance. Valdric had been removing variants from his life for 20 years, but he had not anticipated watching Sorath bow to someone who did not know what the bow meant, and feeling something that had no place in his system, and no metric, and no established procedure. He wanted to be the one to explain it to her. Vesper was in the translation office, writing up the formal record of the Northern Ambassador's petition, when there was a knock at the door. This was unusual. People did not knock at the translation office. They sent requests through the official channel. She said, "Come in," without looking up, because she was in the middle of a sentence, and she had a rule about finishing sentences before she addressed interruptions. When she finished the sentence and looked up, Emperor Valdric was standing in the doorway of the translation office. Vesper stood. She was aware, in a distant way, that she had ink on her left hand from the pen she had been using, and that this was probably not the condition in which one received an emperor. She filed this observation and set it aside. Valdric said, "May I come in?" he asked. Vesper noted this. An emperor did not need to ask to come into a room in his own court. He had asked anyway. She said, "Of course." She moved around the desk to clear a chair, because the chair across from the desk had her coat draped over it, and her 3 journals stacked on the seat. She moved the coat and the journals to the windowsill. Valdric came into the office and sat down. Vesper sat back behind the desk. She folded her hands. She waited. Valdric looked at her for a moment. He looked like a person who had prepared something to say, and had now arrived at the moment of saying it, and was making a small internal adjustment. This was the first time she had seen him make any internal adjustment that was visible from the outside. She found this interesting. He said, "You did not know what Sorath's bow meant." It was not a question. Vesper said, "No, I didn't. I thought she might be in pain." She paused. "I should probably explain that I've been watching Sorath for 6 months, and I'd noticed that she seems to watch for something specific in people. I wasn't sure what. I thought perhaps she was unwell." Valdric said, "She wasn't unwell." Vesper said, "I understand that now." She paused again. "What does it mean?" He told her. He told her about the treaty, about the stable attendant and the infant, 2 centuries apart, about what the court records said, and what the scholars had argued about for generations. He told it precisely and clearly, the way he told everything, but she noticed that he was telling it in a way that was slightly more than just the facts. He was telling her how he had felt, standing at the head of the hall, watching Sorath descend the gallery stairs. He didn't say that directly, but it was in the telling. When he finished, Vesper was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I said good morning to her every day for 6 months. That's all I did. I didn't do anything special." Valdric said, "I know." He said it quietly. "That seems to be exactly it." There was a pause. Vesper looked at him with the same quality of attention she brought to everything, which was genuine and unhurried and free of performance. She was not trying to interpret his visit strategically. She was simply looking at him as he actually was. A man who had come to a small office to explain something to a person a dragon had chosen, and who had revealed more of himself in the process than he had intended to. She said, "I've also been watching you. In the formal sessions, I have 3 years of notes." Valdric looked at her. "About me?" "About everything. But you appear regularly." She was not apologetic about it. It was simply true. She had been watching because she was curious, and she had written things down because that was how she thought. He said, "What did you write?" She reached past him, very calmly, and took her most recent journal from the windowsill. She turned to a page from 3 months ago and handed it across the desk. Valdric read it. His expression, which had been composed since he walked through the door, shifted slightly. What Vesper had written was precise and accurate, and also deeply kind, in the way of someone who had looked at a thing honestly without cruelty. She had written about the quality of his attention during long sessions, how he never stopped listening when petitions became repetitive. She had written about a moment when a young minister had made an error in a ruling, and Valdric had corrected it in a way that spared the minister public embarrassment. She had written, "I think he is careful with people, more careful than he lets them see." Valdric set the journal down. He looked at Vesper for a long moment. The precision he kept in his expression was still there, but it had opened toward her in a way that 20 years of careful calibration had not produced in any other room with any other person. He said, "There may be some protocol around what happens after Sorath makes this kind of recognition. I am honestly not certain. The records are not detailed." Vesper said, "I'll look into it. I'm good at archives." A pause. Then Valdric said, "I know you are." She looked at him. He looked at her. Outside the translation office, the Obsidian Court continued its ordinary afternoon. Attendants moved through corridors. Ministers reviewed documents. The great hall settled into its quiet between sessions. Vesper picked up her pen. She opened her personal journal to a fresh page. She wrote, at the top of it, in her small and even hand, "Today." And then she stopped and looked up at Valdric instead, because she realized that what was about to happen did not need to be written down in order for her to keep it. Some things are not reconstructed from notes. Some things stay on their own. Valdric watched her set down the pen. Something in his face, which had been precise and contained and carefully calibrated for 20 years, settled into a different position. Not a performance of ease, actual ease, the kind that cannot be scheduled. In the high gallery above the empty hall, Sorath rested along the stone railing in the late autumn light. Her ancient amber eyes were half closed. She had the particular stillness of something that has been waiting a long time, and has now, at last, seen what it was waiting for. The wind had a name on the North Reach, and the old charts called it the Widowmaker, because it did not blow so much as it hunted along the cliffs for anything warm and unwatched. On the night it came back after 7 quiet years, it found the storm spire empty as it had been for 2 centuries. A black throat of stone that no shepherd and no soldier and no priest had ever slept inside and lived to describe. And high above that throat, cutting sideways through rain that fell like nails, a dragon flew with its wings half closed against the gale, not away from the coast as every other living thing was trying to do, but straight toward the one light still burning. That light belonged to Mara Quill, and it had no business burning anymore, because the imperial stipend had stopped 3 winters ago, and the oil was her own, and the cliff was eating an inch more of her yard every spring. She had kept it anyway, because her husband had kept it before he fell from the ladder in a gale just like this, and because somewhere beyond the white water, there were still fishing boats that did not know the charts had changed. She worked with hands that knew every knot and shutter by feel, tying down the goat shed, hammering a second board over the lantern room, talking to the storm the way you talk to a drunk relative who has come back to the house again. The spire watched all of it, and the dragon watched the spire, because the spire was his, and it had been his alone since his grandfather's time, and no creature had ever been permitted to lay its head down inside it and wake again. The law was not written in books but in bone, because the last man who tried to claim the spire for shelter had been found in spring with his eyes open and his body cold, not killed but refused, as if the mountain itself had decided he did not belong. For 200 years the Empire had told that story to keep thieves away from the Emperor's private roost, and for 200 years it had been true in a way that made even generals look away from the cliffs. High in the gale, the dragon banked and the rain turned to steam on his back for an instant, because his blood ran hotter than any forge the coast had ever built. He had passed the palace. He had passed the garrison towers. He had passed 3 imperial chapels built to receive him in a storm, and he had chosen none of them, because none of them held what he had been watching for 3 years without ever landing. Down below, the little square of light that should have been dark years ago was still burning, and in it, a woman in a patched oilskin was lifting a full can of lamp oil up a ladder with her teeth clenched around the handle because her hands were needed to hold on. Mara had learned early that courage is not a feeling but a chore list that you do not put down when the wind tries to take it from your hands. She had already checked the seawall. She had already moved the dry wood onto the table. She had already tied her husband's old hammer to her wrist with twine, so she would not lose it when the shutter nails tore free again. Her house was not a house anymore, but a working lighthouse that had been demoted by the Empire to a rock with a lamp, and she kept it because if she did not, the next storm would take a boat without even the courtesy of a warning. She was 32, and her hair had gone gray at the temples the winter her husband died, not from age but from holding a lamp alone through nights when the dark felt personal. She did not see the dragon at first, because sensible people do not look up in a widowmaker. They look at the board in front of them, and the knot in front of that. The first sign was the gulls going silent all at once, as if someone had put a hand over the sky, and the second sign was the goats going still in their shed and pressing together without bleeding, which they only did when something older than weather was passing over. When she finally looked, it was already low, impossibly low, its belly almost brushing the beacon light, its wings making the rain run sideways, and she understood in a single cold second that the stories about the spire being empty were only half true. She did not run, not because she was brave in the way bards sing about, but because there was nowhere to run that the wind would not find her faster than any winged thing could. She put her back to the lantern room and put her hand on the rail and made herself keep breathing, because she had once watched her husband try to outrun a squall, and she knew that panic is heavier than water when it fills your boots. The dragon circled once, twice, its eye catching the lantern light and throwing it back amber, and Mara realized it was not looking at her, but at the light itself, the way a lost man looks at a fire he thought had gone out years ago. She lifted the shutter to shield the flame, and shouted without thinking, "You will have to wait your turn, I am not done yet." And the absurdity of scolding a legend the size of a fishing trawler in the middle of a hurricane would have made her laugh if her teeth had not been chattering. The dragon made a sound that was not a roar, but a low thrum that she felt in the soles of her feet through the stone, and it hovered, waiting, as if it had been taught manners by someone who had long ago left the coast. The Widowmaker did not build slowly. It arrived all at once, as if it had been holding its breath just offshore, and decided to let it go. The first gust took the goat shed door, and the second gust took half the roof with it, not ripping but lifting, as if the wind had hands and had finally gotten tired of being polite. Mara lunged for the lantern chain because a dark beacon in a storm like this was not an inconvenience, but a death sentence for anyone still on the water, and the chain burned her palms even through the oilskin because the lamp had been burning hot for hours. She got the light secured, and turned just in time to see the western wall of her tower shudder, lean, and give up the argument it had been having with the cliff since her grandfather built it. She fell with it, not far, but far enough to have the wind knocked out of her, and the rain knocked into her mouth and nose, until she could not tell which was sea and which was sky. The stones came down around her, not on her, because the old mortar broke clean, and she lay for a moment in the sudden, shocking cold of the open gale with her tower gone, and her light still burning above her on its iron pole, miraculously still lit, still stupidly, stubbornly lit. The goats were screaming now, and she tried to get up, and her ankle told her in a bright, specific way that it would not be helping with that plan. It was then that the dragon stopped waiting, because there are courtesies, and then there are moments when courtesy becomes cruelty, if it keeps you hovering while someone drowns. He dropped the last 20 feet like a stone deciding to be gentle, his claws splaying at the last instant to take not the stone but the air around her, and the wind vanished as if someone had closed a door on it. Mara felt heat, then pressure, then a strange, awful softness, as if she had been picked up by a storm that had changed its mind about what it wanted to destroy. He did not grab her like prey. He scooped her like a mother cat takes a kitten that has rolled too far from the nest, his foreleg curling under her back, and his wing coming over her like a roof made of living leather. She tried to fight because that is what you do when something huge closes around you, but his scales were hot, and the rain that had been needling her face a second ago was now hissing off him into steam. Through the steam she heard her own voice, raw. "Put me down. The light. You have to." And she felt him rumble again, not in anger but in answer, and then the ground fell away. No one who had ever seen a dragon carry a person had lived to describe whether it was fast or slow, because terror makes poor timekeepers of us all. For Mara it was both, the cliff rushing away below and the beacon light getting smaller until it was the only star left in a world that had otherwise gone black and wet and roaring. She clutched at nothing and then, because her hands needed something true to hold, at the edge of the scale under her cheek, which was warm and ridged and vibrated faintly with each massive downstroke. The spire came toward them, or they toward it, and she understood then where he was taking her, and why no one had ever slept in the lair and lived to tell it. The mouth of the storm spire was not a cave, but a wound in the cliff that the sea had tried and failed to close for 1,000,000 years, and the wind that lived inside it sang, even when the world outside was calm. He slipped inside sideways, wings folded, and the sound changed from howl to hush in a single heartbeat, as if the mountain had swallowed them to keep them secret. Inside, it was dry and impossibly warm, the stone itself radiating heat like a bread oven left banked overnight, and the air smelled of old smoke and rain on hot iron, and something else she could not name but that made her eyes sting. He set her down not on cold stone, but on a deep bed of what looked at first like gray sand, and then, when her eyes adjusted, like a century of shed scales, each one soft at the edges, and warm from the rock beneath. Mara tried to stand, and her ankle gave and she went down again, and this time the dragon lowered his massive head until his eye was level with hers, close enough that she could see her own small, soaked reflection warped in its amber. She lifted a shaking hand before she could think better of it, and touched the hot ridge above his nostril, because she had spent her life fixing small broken things with her hands, and he went utterly still for her. "You cannot keep me here," she whispered, not because she thought he would understand the words, but because saying something ordinary made the extraordinary less likely to kill her. "The boats will need the light, and I have goats." He blinked, slow, and then he did something no imperial chronicle had ever recorded, and no emperor had ever permitted. He curled his body around the scale bed and tucked his wing over her like a blanket, shutting out the mouth of the lair and the storm beyond it. He had never let anyone sleep in his lair. He carried her in from the storm himself. She woke because the pain in her ankle had dulled to a throb, and because it was too quiet, which is the kind of quiet that comes only when a storm has decided to stay for a while and has settled in to wait you out. The lair glowed faintly, not from any fire but from veins in the stone that pulsed amber when the dragon breathed, and in that low light she could see the true size of where she was. Not a den but a hall, high enough to hold a fishing boat upright with room to spare. The floor was dry, the air was warm, and somewhere behind the curve of his wing she could hear water dripping the way it does in safe places. Mara sat up slowly and took stock the way she had been taught in the gray fever years, when she had nursed her husband through a winter that took half the village, checking breath, checking heat, checking what could be moved and what must be left alone. Her ankle was swollen to twice its size but not broken. Her hands were scraped raw, her oilskin was gone, and she was wrapped in what felt like an ancient sail that smelled faintly of smoke. The dragon was awake. She could tell by the rhythm of his breathing, but he did not move his wing. He let her look, as if he understood that a woman who keeps a light needs to see the shape of the room she has been put in to keep from panicking. She spoke to him because silence, in a place that big, felt like a dare. "You are warmer than my oven. Do you know that?" And her voice cracked, because her throat was dry from swallowing rain. "My mother used to say a good oven is the heart of a house, but I have never met a house that breathes." He made that low thrum again, and shifted just enough to let a little more light in from the fissure near the ceiling, and in that light she saw the walls were not bare at all but carved with names, hundreds of them, shallow and deep, some in hands that shook. She ran her fingers over the nearest one without thinking, and felt the stone still warm from the carving, as if the hand that made it had only just left. She read the old northern letters aloud, stumbling, "For Joran who watched, for Miri who waited," and the list went on. Not trophies but debts, and she understood with a lurch that this was not a monster's hoard, but a ledger. The dragon watched her read and lowered his head again, and this time when she touched him she did not flinch at the heat. "You keep your promises in stone," she murmured, and she thought of her own small light that she had kept burning without pay, without thanks, without anyone writing her name anywhere. "I kept mine in oil and glass." The storm did not break by morning, it doubled, because the Widowmaker is a storm that likes to finish what it starts, and it had been interrupted. Inside the spire, time moved differently, measured not in bells but in breaths and drips, and the slow change of light through the high fissure, and Mara began to understand why no one had ever been allowed to sleep here. It was not that the lair killed, it was that it remembered, and to sleep inside someone else's memory without permission is a kind of trespass that cold mountains do not forgive. But she had been carried, not taken, and that difference seemed to matter to the stone. She found a shallow pool near the back, warm enough to steam, and she cleaned her hands and her ankle and drank because the water tasted of minerals and heat, and not of salt, which meant it came from deep and not from the sea. While she worked, the dragon brought things, not gold, not jewels, but useful things, a bundle of dry driftwood in his teeth that he set down as carefully as a man might set down a child, a sealskin that smelled of smoke, a tin cup that was dented but whole. Each offering landed with a soft thump on the scale bed, and each time he looked away after, as if embarrassed by his own thoughtfulness. "Where did you get a cup?" she asked, turning it over in her hands and finding initials scratched into the bottom that were not hers. "Did you steal this from some poor shepherd too?" He huffed, and a puff of hot air ruffled her damp hair, and he nudged the driftwood closer with his nose, clearly prouder of the wood than the cup. She laughed before she could stop herself, a short, surprised sound that hurt her throat, and she fed a piece of wood into a natural hollow where old ash lay, and he lit it with a careful sideways breath that made the flame catch without scorching her fingers. They sat like that for a long while, a woman and a dragon sharing a small fire in a hall built for legends, and outside the mouth of the lair the Widowmaker howled because it could not get in. Mara fed the fire and talked because she had not talked to anyone in 3 years except goats and the occasional gull, and the dragon listened the way only very old things can listen, without interrupting, without needing to answer. She told him about the tower and the light, and the husband who fell, and he told her nothing in words, and everything in the way his wings stayed over her, even when the fire was warm enough. It was on the second night, when the storm had settled into a steady, sullen roar, and her ankle had gone down enough that she could hobble, that the dragon finally moved away from the mouth and into the deeper dark of the lair. He returned with something in his claws that made Mara's breath stop, not because it was frightening, but because it was impossibly familiar. A small, oil-stained book with a leather tie that had swollen shut with sea air. She knew that book because she had tied that tie herself 3 winters ago and thrown it into the sea from the cliff when the letter inside it came back unopened with a palace seal that said no longer required. She took it with hands that shook and untied the knot, and inside were her own careful logs, her own small handwriting, nights and weathers and ships sighted. 3 years of a light kept burning for no pay. On the last page, in a different ink that had bled a little with damp, someone had written 4 words in imperial script. I saw it burning, and underneath, in a hurried scrawl, I found my way home by it. The memory came back to her then, not as a story, but as weather does, all at once, the night 3 years ago, when the storm had been almost this bad, and she had thought she saw something huge fall from the sky beyond the point, something that cried out with a voice that was not quite animal. She had kept the light extra bright that night, feeding it oil she could not afford, because she thought if something was dying out there, it should at least die able to see where the rocks were. "You were lost," she whispered, and she looked up at the dragon with tears making clean tracks through the soot on her face. "You were out there, and you were hurt, and you saw my little light and you—" She could not finish, because the scale of it was too big for a woman who thought her work was small. The dragon lowered his head and pressed his forehead, hard and hot and impossibly gentle, against her shoulder, and the book fell from her hands into the warm sand. He had flown 11 miles past palaces and temples and garrisons with a shattered wing once, just to collapse at the door of the one person who gave without knowing who she was giving to, and now he had flown again, not with a broken wing but with a full heart, to carry that same person out of a storm that would have taken her. On the 3rd morning the wind changed, not dying but shifting east, which on the north reach means the worst is over and the sea will start to give back what it took. Mara woke, and the wing over her was gone, and the mouth of the lair was open, and gray light was coming in, and for a terrible moment she thought he had left her the way legends leave people, without goodbye. Then she saw the shape at the entrance, backlit by stormlight, too small to be a dragon, and too still to be a man waiting to be invited in. He stood with his back to her, his hands braced on the stone on either side of the mouth, as if he needed the mountain to hold him up, and his hair was black and wet, and his shoulders were broad under a simple, travel-torn black coat that steamed faintly in the warm air. He was barefoot, and his feet were pale against the warm stone, and she could see old scars lacing up the back of his neck that caught the light like thin silver wires. When he finally turned, she knew him without ever having seen his face, because there are people you know by the way they have watched over you, even when you thought you were alone. "Your ankle," he said, and his voice was low and rough from disuse, and from breathing fire in a way that human throats were never meant to do. I flew too fast. I did not." He stopped, and swallowed, and tried again, stepping forward, and then stopping himself, because he had spent 200 years learning that his lair was not for others, and 3 days unlearning it all at once. Mara pushed herself up on her good foot, and limped toward him before he could decide to be an emperor instead of a man. "You kept my book," she said, and she was not talking about the logbook, but about the way he had kept the promise written in its margin, and she reached up and put her cold hands on either side of his hot, rain-wet face, because someone needed to be the one who was not afraid to touch first. He leaned into her touch like a starving man leaning into bread, and his eyes, which were amber even in human form, slipped closed for a second, as if the simple pressure of her palms was a kind of permission he had been waiting 2 centuries to receive. "I have never let anyone sleep here," he admitted, and the words were a confession dragged from somewhere deep and defended. "Not my generals, not my council, not my own brother when he begged shelter in winter, because this place it was." He opened his eyes and looked at her, truly looked, and the emperor fell away, and only Calum remained, a man who had carried a woman through a hurricane because he could not stand the thought of her light going out. He told her then, in fits and starts the way men who do not talk often tell important things, what he had heard from the cliff for 3 years while he circled and did not land. He told her about hearing her sing off-key to the goats while she mended nets, about hearing her argue with the lantern as if it were a stubborn child, about hearing her cry once, only once, on the anniversary of her husband's fall, and then wipe her face and relight the wick. He told her that every other light on the coast went dark when the Empire stopped paying, but hers stayed, and that a dragon who had spent his life being approached for favor had finally found a human who kept a promise when there was nothing left to gain by keeping it. Mara listened and fed him water from the tin cup he had stolen for her, and she laughed wetly when he tried to explain that he had watched her for so long because he was trying to understand what kind of creature works without reward. "We call it stubbornness where I come from," she told him, poking his chest with a finger that left a small, damp print on his shirt. "My mother called it being too stupid to know when you are beaten, which is the same thing as courage if you squint." He caught her hand and held it against his heart, which beat too fast for an emperor, and just right for a man who had finally landed. Outside, the storm was breaking up into ragged clouds that raced each other toward the horizon, and through the mouth of the spire she could see a thin, miraculous bar of blue, and, far below, the iron pole of her beacon still standing, though the tower around it was gone. She thought of her goats and her small, ruined house, and felt a pang that was not quite grief and not quite relief, because some things need to be taken by the wind before you can admit you were tired of holding them. "I have no tower now," she said quietly, and she looked at the carved names on the wall, and at the scale bed, and at the man who had never let anyone sleep in his lair, and had carried her in from the storm himself. "I have nowhere to keep the light anymore." He stepped closer and tucked a strand of her gray-tinged hair behind her ear, with a hand that trembled slightly, not from cold, but from the effort of being gentle after a lifetime of being terrible. "You kept a light for ships that never thanked you," he answered, and his voice dropped to something that was almost a vow. "Let me keep a light for you for a change. Mara Quill, if you will let a dragon learn how to be a house instead of just a hall of old names." They left the lair together at noon, not because the lair cast them out, but because the coast needed to see that its keeper had not been taken after all. He carried her again for the short flight, because her ankles still would not bear her, and because he had discovered he liked the way she fit against his chest when she was not afraid, and the fishermen on the rocks below stopped mending their nets to stare, and then to kneel without being told. Mara did not want them to kneel and told them so loudly enough that her voice carried over the surf. "Get up, you fools, there is work to do. The tower is down." And the dragon behind her made a sound that in any other throat would have been a laugh. The Empire sent riders 3 days later, because an emperor missing for 3 days is a crisis, and an emperor returning with a limping signal keeper in his arms is a story that will be told for 100 years. They found Calum not in the palace but on the cliff, hauling stone with his own hands alongside Mara and half the village, building not a tower but a small, low house with a very strong lantern room and a very large dragon-sized porch. He had taken off his crown and left it in the spire, because crowns are poor things to build with, and he had kept the tin cup because some debts are better remembered than displayed. On the first night the new light burned, Mara slept not in the spire, but in her own bed with the door open and the sea air coming in, and the dragon slept curled around the house with one wing over the roof, because a promise kept for 3 years deserves more than a single night's shelter. The old law that no one sleeps in the lair was not broken, it was rewritten, because the stone had finally found a name it wanted to keep, and it carved it itself in the warmest part of the wall, shallow and careful, in letters that a woman who mends nets could read without stumbling. Mara Quill, who kept the light when no one paid her to. And below it, in a different hand that shook a little less than before, Calum Rook, who finally found his way home because it was still burning. She had never asked to sleep in a legend. He had never let anyone sleep in his lair. He carried her in from the storm himself, and then he learned how to stay. The arrow that grounded Emperor Roderick was never meant for him. It was border iron, barbed in the cruel treaty pattern the Kingdom of Ashford reserves for smugglers and spies, fired by a border patrol doing exactly what border patrols are trained to do: bring down an unmarked dragon crossing their airspace without colors, without warning, without the courtesy of announcing whose sky it thought it owned. Roderick flew that route incognito on purpose, once a season, unmarked and unguarded, the one indulgence he permitted himself as a ruler who had not seen his own borders with his own eyes, rather than a minister's report, in 3 years. The patrol did not know they had grounded an emperor. They knew only that they had struck a dragon flying low and fast over disputed territory, and they took the hit as a victory and went home to report it, and left the wounded animal to whatever the wilderness did with it. The arrow had gone in below the wing's leading edge, at the joint, and it had gone in wrong. Barbed iron does that, by design, tearing worse coming out than going in, unless the hand removing it knows precisely the angle and the give of dragon musculature, which no border patrol's Fletcher had ever been required to learn. Roderick went down hard in the scrub forest, a half-day's flight from the nearest of his own garrisons, in territory that belonged to no one's map cleanly, and lay there through a full day and night with the barbed iron working its cruel geometry deeper with every attempted movement, in more danger from the arrow's design than from the wound itself. He was, by the second dawn, beginning to understand that he might simply die there, unmarked, unmourned by anyone who would know to look in this particular stretch of disputed scrub, an emperor lost to his own indulgence, and a border patrol's understandable mistake. That was the state a traveling apothecary found him in, on the morning of the second day, when she came off the trade road to check a rumor about a fallen tree that had, in fact, been a very large and very wounded animal the whole time. Tamsin Reed had crossed this exact stretch of disputed scrub 11 times in 6 years, because Tamsin Reed treated whoever needed treating, in whichever kingdom they happened to be standing in when the need arrived, and she had long since stopped asking the scrub who it currently belonged to. She was 30, unmarried by her own arrangement rather than anyone's failure to ask, and she carried her whole practice on a mule, and in a satchel of instruments she trusted more than most people's medical degrees, because she had built her competence the hard way, treating what settled physicians in 3 kingdoms would not touch: border wounds, plague-adjacent fevers, injuries that came with complicated politics attached. She had a reputation, in certain unofficial circles, as the healer who did not ask which side you'd been fighting for. It was not principle exactly. It was practicality. Wounds did not care about borders, and neither, mostly, did Tamsin. She smelled the dragon before she saw it. Old blood, and a specific bitter tang she recognized after a moment's thought as treaty iron, which was not a metal she'd expected to find embedded in anything this far from a garrison, and she came around the scrub oak expecting, at worst, a poacher's snare victim, and found instead 40 feet of grounded black dragon with a 6-foot barbed shaft standing out of its wing joint at an angle that told her, in the single glance of a trained eye, exactly how close to fatal the next 12 hours were. Any sensible apothecary keeps walking. Tamsin Reed had never once in 6 years been accused of sense over usefulness. "Right," she said, out loud, to the enormous pained eye that swung toward her with the flat, exhausted wariness of something that has stopped expecting help and started merely cataloging threats. "You are considerably larger than my usual patients, and I am going to need you to hold very still, and I am going to need you to trust on no evidence whatsoever that I have removed worse than this before." She set down her mule's lead, opened her satchel, and got to work, because that was, in the end, the entirety of Tamsin Reed's politics. Something was hurt, and she was the only competent hand within reach of it, and the rest was details. The removal took the better part of an hour, and it was, by Tamsin's own later admission, the single most technically demanding extraction of her career. Treaty iron barbs are angled to catch on withdrawal. That is their entire cruel design, and a wrong pull tears the wound wider and drives fragments deeper, which is precisely what had begun happening in the dragon's own panicked attempts to work it free before she arrived. Tamsin worked instead with the patience of a woman disarming a trap rather than pulling a splinter. She traced the barb's angle by touch first, murmuring a running commentary to keep her own hands steady and, she suspected, to keep the enormous creature beneath them from bolting mid-procedure. "Hold. Just there. I have the angle now. This next part will hurt considerably, and I am sorry for it, and doing it anyway," and drew the shaft free in one continuous motion along the exact curve the barbs demanded, so that they folded rather than caught. The sound the dragon made was not quite a roar. It was closer, Tamsin thought, packing the wound with pressure and the strongest wound moss her satchel carried, to the sound a very large animal makes when relief and pain arrive in the same breath. "There," she said, tying off the dressing with the brisk unceremony she gave every patient, human or otherwise. "That is out, and it was in wrong, which is the worst kind, so you have my genuine respect for surviving a full day of it. You will not fly on this wing for some while. You should not move much at all for a day or two, which I recognize is easier instruction to give a person than a creature of your considerable size, but I will ask it anyway." The great head, exhausted, turned to regard her with an attention that Tamsin, busy repacking her satchel, already mentally moving on to the day's remaining errand, did not have time to fully register as unusual. She had removed the arrow. She had dressed the wound. The patient, whoever or whatever it truly was under the scales, was not, in her professional accounting, her business beyond that. She left him a poultice, instructions for changing the dressing that she was fully aware he could not follow without hands, and the last of her clean water, and continued on toward the next town on her circuit, because the whole of Tamsin Reed's calendar was built around people who needed her more urgently than a dragon large enough to survive without her. She did not look back to see him watching her go. If she had, she would have seen an emperor who had never once, in 3 years of rule, been treated by anyone who did not know or care what he was, and who had, in the length of 1 hour's careful hands, discovered that he did not want that particular unceremony to end. Tamsin reached the border town of Millhaven by dusk, and spent the next 2 days doing what she always did. A fever ward, a difficult birth, a farmer's crushed hand that 3 other healers had already declared beyond saving, and that she saved through sheer bloody-minded technique. She thought of the dragon exactly twice, both times with the practical satisfaction of a job competently finished, and did not think of him a third time until the evening of the second day, when the innkeeper's boy came running to say there was something enormous circling the church spire. She went out to look, expecting weather, or a trick of cloud, and found instead a black shape holding a slow, careful circuit above the town, at an altitude that favored the injured wing, watching. She understood this the moment she saw the angle of the great head, not the town, her. "You are meant to be resting," Tamsin called up, with the specific exasperation of a healer whose instructions have been ignored by a patient large enough to ignore them thoroughly. "That wing needs stillness, not flight, and certainly not showing off over a church roof for an audience of one very unimpressed apothecary." The dragon did not land. It circled twice more, as if considering the accusation and finding it not entirely worth arguing, and then it withdrew toward the tree line at the town's edge, and did not appear again that night. Though Tamsin, checking the fever ward past midnight, caught the distant impression of a shape settled low against the dark hills, patient, watching the one lit window in Millhaven that happened to be hers. It became, over the following days, an arrangement neither of them named aloud. Tamsin's circuit carried her onward from Millhaven toward the second town on her seasonal route. A full day's travel by mule along the trade road, and the dragon, wing healing at whatever pace an injury of that severity allowed, which was, she noted with clinical approval whenever she caught sight of him, considerably faster than a human patient would have managed, kept pace at a distance that some days closed to a mile, and some days opened to the edge of sight, but never once broke entirely. She told herself, the first few days, that it was coincidence, or territory, or the simple overlap of a dragon's usual range with her usual road. By the fourth day, with the second town's rooftops in sight, and the black shape still visible on the ridge behind her, holding station the way a ship's escort holds station, Tamsin Reed, who had built a whole career on refusing to look away from inconvenient facts, stopped pretending she had not noticed the pattern for what it was. "You are following me," she said, that evening, to the dragon settled at the tree line beyond her camp, close enough now that the firelight caught the old scar where the arrow had gone in. "I would like that stated plainly, since you cannot state it yourself. This is not a coincidence of range. You have left your own territory considerably behind you, wing half-healed, to keep a healer in sight who removed one arrow and gave you a poultice and asked for nothing further in payment." The dragon said nothing, because dragons in that form cannot, but the great head lowered, slowly, in a gesture that needed no translation, and Tamsin sat by her fire a long while after, turning the fact of it over with the same careful attention she gave a difficult diagnosis, because she did not, in truth, have a category ready for a debt this large, arriving from a patient this strange, and following her with this much patience across ground that cost him more than she had yet understood. There is a scene from the second town that Tamsin never told anyone about, not the flight master, not eventually even Roderick himself, until years had made it safe to laugh over, and I will tell it to you now, because it is the truest hinge the whole 10 days turned on. It happened on the third night in the second town, in the fever ward she had come there to run, when a child of 6 came in, burning hot enough that the local midwife had already begun, quietly, preparing the mother for the worst. Tamsin worked through the night on instinct and stubbornness in roughly equal measure, the way she worked every fever that frightened her, and toward the deepest part of the dark, with the child's breathing gone shallow and wrong, she stepped out the ward's back door for one clear-headed minute, before she had to decide what to try next. The dragon was there. Not circling, not distant. Down on the ground behind the ward, folded small as 40 feet of him could manage, and when she came out white-faced and shaking, he did the only thing available to a creature with no hands and no medicine, and an apothecary's whole crisis written plain across her face. He lowered his head to her level and simply stayed, close and warm and silent, while she stood with her back against his foreleg, and got her breathing back under her own control. "I do not know if I can save her," Tamsin admitted, to the enormous patient dark, in a voice she had not let the ward hear. "I have lost children before. I know how to keep working through knowing that, most nights. Tonight I needed 1 minute of not knowing it alone." She got her minute. Then she went back inside and worked until dawn, and the child lived, and Tamsin Reed never told the mother, or the midwife, or anyone in that town, that the healer's steady hands through the worst of the night had been borrowed, for one crucial minute, from a stranger's dragon, on the wrong side of her own back door. But she remembered it every single day of the Three Kingdom journey that followed, and it was, if she was honest with the private ledger she kept of such things, the night she stopped merely tolerating his following, and started, quietly, to need it. The flight master, riding those same 9 days of rumor a healer's circuit behind them, gathered a version of that story secondhand from the midwife, who mentioned only that the healer had seemed to draw some private strength from somewhere out back before the crisis broke, and the old soldier, no fool, having watched his emperor's evening flights toward a lighthouse coast for reasons no one had ever explained to him either, filed it away as one more piece of a pattern he was beginning, uneasily and then gladly, to recognize. The trade road crossed into the kingdom of Vern on the 6th day, and here the arrangement became, for the first time, genuinely dangerous, because Vern and the empire Roderick ruled had spent the better part of a decade in careful, unfriendly peace, and an unmarked dragon crossing that particular border, without colors or writ, was, by Vernish law, an act of war rather than a curiosity. Tamsin understood the danger before she fully understood why she understood it, some accumulated instinct from 6 years of reading borders for a living, and on the first night in Vernish territory, she walked out from her camp alone, deliberately, until she found him settled in a fold of hillside well back from any road. "You cannot follow me into Vern," she said, without preamble. "I do not know what you are, precisely, though I have begun to have theories I am not yet willing to say aloud, and I do not need to know to tell you that a dragon crossing this border unmarked will get you killed by people with considerably worse aim than the patrol that put that arrow in you the first time. I have 3 more days in this kingdom. You will wait for me at the border, or you will not wait at all, and either is your choice to make. But I will not have you dying of stubbornness after I went to the trouble of keeping you alive." The dragon held her gaze for a long moment in the dark, and then, to her genuine surprise, withdrew. Not far, not entirely, but back across the borderline itself, to a ridge on the Empire's own side, where he could see the road she'd take, without setting one claw on ground that would make him a casus belli. He waited there 3 full days, visible on clear mornings as a dark shape against the ridge, patient past what Tamsin had believed any creature, human or otherwise, capable of sustaining for a stranger's convenience. What Tamsin could not see, in those 3 days, was the Empire itself beginning, quietly, to fracture around its absent ruler. Roderick had been gone, by then, the better part of a fortnight, far longer than any of his sanctioned incognito flights had ever run, and his council, initially patient with what they assumed was an extended survey of the borders, had moved by the 2nd week into the particular controlled panic of ministers who do not know whether their emperor is alive, and cannot say so publicly without inviting the exact instability they are trying to prevent. Riders had gone out along every route he was known to favor. None had found more than rumor. A wounded dragon glimpsed over disputed scrub, a black shape circling a border town's church spire, a healer's circuit that seemed, oddly, to be shadowed. The flight master, the same old soldier who would, in a different province, in a different season, bow to a lighthouse keeper at a forbidden threshold, pieced the rumors together faster than the rest of the council, because he alone had spent 3 years quietly worrying that his emperor's insistence on flying his own borders unmarked would end exactly this way. He did not raise the alarm publicly. He simply took the fastest courier dragon in the imperial stable and began following the rumor trail himself, 3 days behind a healer's circuit and a wounded emperor keeping pace with it from a discreet distance, growing more convinced with every town he questioned that he was chasing something considerably stranger than a survey gone long. Roderick, on his ridge at the Vernish border, knew none of this. He knew only that he had never, in 3 years of rule, waited for anything the way he was waiting now, and that the waiting did not feel like the cost his council would have assumed. It felt, disconcertingly, like the first patience he had ever practiced that was not owed to the throne. He filled the 3 days practicing, in his own head, the conversation he did not yet know how to have with a woman who asks no questions and expected no payment. He had been an emperor since he was young enough that flattery had stopped registering as flattery decades ago. Every voice in his life, since the crown had settled on him, had wanted something shaped to fit his rank. Tamsin Reed had knelt over him in the scrub with a satchel of instruments and asked for nothing but his stillness, and it had taken him the better part of 9 days on the road to understand that the strangeness he felt in her presence was not confusion. It was the entirely unfamiliar sensation of being treated like a patient rather than a throne, and he found, turning it over on his lonely ridge, that he did not want to go back to the other kind of attention ever again. Tamsin came back across the border on the appointed morning to find him exactly where she'd left him, wing-heeled enough now that she could see, even at a distance, the difference 3 days' careful stillness had made. "You waited," she said, and there was something in her voice that had not been there at the first town, some crack in 6 years of professional unceremony that she heard herself make and did not entirely try to stop. "You asked me to," the dragon did not say, because he could not, but the great head inclined, once, in the gesture she had learned by now to read as plainly as speech, and Tamsin found, standing at the border stone between 2 kingdoms with a healed patient, waiting on the wrong side of caution for her, that the theories she had been declining to say aloud for a week no longer felt safe to keep declining. "You are not merely a dragon," she said. "You have not been merely a dragon since the second town, and I have been a coward about saying so, because saying so changes the shape of everything I thought I understood about the last 10 days. But I have treated enough patients to know the difference between an animal's gratitude and whatever this is, and this is not an animal's gratitude, and I would very much like you to stop letting me pretend otherwise." The third crossing, back into Imperial territory, toward the last town on Tamsin's circuit, a modest crossroads settlement called Aldergate, where she kept a room above the apothecary's shop she rented seasonally, was the first the dragon made openly, in full daylight, at her side rather than her distance, and it was on the road into Aldergate, within sight of the crossroads itself, that the flight master's courier finally caught them both. The old soldier landed in the road with the particular controlled relief of a man who has spent 9 days genuinely uncertain whether his next duty would be a rescue or a funeral, and the sight of his emperor, wing-heeled, alive, walking the last mile into Aldergate at the shoulder of a travel-worn apothecary with a mule and a satchel of instruments, undid something in his face that 3 years of careful court composure had never once let show. "Majesty," the flight master said, and his voice was not entirely steady. "The council believes you dead. I have ridden 9 days on rumor, and hope in roughly equal measure. I would very much like to know what I am to tell them, and I confess, I would like to know it before I have to invent something." Roderick looked at the old soldier, and then at Tamsin, standing beside her mule with the flat, wary patience of a woman who has just watched an emperor's own guard arrive and is recalculating, at speed, exactly how large a complication she has acquired. "Tell them," Roderick said, "that their emperor was grounded by a border patrol's arrow, saved by a traveling apothecary who asked no questions and expected no payment, and that he has spent 9 days discovering he would rather follow her the rest of the way, to wherever she calls home, than fly back to a throne that for the first time in 3 years, he is in no particular hurry to reach." "That is not," the flight master said carefully, "a message the council will find entirely reassuring." "No," Roderick agreed. "I imagine it will not." Tamsin, listening to this exchange with the growing vertigo of a woman whose ordinary circuit had somehow acquired an emperor, a courier, and the full weight of imperial succession in the space of one road, found herself laughing, helplessly. The way you laugh at the exact moment a thing becomes too large to hold with a straight face. "I have a room above the apothecary in Aldergate," she said, when she had breath again. "It is not a palace. It has one window and a leaking roof. I have been meaning to fix for 2 seasons. But it is where my circuit ends every year, and it is, I suppose, the closest thing I have to a home for you to have followed me across 3 kingdoms toward." Robert Frost wrote that home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. She looked at him, healed and travel-worn, and standing in a crossroads road with an emperor's whole unfinished life balanced somewhere behind his eyes. "I did not expect to be taking anyone in this season. I find I am not going to argue with it." The throne, as it turned out, waited considerably better than the council's 9 days of panic had suggested it would. Roderick returned to it within the month. An emperor cannot simply not return, whatever a leaking roof in Aldergate might have to recommend it. But he returned changed in ways the court noticed before he ever explained them. A ruler who now flew his borders with an escort, as his council had begged him to for 3 years, but who also, twice a season, took a leave of absence long enough to raise eyebrows, and short enough to avoid another 9 days of manufactured funeral, and rode a plain trade road to a crossroads town, with 1 window and a formerly leaking roof, which imperial masons had quietly, thoroughly repaired, without ever being asked why. Tamsin did not give up her circuit. This was, in the end, the single point neither of them ever seriously contested. She had built 6 years of purpose out of treating whoever needed treating, in whichever kingdom they stood in, and an emperor's proposal, however sincerely meant, was never going to be worth more to her than that. What changed instead was the shape of his season around hers. A throne learning, for the first time in Roderick's reign, to travel towards someone rather than only ever being traveled to. They married in Aldergate, at the crossroads, with her mule stabled contentedly nearby, and the flightmaster standing witness in the front row, with an expression the court scribes recorded, with some astonishment, as unmistakably fond. She kept practicing, he kept following, when the season allowed it, at whatever distance duty required, and no further, because he had learned, on a ridge at the Vernish border, exactly how much waiting he was capable of, when the thing worth waiting for was worth it. The wedding itself drew a stranger guest list than Aldergate's crossroads had ever hosted. Farmers and fever-word mothers from 3 kingdoms who had, at one point or another over 6 years, been patched, birthed, or saved by the woman at the center of it, standing shoulder to shoulder with imperial ministers who had crossed borders they had spent a decade fortifying against exactly this kind of unmarked crossing. The council, in the end, came around to the match with far less resistance than the flightmaster had privately predicted, not from sentiment alone, though there was plenty of that once the story got told properly, but from the plain political fact that an emperor who had survived being grounded, unmarked and unguarded, on foreign scrubland, and lived to explain it, had made a more convincing case for himself in 9 days than 3 years of careful ceremony ever had. Vern, for its part, sent a formal envoy to the wedding, the first friendly crossing between the 2 kingdoms in a decade, occasioned, with the particular irony history enjoys, by the same border that had nearly killed the groom in the first chapter of the whole story. The border patrol captain who had loosed the original arrow was, by then, thoroughly mortified and thoroughly forgiven. Roderick insisted on meeting him personally, shook his hand, and told him, with visible sincerity, that he owed the man a debt he had no intention of ever fully explaining. Home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Tamsin Reed had spent 6 years making a home out of other people's doorways, healing whoever needed healing and moving on before anyone could ask her to stay. It took 1 wrong arrow, 3 kingdoms, and a dragon too stubborn to stop following, to teach her that a door could, on occasion, be built to keep a person rather than merely pass them through, and that she was, at last, and for the first time in a well-traveled life, entirely willing to be taken in. She counted 47 bones on the floor of the dragon pit. Most of them were not animal. Eva had arrived in the pit on a Tuesday, which she knew because back home the market set up on Tuesdays and the smell of wood smoke and frying bread had just started moving through the village when the tribute collectors came. She had been carrying a basket of turnips. She remembered setting them down carefully before they took her, which was a strange detail to hold on to. But she had nothing but time and stone and bones now, and strange details had a way of expanding to fill available space. The pit was 40 feet wide and 60 feet deep. The walls were smooth. Not naturally smooth, but worked smooth, sanded and carved by human hands over many generations until they offered nothing to grip. She had learned this on day one. Now, she pressed her back against the eastern wall, where the sun came over the rim in the late morning, and warmed the stone for a few hours before moving on. She pressed her spine into that warmth every day, as though it were something more than stone made briefly bearable. 4 days. The sentence for failure to produce tribute was 4 days in the dragon pit. On the 5th morning, the Emperor's dragon came. Her grandmother had never told her what happened inside the pit. She had spoken of the dragon court with the flat precision of someone who treats a dangerous thing as a fact rather than a fear. The Emperor rules, the dragon enforces. The tribute comes or the pit opens. What happened after the pit opened, she had communicated in the shape of what she left out, in the particular way she had of ending sentences a word before the hardest word arrived. Eva understood now why. It was the kind of kindness that didn't announce itself. She understood also why the walls were smooth. There had been a man with her for the first 2 days. He had talked a great deal on day 1 and less on day 2, and on the morning of day 3, he was simply gone. She had not seen or heard anything take him. He might have been released. She had let herself believe that. The alternative was something she kept in the back of her mind in the same way you keep a dangerous tool. She knew it was there, and she left it alone. Day 4 was the last day before the dragon came. Eva sat with her back against the warm stone and thought about Mira. Her sister was 12 and laughed too loudly at things that deserved to be laughed at, and not loudly enough at the things that didn't, which put her in minor trouble at a steady rate, but never in serious trouble, and the minor trouble had always required Eva to smooth over. Without Eva, Mira would need to learn to smooth things over herself, character building. That was what Eva told herself, with the particular firmness of someone's telling themselves something they need to be true. She was still thinking about Mira when the silence changed, not the absence of sound, the withdrawal of it. Every small ambient noise in the world around the pit, drawing back like water before a wave, leaving a stillness so complete she could hear her own blood. Then, underneath the stillness, a vibration, deep and low and felt in bone before it was heard at all. It moved up through the stone floor and into the soles of her feet and settled at the base of her skull. The shadow fell over the rim of the pit. She opened her eyes. He was larger than the stories had prepared her for, and the stories had prepared her for something very large. His scales were not the red of fire. They were the black of deep water, of oil on stone, carrying in their depths a shifting iridescence that moved between violet and green and the blue of something buried far from light. He descended with the absolute precision of something that had never made an unintentional movement. Wings held close as he circled once at the midpoint of the pit's depth. He regarded her with one eye the color of molten copper. She looked directly back at it. She did not have a reason for this. She had never considered herself brave. She had always believed courage lived in other people. People with louder voices and wider stances, and a different relationship to the physical experience of fear. She was afraid now in a way that was specific and located. in her chest and her knees, and the back of her throat. She was also, she realized, finished with running from things. She had been running from things her whole life in small, necessary ways. From her father's creditors and the tribute collectors and the arithmetic of never quite enough. She was tired of it. The dragon landed, not at a measured distance. He simply folded his wings and dropped the remaining distance to the floor of the pit, and stood enormous and warm and radiating heat she could feel across 30 feet of bone-scattered stone, and looked at her with the copper eye. The wind from his landing moved her hair across her face. Her legs were shaking. She was aware of this from a distance, the way you can be aware of pain in a part of yourself that has gone past feeling. Her hands were flat against the stone wall behind her. She did not move them. The dragon lowered his head slowly, with the deliberate care of something that understood the difference between its size and another creature's, and brought his eye level with hers. She could see the rings in it. Copper at the outside, gold and amber closer in, and at the center, a vertical pupil the color of smoke. She could see herself reflected in it, smaller than she felt. Chin up, his breath washed over her. Hot stones and old fire, and underneath both of those, the deep mineral smell of mountains from the inside, the smell of things that had been burning since before she was born. He pressed his nose to her chest. It was the most gentle thing she had ever felt. The sound that came out of her was not a sob or a word. It was the sound of a held breath released, weeks of the specific years of the specific tension of not being able to afford to fall apart. Her hand came up before she had told it to, and pressed flat against the side of the dragon's jaw. He was warm. She had not expected that. He made a sound then, low, resonant, felt more in the chest than heard in the ear, moving through stone and settling in her sternum like a steady pressure placed there to quiet her. Then from above, a voice, quiet, certain, bring her up. The rope ladder was thick-braided and smelled of dragon oil. Ava climbed it with her arms still shaking and her hands still registering the warmth of enormous scales, and when she pulled herself over the rim and stood on the observation platform, she understood the silence waiting for her. 30 people, perhaps more, courtiers in layered silks, officials with the measured stillness of those trained not to show surprise, soldiers in black and gold scaled armor. They had come to watch the dragon come. It was, she had been told, a thing that happened, that those condemned to the pit sometimes drew an audience, that endings carried their own gravity. They looked at her the way people look at something that has broken a category they relied on. She pulled the soldier's cloak that someone had draped over her shoulders more tightly and looked for the man who had spoken. He was not difficult to find. The space between him and everyone else maintained itself without effort. He stood at the western edge of the platform, separate, with his hands loosely clasped behind him, and his gaze already on her as she rose. He was tall. He was wearing black in a way that read not as costume but as the natural color of the air around him, formalized into fabric. His face. She didn't have the words for his face yet. She filed that for later. His eyes when she reached him were the same copper as the dragon's eye. Not similar, the same. Your name, he said. Ava. Head it back quietly, as though testing whether it fit a space he had been holding open. How long were you in the pit? 4 days. Were you frightened? She considered a lie and left it there. She was too tired for it. Yes, she said. And then I wasn't. He was looking at her throat. She became aware, with the specific clarity of someone who has learned to pay close attention in order to survive, that something was warming against her collarbone beneath the borrowed cloak, beneath the strip of old cloth she had worn around her neck her whole life. Her mother's scarf, folded thin and soft over 20 years of wearing. She had never thought much about it. It would keep her safe, and she had believed that the way children believe things their mothers tell them. And she had kept wearing it after her mother was gone because it was the last thing she had. The warmth was becoming visible through the fabric, a golden glow rising through the weave. The Emperor reached forward and held the edge of the cloth between two fingers. "May I?" he said. The asking surprised her. She nodded. He unwound the cloth slowly. It fell away, and the sound that moved through the gathered court was the compressed silence of 30 people holding one breath. On the left side of her collarbone, where the bone curved toward her shoulder, was a mark. She had had it her whole life. Her mother had called it old blood. Her grandmother had looked at it once when Ava was young and said nothing, which was the loudest thing her grandmother had ever not said. Ava had spent years looking at it in still water and seeing a shape her mind kept translating differently: scale, wing, flame, eye. She had eventually stopped trying to name it. In the light it was emitting now, it looked like all four at once. Something moved in the Emperor's expression. Too many things underneath simultaneously, like weather visible through glass. "The Dragon Covenant mark," he said, very quietly. "Not for the court." "I don't know what that means." "I know." He looked at her steadily. "It means my dragon chose correctly. It means you are not going back to the pit." A pause. "And it means we have a great deal to discuss." The room was larger than her village's meeting hall. She measured it by pacing before she could stop herself. 42 steps wall to window, and then stopped because the number made her feel further from home than any distance alone could account for. A woman arrived who occupied a category of her own. Not quite servant, not quite courtier, but someone who had spent enough time in powerful places to understand exactly how much space she was permitted to take up, and had learned to move within that space with total ease. Perhaps 60. She said her name was Dara and she had served the Imperial House for 31 years. "Then you know what the mark means," Ava said. "Everyone in the court knows." Most of them had stopped believing they would ever see it. Dara sat beside the fire with the ease of someone who had sat in many chairs in many rooms. "They have seen it now. Tell me in plain language. What is the covenant?" Dara considered her for a moment. Assessing, Ava thought, not unkindly. "The Dragon Covenant is older than the current dynasty. When the first emperor claimed this territory, a bargain was made. The empire would be ruled by his line, and in exchange, the land would provide a true mate for each emperor who needed one. Not a political match, not a strategic alliance." Dara paused. "The real thing. The mark appears on a woman born in the territories who carries the right resonance, the right alignment with the dragon's nature. It appeared on your ancestor 400 years ago. It has not appeared since." 400 years, Ava said quietly. "The emperor at that time took her as his mate. She was a washerwoman from a border village. The court did not recover from the scandal for a decade." Dara said this without particular weight, as though decade-long court scandals were a routine historical note. "You understand what I am telling you. He is going to ask me to be his mate. He has already asked his dragon to wait, which is not a small thing for a dragon." Dara folded her hands. "The covenant does not compel. It never has. The mate must choose. This is not a formality. The choice must be real. And if I choose not to, a silence. The mark will remain. What you are does not change with your decision." Dara looked at her steadily. "But the Emperor has waited 900 years. That night, Ava lay in the enormous bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about 37 generations of women carrying a mark without knowing what it was. Passing it down through daughters the way you pass down practical skills, not sacred, not explained, just present, just there. Her grandmother's particular silence about the dragon court. Her grandmother watching a dragon's shadow cross the night sky with an expression that Ava had not understood then and understood now. It was the expression of someone who had kept a very old secret and was watching the keeping finally come due. He came to her door himself on the 10th day, which Kala, the lady-in-waiting, who had appeared that morning with a laugh that arrived without warning and left just as quickly, communicated as unprecedented through the specific quality of her stillness. He said he wanted to show her the garden. He said it with the carefulness of someone who has thought for a while about how to say something and has settled on simplicity as the safest form. She went. The garden was behind the palace's east wing, and she stopped moving the moment she stepped through the arch. Dragon country grew things she had no names for. Plants that fed on geothermal warmth and volcanic mineral, things with roots deep in burning stone, flowers with petals the color of cooling lava, dark reds and ambers and near blacks, shrubs with silver leaves that rustled in the warm updrafts from the vents in the garden floor, trees with charcoal dark bark and white blossoms that looked wrong by any standard she had, and were beautiful in exactly that wrongness. Through the center of the garden ran a channel of water, so warm it steamed, and the steam caught the late light and turned it gold. "You built this," she said. Not a question. Expanded it. He walked beside her, not ahead of her. She noticed that. The original was here when the palace was built. I've added to it over the centuries. When I am in my other form, I can feel the geothermal current very clearly. Things grow well in it. She looked at him sideways. He was watching the plants with the expression of someone who is somewhere that requires nothing of them. "What is it like?" she said. "Your other form. From the inside." He was quiet long enough that she thought he might not answer, not from evasiveness, but from the effort of accessing something he did not often examine. "Like being finished," he said finally. "In this form, I am always aware of the parts of myself that don't quite fit. The scale of me, the age of me. In the other form, everything fits." He paused. "He is not a separate creature. He is the rest of me. In this form, he is present but quiet. The way a second voice is always with you, even when you are not speaking." They stopped beside the warm channel. Steam curled between them. "He knew me before you did," she said. "He knew what you were the moment you descended the rope ladder." Something moved in his face, a small admission through the controlled surface of him. "He was extremely displeased with me for allowing you to be placed in the pit. You couldn't have known. The mark was hidden. I know that." He is aware of that. A very brief change in his expression. He remains displeased. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. The warm steam moved across her face. 900 years, she said eventually. "What do you do with 900 years, he considered. "You govern, you build. You watch things grow that you planted when your great-great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren were not yet born. You solve problems that take 3 generations to resolve. You learn a great deal about patience." A pause. "And then you learn that patience is not the same thing as peace. Is that what you have? Peace?" "No," he said simply. "I have structure. The empire is sound. The structure of it can bear a great deal, but structure is not peace. Peace requires someone to come home to." She's let that settle. Did not flinch from the weight of it or try to lighten it. "What is the covenant asking for?" she said. "Exactly. In plain words." He turned to face her fully. "It is asking if you will be my mate. My empress, the woman who stands beside me in both courts, the dragon court and the human court, who shares my dragon's bond, who does not leave." He paused. The word came out very quiet. "Who stays? And if I need to see my sister first? If I need time to understand what I'm choosing?" "Then you see your sister," he said. "And you take the time you need. You've waited 900 years. Yes, and you would wait longer." He looked at her steadily. "For a real choice rather than a pressured one, yes." She had been in the palace 9 days when the court began its campaign against her. She had expected something and was not entirely prepared for the form it took, which was not confrontation but erosion. Her meals arrived late and cold. The water for washing was never quite warm. The lady-in-waiting assigned to her was replaced with a woman whose contempt was precise and constant. Kala, who had laughed too freely and been genuinely kind, simply stopped appearing. The message was clear. You do not belong here. You cannot survive this court. Ava found this considerably less distressing than they had intended, because she had grown up managing insufficient resources with the efficiency of someone who has never had another option. She had managed a household on tribute that left nothing spare, had managed her father's debts and her sister's minor disasters, and the specific grinding arithmetic of not quite enough. Cold water and late meals and social erasure were, if she was honest, less taxing than what she had grown up doing. She found it almost restful in its simplicity. One opponent, obvious. She went to the garden instead. She went at dawn before the court was moving, and sat beside the warm channel in the early blue light and thought. She thought about the mark on her collarbone, which glowed faintly in the dark. She had checked the first night, and found it gave off just enough light to read by if she held a page close. She thought about 37 generations of women who had carried this thing without knowing what it was. She thought about what it meant to be the one the mark had woken for. The Emperor found her there. He stood at the garden's arch and looked at her, sitting by the warm channel with her hands folded and her chin up, the position she seemed to default to when she was working something through. "The court is making things difficult," he said. "Yes, I can stop it. You don't need to." She looked at him directly. "I'm not going to be driven out by cold water and calculated rudeness. They should understand that about me before they invest further effort." Something moved in his face that might have been the beginning of a smile, pressed back before it arrived. "What they fear," he said carefully, "is change. The court has operated on known structures for a very long time. You represent the ending of those structures. Because I'm human. Because you are mine." He paused. "They don't yet know how to account for that." The words settled between them, not claimed possessively but stated as fact, with the quiet weight of something that had been true for a very long time before it was said aloud. She let it settle. "That's a significant thing to say," she said. "Yes. I have been saying it in my head for 9 days. I thought I should say it in words." She almost left on the 15th day. Not because of the court. Not because of cold water, or late meals, or the new woman's contempt. It was something smaller and more honest. She woke at 3 in the morning in the enormous room, and felt the distance between herself and everything she had been before she walked into the dragon pit. And the distance was so large, she could not find the edges of it, and for a long and airsless moment, she genuinely did not know who she was on this side. She had been Ava who carried terms, who smoothed things over, who kept the fire going, and the debts manageable, and her sister from the worst of her disasters. She had been the older daughter in a village that was never quite enough, which meant she had been good at making not enough function as almost enough. That competence had defined her. Without it, she did not know her shape. She got up, put on her boots and her cloak, went to the garden, because the garden was the only place in the palace that felt grown rather than built. He was already there. She stopped when she saw him. He was sitting on the stone beside the warm channel in the dark, not doing anything, simply sitting with the total stillness of something that has nothing to prove to time. He looked at her when she came through the arch, and did not ask why she was there at 3 in the morning. "I don't know how to do this," she said. It came out more honestly than she planned, which happened sometimes around him. His precision seemed to impose precision on the air around him. "I don't know how to be what the Covenant is asking for. I was carrying turnips." "I know, an actual basket of turnips." Yes, he was quiet. 900 years ago, the woman who carried the mark before you was washing linen at a stream outside her village. The Covenant doesn't select for preparation. It selects for resonance. "Fit," he paused. "You fit, how do you know that? You've known me for 15 days. Something moved across his face. When he spoke, his voice was the careful quiet of someone choosing words, because the careless ones would be too much. "Because my dragon pressed his nose to your chest and made the sound he makes when he is home," Sassad. "I have not heard that sound in 900 years. I know exactly what it means. She sat down on the stone beside the warmer channel. Not beside him, a foot of space between them. The steam curled around her face. "I'm not going to leave," she said. "I want you to know that. I wasn't actually going to. I was working through the part where I have to decide who I am on this side of everything." He looked at her. "And what did you decide?" She looked at the warm water, at the light it gave off in the dark, moving gold over ancient stone. "The kind who stays," she said. "That's what I've always been good at. Staying, making things work." A silence. "I know that," he said quietly. "I have been watching you for 15 days. She sent a message the next morning. She wanted to meet the dragon alone. Without the Emperor present, just the dragon in the garden before dawn. The reply came quickly. He would bring the dragon and withdraw. He was as good as his word. She arrived at the garden arch before the sun was over the mountains, and found the dragon there, vast and still in the blue half-light, filling the space with a warmth and a presence that made everything else feel secondary. The Emperor stood at the arch, looked at her once, and walked away. She heard his footsteps on the stone path, until the stone swallowed them. She crossed the garden. In the pit, the dragon had pressed his nose to her chest. Now she placed her palm flat against his chest, over the place where his heart beat. And it did beat, she could feel it. Slow, deep, steady as the geothermal current beneath the garden stone. His warmth moved through her hand and up her arm. The mark on her collarbone lit, not dramatically, not with fire or surge. It simply woke, warmly and completely, the way an eye opens when the light is exactly right. The dragon made the sound. She stood there with her palm on his chest in the early morning, and understood something she had been circling for 15 days. The covenant was not about the Emperor in the way she had been thinking about it. The Emperor was what the covenant was offering her. The covenant itself was the land and the line and the mark. A bargain made before dynasties, carried in the bodies of women who didn't know what they held, sleeping patiently through 37 generations until the right morning and the right pit and the right girl who was too tired to run. The mark had not appeared because she was prepared. It had appeared because she was real, because she was the specific shape of person that fit the specific need, because she had stood in the floor of the dragon pit, with 47 bones around her, and an enormous creature descending toward her, and she had looked directly back at it instead of away. That was what the covenant had been waiting for. Not noble blood, not power or political value. Just that, the looking back. She took her hand from the dragon's chest, turned. The Emperor was standing at the garden's arch. He had not left. She supposed she had known he wouldn't. She walked toward him across the garden. The dragon shifted behind her, settling into the volcanic warmth beneath the stone, with the specific contentment of something that has arrived where it was always going. She stopped in front of the Emperor and looked up at him. "Yes," she said. His face did something she had no words for. The structure of 9 centuries, carefully maintained, deliberately held, shifting briefly into what had been kept behind it for a very long time. Not tears, not collapse, something quieter and more complete than either. The expression of someone who has waited for something so long they have half forgotten what it would look like to have it arrive. Eva," he said, very quietly. "I want my sister here before any ceremony," she said. "And I want to keep coming to the garden every morning. And I want to understand things as we go. I won't pretend to know what I don't." "Yes," he said. "Yes to all of it." She looked at him, at the copper eyes and the 9 centuries inside them. "You've been very patient," she said. "I had very little choice. You could have chosen someone else, settled for something less." He looked at her steadily. "No," he said. "I could not have." Mira arrived 4 days later in a cart that had clearly been arranged at considerable expense, wearing a new traveling cloak and an expression combining deep suspicion with barely contained excitement in proportions that were entirely specific to her. She looked at the palace. She looked at Ava. She looked at the dragon. who had chosen to be visible on a ledge above the gate. Because very large things sometimes choose to be visible when they want to make a point. That is a real dragon, Mira said. Yes! You walked out of the pit! Yes! And now you're... Yes! Ava hugged her hard. Come inside. I'll show you the room that's larger than our village meeting hall. You'll hate it. The ceremony, when it came, was small. She had been specific about that. Not a state event. Not weeks of court ritual. She had explained to Dara, who had explained to the relevant officials, that what was going to happen would happen privately, or it would not happen at all. This statement alarmed certain people considerably, and struck the Emperor as entirely reasonable. In the end, it was the garden. It had always been going to be the garden. Early morning. The volcanic mountains copper in the first light. The warm steam from the channels moving slow and gold. No audience. Just the two of them and the dragon, who had positioned himself at the garden's far wall, with the particular contentment of a creature that has finally arrived somewhere it intended to be. The claiming bond in the dragon court was not spoken vows. It was the mark. When she accepted the bond, fully consciously, with complete understanding of what she was accepting, the mark would complete its activation. His would respond. He stood before her in the morning light and looked at her with the copper eyes that held 9 centuries inside them. You're certain, he said. Don't ask me again, she said. I've been certain since 3 in the morning in the garden when I told you what kind of person I was. The last held tension of 9 centuries, of 900 years of waiting for one specific thing, moved across his face and released. She reached up and pressed her palm to his chest as she had pressed it to the dragon's chest, over his heart. His hand came up and covered hers. Warm, steady. The mark on her collarbone lit like the opening of an eye. It did not hurt. It did not overwhelm. It felt like recognition. Like a door, locked for a very long time, opened simultaneously from both sides. Like the warmth of the dragon's nose against her chest in the pit, but everywhere and permanent. Like coming home to somewhere she had never been but recognized in her bones. He looked at her with an expression she had no words for, and discovered she did not need words for. Behind them, the dragon made the sound. Low, resonant. Felt through the stone and into the soles of both their feet. The sound of something finally, completely finished. The court adapted. Courts always do. Within 3 months, the new empress was a fact that the dragon court had arranged itself around, the way water arranges itself around. The stone did not move. Mira stayed 6 months and then returned home to a village whose tribute obligations and general infrastructure had been significantly improved in ways that were not officially connected to her sister's position, but were very obviously connected. She came back to the palace twice a year. Every time she arrived, she looked at the dragon on his ledge above the gate and said, "Still real," with profound satisfaction. The garden grew wilder that first spring than it had in a century. The flowers opened past their usual season. The warm channels ran higher. The steam in the morning light turned gold earlier and stayed longer. Ava went to the garden every morning. Usually alone, some's not. The Emperor, Kalen, she called him now, in private, which had required a conversation he received with the expression of someone who has not been called by his name in a very long time. Came sometimes and sometimes didn't, and both were fine. They were learning each other. It was slow and deliberate and occasionally surprising, and she was genuinely good at it, which made sense. She had always been good at patient work. 900 years of waiting, and she had walked out of the dragon pit into his life carrying a mark on her collarbone that she had worn her whole life without knowing what it said. It said, "Here." It said, "Finally." It said, "This one." The dragon had known before either of them had language for it. That was the thing about very old creatures. They recognized things the rest of the world was still in the process of catching up to. She pressed her palm to the mark each morning when she woke. It was warm. It had always been warm. She just hadn't known until now what it had been waiting to become. Lord Varric's judge delivered the sentence on a Friday morning in the lesser court, in a room that smelled of old paper and deliberate procedure. The charge was tax irregularity. The documentation was, as Varric's documentation always was, technically precise and practically dishonest. There was a bookkeeping error in Thessaly's company records that had been present in the previous year's filing and corrected before the current year's. Varric's judge cited the uncorrected version. Thessaly listened to the sentence without changing her expression. She had been a merchant's wife for 9 years, and a merchant in her own right for 3, and she had learned to read the architecture of a decision before it was announced. She had known, when the date of the hearing was set, what this hearing was going to produce. She had also known, before that the moment she won the trade court case against Varric's claim on her late husband's company, she had made an enemy who was going to use every tool available to him. The sentence was the Dragon's Cave. This was an unusual sentence. The Dragon's Cave was technically a form of imperial detention, used rarely, applied to charges that Varric's judge had classified at a level that most legal scholars would have found surprising. It was the kind of classification that required specific authorizations, which Varric had apparently obtained, or had created the appearance of obtaining, because the judge read it without hesitation, and the guards who flanked Thessaly received the order without question. She was given no time to gather anything. She had her coat and the ring she wore on her right hand, which had been her husband's ring, and the small knife she kept in her coat pocket, because she was a woman who traveled trade routes, and she had never stopped keeping a knife. The guards had not searched her coat. In the carriage to the imperial palace, Thessaly looked at the city through the narrow window, and thought about her late husband, Martin, who had believed until the end that honesty in business was its own protection. She had believed this also, for most of their years together. She had stopped believing it somewhere around the second time she won a case she should not have needed to bring in the first place. Maya Angelou wrote that you may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I will rise. Thessaly was not thinking about this in the carriage. She was thinking about the status of her supply agreements, and whether the factor she had put in charge of the eastern routes was competent enough to manage them without her for however long this was going to take. She was thinking practically, because practical thinking was the thing she did when she was frightened, and she was, underneath the composed expression, very frightened. Not of the cave, of what it meant for the company she had spent 3 years rebuilding from the wreckage of her husband's death. She was frightened, and she was also, with a precision that coexisted with the fright, furious. The Imperial Palace's Dragon Cave is not a dungeon. This distinction matters, and it is one that people who have not been inside it tend to get wrong. A dungeon is designed for confinement, low ceiling, narrow walls, managed darkness, the architectural language of being held down and in. The Dragon's Cave was designed for a dragon, which means the ceiling is 40 feet high. The floor space is large enough to hold a creature of enormous mass in multiple positions, and the light, while dim, comes from several sources and is not eliminated. You can see, you can stand upright, you can walk a considerable distance from one wall to another. What the cave is not is comfortable for a person. The floor is stone. The temperature is cool and does not change. There is a sound, low and beneath hearing, that is the sound of the stone itself, which is very old and has held the weight of a dragon in it for many years. The space is not hostile to a human body, but it is not arranged for one. Everything in it is scaled to something much larger. Oren's dragon had been living in this cave for 11 years. The cave held the evidence of this. Shallow grooves in certain sections of the floor where a dragon's weight settles repeatedly over time. The particular warmth in one corner that was the accumulated warmth of something large sleeping there. The dragon was not in the cave when Thessaly arrived. The guards who pushed her through the outer door said nothing about this. She assessed the space before she did anything else. She was a merchant who assessed conditions before she made decisions. And this was a condition. She walked the perimeter, measured it with her steps, noted the light sources, noted the temperature variation between the corners. She found the warmth in the far corner and noted it as the dragon's habitual position. She found the outer door's mechanism and assessed it. She found, in the middle of the space, a place where the floor was slightly less cold than the rest, and she decided this was where she would spend her time, because being in the coldest part of an already cold space was unnecessarily difficult. She sat down. She arranged her coat. She was deciding what to do next when she heard the sound that was the outer door being moved from outside, and the dragon came in. 3 years before Thessaly was put in the cave, Orin had fought in dragon form at the Battle of the Granite Pass. This was not unusual for a dragon emperor in battle conditions. What was unusual was the scale of the engagement and the decision Orin had made mid-combat to shield a section of the city wall that would otherwise have been lost. The shield had required him to hold position, while the enemy concentrated its fire on him. He had held. The city wall had survived. He had sustained a wound to his throat that the physicians had described, afterward, as nearly unsurvivable. It had not been unsurvivable. But the dragon voice had not returned. The dragon voice, in the tradition of the imperial line, was the sound a dragon emperor made when speaking truth that required acknowledgement. It was a sound below ordinary speech, a resonance that could not be faked and could not be mistaken, a sound that anyone who heard it recognized as true, in the same way you recognize the sound of thunder as real before you have decided anything about it. Orin had used his dragon voice to resolve disputes that would otherwise have required years in the courts. He had used it to end 3 uprisings without a single death, simply by speaking the truth of the situation in a way that no one present could find a way to deny. The voice was gone. He governed without it. He governed well. He was a careful emperor, precise and fair, and the absence of his dragon voice had made him more precise in other ways, had made him attend to written law and detailed argument with a thoroughness that his council respected. But the dragon was different. The dragon had been silent for 3 years. Not mute. It made ordinary sounds, the sounds of movement and breathing, and the low vocalization that meant attention. But it did not speak. It had not spoken, in any of the ways a dragon speaks, since the battle. The physician said the wound had healed. The voice had not returned with the wound's healing. They had no explanation for this. Orin had stopped asking for one. The dragon came into the cave while Thessaly was sitting on the floor assessing the space, and it stopped when it saw her. Thessaly had been surviving since she was 23 years old. She had grown up in the second city of the eastern provinces, in a family that was comfortable but not wealthy, and she had been good at commerce since she was old enough to understand what it meant. She had a mind for supply chains, for the mathematics of margin, for the particular kind of patience that trade required, the patience of understanding that the right arrangement takes time to find, and that rushing to the wrong one is always more expensive than waiting. She had married Martin when she was 23, and he was 31. Martin was a good man, in the way that very few people are actually good, not from performance or strategy, but from a genuine orientation toward fairness that he had never found a reason to compromise. He had built a trading company by being reliably honest, in a field where reliability and honesty were separately valued, but rarely combined. He had been loved, in the way of commerce, which meant he was trusted. Martin died of a fever when Thessaly was 31. She had been beside him for the 3 weeks of it, managing the company through his factor by day and sitting with him by night. After he died, she had taken 4 days alone in their house, and then she had gone back to the company, because the company was what he had built, and she was not going to let it be taken by the 3 men who were already filing legal claims within a week of the burial. She had won those cases. She had won the subsequent cases. She had won the case against Varric, and here she was, on the stone floor of a dragon's cave, because winning was apparently insufficient protection against a man who had enough contacts in the courts to reclassify a corrected bookkeeping error as a detainable offense. She had survived the deaths and the cases and the long years of rebuilding. She looked at the dragon now, standing in the entrance to its own cave, regarding her, and she thought, I have been in worse positions than sitting on a floor in the presence of a large creature that has not yet decided what I am to it. She nodded at the dragon, once, in the way she nodded at business associates she was meeting for the first time. The cave had held other people before Thessaly. Orin's dragon knew this. It had been inside this cave for 11 years. In those 11 years, it had seen 11 people brought through the outer door at the end of various legal processes, put into the cave as the form of detention the charge required, and then, in most cases, removed within a few days when the detention had served its procedural purpose. The dragon had learned to recognize the pattern of people in the cave. There was the first stage, which was near the door. Most people stayed near the door initially, because the door represented the way out, and proximity to it felt meaningful, even when it was sealed from the outside. There was the second stage, which was calling out. Some called for the guards, some called out more generally, some cried. The dragon did not find this objectionable. The space was frightening, and calling out was a reasonable response to it. There was the stage that followed calling out, which was one of two things. Some people became very still, entering into a kind of suspended state, where they sat near the door and waited without moving, and seemed to require as little of themselves as possible until the door opened. These people, the dragon had observed, were usually fine when they left. They had managed the experience by shrinking down to a size that the experience could not reach. Other people, in the third stage, tried to engage with the cave. They explored it. They spoke to the dragon, sometimes with questions, sometimes with demands, sometimes with the particular brightness of terror that looked like confidence. These people were also usually fine when they left, but they left different from how they had entered. Thessaly had done none of these things. She had assessed the space, walked its perimeter, found the warmest floor section, and sat down. She had then spent what the dragon estimated was 20 minutes simply looking at the space around her, with an expression that was not fear, and was not forced calm, and was not anything performed at all. It was the expression of someone taking inventory. The dragon had not seen this before. It came all the way into the cave, and sat down in its own corner, and watched Thessaly the way it had not watched anything in 3 years. She did not try to make friends with the dragon. This is important to establish, because the account of what happened in the cave has sometimes been described as Thessaly taming the dragon, or charming the dragon, or doing something intentional and strategic with regard to the dragon. She did not do any of these things. She was not thinking about the dragon in those terms. She was thinking about her supply agreements, and about Lord Varric, and about the specific legal argument she intended to make when she was released from detention. And the dragon was in the cave because it lived in the cave, and she was in the cave because she had been put there, and these two facts coexisted without requiring anything particular from either of them. What Thessaly did was maintain her ordinary behavior in an extraordinary setting. She kept herself warm by moving periodically around the space. She slept in the warm corner on the first night, which was the dragon's corner, but she had assessed it as the warmest available floor, and she was a practical woman, and she was not going to be cold on principle. The dragon had remained in the opposite corner. She noted its position when she woke, and noted that it had not moved toward her during the night, which she considered reasonable. She noted that it was watching her, which she also considered reasonable. She spoke aloud occasionally, not to the dragon, but in the way that solitary people do when they are working through a problem and the external articulation clarifies the internal structure. She spoke about Varric's legal tactic and the counter-arguments available to her. She spoke about the eastern supply routes. She spoke about what Martin would have thought of the situation, which was, she concluded, that he would have been angry about the injustice and practical about the response, and she was attempting to hold both of those simultaneously. The thing she had not expected was what the space felt like after the first night. She had expected it to feel like confinement. It did not feel like confinement. It felt like a space that had been lived in by something large for a long time, and which had consequently absorbed a quality that was not hostile, and was not welcoming, and was simply present. The cave did not care that she was in it. This was, she found, a relief. She had been in spaces for the past 3 years that cared very much that she was in them, that had opinions about her presence, that were managed and arranged to communicate things to her. This space had its own weight and its own history, and she was simply another element within it. On the second day, she noticed that the dragon had moved. It was no longer in the far corner. It was in the center of the cave, and its eyes were on her, and they had been on her, she suspected, for some time. She had learned, over the years since Martin's death, that most of the things people call strength are actually forms of endurance. They are not bold choices. They are the accumulation of small daily decisions to continue with your ordinary behavior in whatever circumstances present themselves. Because your ordinary behavior is the foundation of who you are, and surrendering it to accommodate difficulty is how people lose themselves inside the difficulty. Thessaly had kept her ordinary behavior through the court cases, through the long months of rebuilding, through the loneliness of being the person who holds the company together when everyone else is waiting to see if it will hold. She kept it here. "You are watching me," she said. Not accusingly. As an observation. The dragon did not respond, but its tail moved, slightly, at the tip. "I do not mind," she said. She went back to thinking through the supply route problem. On the third day, the dragon came close, not aggressively, with the specific care of a very large thing that is trying to move without alarming something smaller, which was notable because dragons did not, in Thessaly's understanding, usually worry about alarming things smaller than themselves. They did not need to. The size differential made alarm a reasonable outcome that required no management. This dragon was managing it. It moved in the early afternoon, in the diffuse light that came from the upper vents of the cave. It moved from the center of the space toward the warm corner where Thessaly was sitting. It moved slowly enough that she had time to observe each stage of the approach. She did not move away. She did not move toward it. She sat with her coat around her and watched it come. It stopped 6 feet from her. It lowered its head until it was on a level with her face, which brought a dragon's face very close to a human face, in a way that required Thessaly to remain very still, without the stillness being conspicuous. She remained still. She looked at the dragon's face. The dragon's eyes were a dark gold. Old eyes. The eyes of something that had been watching its particular section of the world for a long time, and had formed specific conclusions about what it saw. "You have not spoken," she said, "to me or to anyone. I have been here 3 days. I have heard you make sounds, when you move, but not speech." The dragon looked at her. "That is all right," she said. "I have had business partners who communicated entirely through action, and we managed very well." What she did not do was shift her posture or her expression to communicate anything to the dragon. She had been in enough business negotiations to understand that the most powerful thing you can do in a negotiation is to be genuinely yourself without adjustment. Adjustment communicates that the other party has power over your presentation. Remaining yourself communicates that you are bringing your actual self to the table, which is the only version of yourself worth anything in a real negotiation. She was not certain the dragon could understand her. She was not certain it could not. She spoke to it the way she spoke to people whose competence she had not yet assessed. Clearly, without condescension, and with the implicit assumption that comprehension was possible until proven otherwise. The dragon moved its head slightly forward. Not a threatening movement, a considering one. Thessaly did not move back. She held her position, back straight, hands in her lap, looking at the dragon's face with the same attention she gave to the financial statements of companies she was considering doing business with, complete, unhurried, and looking for what was true rather than what was presented. On the morning of the fourth day, the outer door opened. Thessaly had known it would open eventually. The charge had been procedural, the detention limited by the nature of the classification, and the time had run. She had tracked the days carefully, and she had known this morning was the threshold. The guard who entered was one of the two who had brought her in. He had the expression of someone who had been given a simple instruction and was prepared for a simple execution of it. He stopped inside the door and said, "The detention period has concluded. You're to be released." Thessaly stood. She was upright and composed. 3 days on a stone floor had not altered her posture in any way that was visible. She picked up her coat, which she had folded when she stood, and she began to walk toward the door. Behind her, the dragon stood. The guard's eyes went to the dragon. His face changed in the specific way of someone who has added an element to a calculation and found that the sum is different from what he expected. The dragon placed itself between Thessaly and the outer door. Not aggressively. It did not growl or make any warning sound. It simply moved to stand between her and the exit, with the particular calm of something that has made a decision and is not asking permission for it. Its old gold eyes were on the guard. The guard said, "The prisoner is to be released." The dragon did not move. Thessaly looked at the dragon. Then she looked at the guard. "I believe," she said, in the even voice she used for business communications that had taken an unexpected turn, "that it may be necessary to involve someone with more authority." The guard looked at the dragon. The dragon did not move. The guard looked at Thessaly. Thessaly looked back at him with the expression of someone who has assessed the situation and is waiting for the other party to reach the same conclusion. The guard left to find someone with more authority. The someone with more authority turned out to be Oren's head steward, who arrived with 3 additional guards and the expression of a man who had been given a description of a situation and had not entirely believed it until he saw it himself. The dragon was still between Thessaly and the door. Thessaly was still in the cave. She had sat back down on the warm section of the floor, because standing indefinitely seemed unnecessary, and she had resumed thinking through the legal argument she intended to make when the appropriate people were assembled. The head steward looked at the dragon. He had been managing the emperor's household for 14 years, and he had considerable experience with the dragon's communication. Not the voice, which had been gone for 3 years, but the ordinary range of signals that a person who worked near a dragon learned to read. He read what the dragon was communicating now. "It is not going to let you leave," he said to Thessaly. "I gathered that," she said. "I am not sure why." The head steward was also not sure why. He had not, in 14 years, seen the dragon prevent a person from leaving a space. He had not, in 3 years, seen the dragon express any preference about the presence or absence of any specific person. He looked at Thessaly with the assessment of someone trying to determine what she had done to produce this outcome. Thessaly met his assessment directly. "I have done nothing unusual," she said. "I assessed the space when I arrived. I maintained my routine. I spoke when speaking was useful. I did not attempt to manage the dragon or interact with it in any specific way." "And yet," the steward said. "And yet," Thessaly agreed. The dragon turned its head toward the steward and made a sound. A low sound, not the missing dragon voice, but something deliberate and specific. The steward had worked near this dragon for 14 years. He understood that the sound meant, "This is not a discussion I am interested in having." He went to inform the emperor. Oren came to the cave that afternoon. He had not been in the dragon's cave in 3 years. He had not been inside it since shortly after the battle, when he had come to sit near the dragon in the early weeks of its silence, before it became clear that the silence was not temporary. He had stopped coming when it became clear that his presence in the cave was not helping the dragon, and was costing him in a way he could not easily absorb on top of everything else the battle had cost. He came in through the outer door, and stood just inside it, and looked. The dragon was in the center of the cave. Beside it, sitting on the floor with the composed attention of someone who has been inconvenient about it, was a woman of perhaps 34, with a coat around her shoulders, and a ring on her right hand, and an expression that Oren classified, in the first moment, as the expression of someone who has decided exactly how much of this situation they are willing to be distressed about, and has set that amount at approximately none. "You are Thessaly," he said. "Yes," she said. She looked at him. "You are the Emperor." "Yes," he said. He looked at his dragon, which was beside her. His dragon, which had been silent and distant for 3 years, which had not chosen proximity to any person or anything in 3 years, was standing 6 feet from this woman, with its head turned toward her, and its old gold eyes holding a quality Oren had not seen in them in 3 years. Attention. Genuine, chosen, interested attention. He looked at Thessaly. "What did you do?" he said. "Nothing," she said. "I was in its space. I did not perform anything. I did not attempt to manage it or reassure it or convince it of anything. I simply existed in the space with some degree of self-possession because I did not see the value of doing otherwise." Oren looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at him. In its eyes he saw something he could not immediately name, and then he understood. It was the look of a creature that is saying, without its voice, something it has been trying to say for 3 years. Something about what it had needed, in those 3 years, that it had not received. It had needed someone who did not treat its silence as a problem to be solved. Someone who was simply in the space with it. Someone who existed, fully, in their own self, without requiring anything from the dragon's state. Oren had come, in the early weeks, to help. He had come with the weight of everything that had happened at Granite Pass, with his own loss, and his own grief, and his own guilt, about the voice that was gone, and the dragon had felt all of this. It had felt the weight of being the recipient of Oren's care, and it had been, in its 3 years of silence, also carrying Oren's grief. Thessaly had not brought any of this. She had brought herself. That was the entire difference. Oren was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat down on the floor of the cave. The stone was cold. He sat on it. "The charge against you," he said, "was incorrectly classified. I have been made aware of the documentation irregularity Lord Varric used. The charge will be dismissed." Thessaly nodded. "I know," she said. "I have had 3 days to think through the legal argument. You will be compensated," Oren said, "for the time and the inconvenience, and the company will be protected from further interference," Thessaly said. Not as a question. Oren looked at her. "Yes," he said. She nodded once, accepting this as a concluded point. Then she looked at the dragon, and at Oren, and at the space between them. "I think," she said carefully, "that the dragon has been carrying something that was also yours to carry. The weight of what happened 3 years ago. The grief of it." She paused. "I think it has been doing this alone, and the alone part is what made it silent, not the loss itself." Oren was very still. "I am not saying you were wrong to grieve separately," she said. "I am saying that the dragon may need you to grieve alongside it, not to fix anything, simply to be in the same space with the same loss." Outside the cave, the afternoon was going on. The palace was going on. The empire was going on. Inside the cave, Oren looked at the dragon, and the dragon looked at Oren, and Thessaly sat with her coat around her, and her ring on her right hand, and the quiet patience of a woman who had survived enough to understand that some things took the time they took and could not be hurried. He was also aware that he had not done this. He had come to the cave in the early weeks with everything he was carrying, with the weight of the battle and the city wall, and the hatchling he had not been able to save, and the voice that was gone, and he had brought all of it into the cave because he had nowhere else to take it. And the dragon, which was also carrying things, had been expected to receive his grief on top of its own. He had not understood this at the time. He understood it now. He thought about Thessaly's word, alongside, not toward, not for, alongside, which meant at the same level, which meant that both of you are carrying something, and neither of you is required to be the one who carries the other's weight on top of their own. Orin reached out and placed his hand against the dragon's jaw. The dragon leaned into it. Just slightly, just enough. And then, for the first time in 3 years, Orin heard a sound that was not the ordinary sound of breathing or movement. A low sound, beneath hearing, resonant in the chest. Not the full dragon voice. Something earlier than the voice. Something that had not yet found its words, but was trying. He sat with his hand on the dragon's jaw, and he did not move.
Clara had a talent for walking into the wrong rooms. It wasn't something she was proud of. It wasn't something she'd put on a list of her qualities. But if you asked anyone in the palace staff, the cooks, the laundry girls, the head footman who always looked like he'd bitten something sour, they would all say the same thing. Clara. Lovely girl. Absolutely hopeless with directions. Tonight was no different. She was supposed to deliver a tray of warm milk and honey biscuits to Lady Emsworth in the East Corridor, 2nd floor, 4th door on the right. Simple, straightforward, the kind of task a child could manage. Clara had gone left instead of right, climbed to the 3rd floor instead of the 2nd, and now stood in a corridor that was distinctly quieter, distinctly grander, and distinctly wrong. The carpet here was darker, deeper red, almost black in the dim light. The wall sconces were gold, not the cheap brass ones in the servant corridors. There were no portraits of minor lords or dusty landscapes, just clean stone walls and a silence that felt deliberately kept. She should have turned around immediately. She knew that. But the tray was heavy, her arms were tired, and there was a door slightly ajar at the end of the corridor, with warm light spilling through the gap. She thought, and this was the thought that would change everything she thought, it might be a sitting room. Somewhere, she could set the tray down for a moment, catch her breath, figure out where she'd gone wrong. She pushed the door open with her shoulder. It was not a sitting room, it was the largest bedroom she had ever seen in her life. A fireplace wide enough to stand in burned low on the far wall. The ceiling disappeared into shadow. There was a desk covered in maps and letters, a set of armor on a stand in the corner, real armor, dented and scarred, and a bed that could comfortably sleep 6 people. Clara stood in the doorway with her tray of milk and biscuits and took all of this in. Then she took in the man at the desk. He hadn't looked up yet. He was reading something. A letter, his brow slightly furrowed. He had dark hair, pushed back like he'd run his hand through it recently. His shirt was open at the collar. His jaw was sharp. His shoulders were the kind of shoulders that made you forget whatever you'd been about to say. Clara's brain offered her 2 options: leave immediately and quietly, or stand there like an idiot. She chose the second one. The floorboard betrayed her. One small shift of her weight, and it creaked loud, sharp, deeply unhelpful. The man looked up. His eyes were dark. Not warm dark,
Cold dark, the kind of dark that had seen things and decided to stop being surprised by them. He looked at her for a long moment. Clara looked back. The tray rattled slightly in her hands. "Who are you?" he said. Not a question exactly, more like the beginning of a verdict. Clara's mouth opened. Clara's mouth closed. Clara's mouth tried again. "I'm sorry," she said. "Wrong room." She took one step back. He stood up. That was the moment she understood, in her bones, in some ancient part of her brain that predated language, that this was not a regular man. He was tall, genuinely tall, not just taller than her, with the kind of build that came from actual use, not decoration. His aura hit her before anything else did. Heavy, pressurized, like the air before a storm. Alpha. The realization landed in her chest like a stone dropping into water. Not just any alpha. The king's guest. The one everyone had been whispering about for 3 days. The one they said had fought 4 men at once in the Northern Wars and walked away without a scratch. The one Lady Emsworth had called frightening in the voice she reserved for things that genuinely frightened her. Clara took another step back. His gaze dropped to the tray in her hands, then back to her face. "You're not my attendant," he said. "No," she agreed. "I'm not. I'm nobody. I was looking for." She stopped. "It doesn't matter. I'll go." She turned. The door swung shut. She hadn't touched it. Clara stared at the closed door, then slowly turned back around. He was standing closer than he'd been a second ago. He moved quietly for someone that size. She hadn't heard him cross the room. He reached past her. She held her breath, went completely still, and she heard the lock turn. She stared at his hand on the key, then up at his face. He looked at her the way people look at problems they've already decided to solve. "You're mine now," he said quietly. Clara's heart did something complicated. The tray rattled again. A biscuit slid off and hit the floor. They both looked at it. Neither of them picked it up. "I don't," she started. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." He tilted his head. There was something almost patient about it, the way a mountain is patient. It doesn't move. It just waits for you to understand it isn't going to. "Tell me your name," he said. "Clara," she said before she could think about whether that was wise. He repeated it, just once. Her name and his voice did something to the air in the room. Clara decided this was the most dangerous situation she'd ever been in. More dangerous than the time she'd accidentally spilled soup on the Duke's wife. More dangerous than the time she'd gotten locked in the wine cellar for half a night. More dangerous than anything she could currently think of. And the most maddening part, the part she would never in her life admit to anyone, was that her wolf was not afraid. Her wolf was interested. She should have been terrified. That was the appropriate response. Locked door. Strange room. Enormous alpha looking at her like she was something he'd been waiting for without knowing it. Terror, obviously. Instead, Clara was mostly thinking about the biscuit on the floor and whether it was rude to pick it up. She bent down and grabbed it. When she straightened, he was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite place. Not amusement exactly. Something closer to the way you look at something unexpected that turns out to be more interesting than expected. She set the biscuit back on the tray with great dignity. Given the circumstances, she felt this was an achievement. "I really do need to deliver this," she said. "Lady Emsworth will be wondering where I am." He didn't move. "What were you doing on this floor?" he asked. "Wrong turn," she said honestly. "I go left when I should go right. I've been doing it my whole life. My mother said I'd walk myself off a cliff one day." He blinked. She got the impression he hadn't expected that answer. She got the impression most people gave him very different answers. More careful ones. More frightened ones. "I'm not a threat," she said helpfully. "I'm a maid. I deliver things. That's all I do." He looked at the tray. "Warm milk," she said. "And biscuits." There were 6. There are 5 now. The floor has one. Something moved across his face. She wasn't sure what it was. It disappeared before she could name it. He walked back to his desk. For one breathless moment she thought he was going to unlock the door. He sat down instead. Picked up his letter. Read it like she wasn't standing there. Clara stood in the middle of the most expensive room she'd ever been in and tried to decide what to do. Leaving was still impossible. The door was still locked, and the key was on his desk now, casually set next to an ink pot like it wasn't the object standing between her and freedom. She could ask for it. Obviously, she could simply say, "Could I have the key, please?" And probably he would give it to her. She looked at his jaw. The set of it. The way he held a letter like it owed him something. She did not ask for the key. Instead, against every instinct that had kept her out of serious trouble for 22 years, she crossed the room and set her tray on the edge of his desk. Not aggressively, carefully, the way you set something down when you've made a decision and you're committed to it now. He looked at the tray. Then at her. "You could have some," she said. "The biscuits are good. Cook Miriam makes them with cardamom." He said nothing. She pulled the other chair from the corner of the room, the small one that was clearly just decorative, and sat in it. Pulled a biscuit from the tray, took a bite. He watched her eat a biscuit in his room with an expression that suggested no one had ever done this to him before. "Good," she said, nodding. "Why are you still here?" he said. "The door is locked." "I would open it if you asked." She considered this. "Why did you lock it?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You flinched when I stood up." "Every servant does. I'm used to it." "You did," she thought about that. "I was startled," she said. "That's different from frightened, is it?" "Yes, you startled me. You haven't frightened me yet." His eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, in attention. There was a difference. "Yet," he repeated. She shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know you. Maybe you're terrible. But I've met terrible people and they usually have a different energy. What energy do I have?" "Tired," she said. Honestly, she wasn't sure where the honesty was coming from. It kept arriving before she could stop it. "You look like someone who's been very serious for a very long time and has forgotten whether there's another option." The silence after that was different from the silences before. Something in it shifted. He set the letter down. His name was Kyle. She didn't know that yet. She would find out in approximately 7 minutes when his attendant knocked and called through the door, and he answered with a voice that was different from the one he'd been using with her. Harder, less human. But right now, he was just a man at a desk looking at a girl who had walked into his room by accident and decided to stay. His wolf, though he would never have admitted this to another living person, was not telling him to make her leave. It was telling him something else entirely. "My name is Kyle," he said. "Clara," she said. "We covered that." The corner of his mouth did something very small. She filed it away like evidence. The knock on the door came like a verdict. "Your Majesty." Male voice, controlled. Careful, the kind of careful that meant the person had learned to be careful around this particular man. "There are matters requiring your attention." Cale didn't look away from Clara. She had the distinct sense that this was unusual, that things requiring his attention usually got it immediately. "A moment," he said. She watched him stand, cross the room, and pause with his hand near the key. He looked at her, just briefly. The key turned in the lock. He stepped into the corridor and pulled the door half closed behind him. Clara let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. She looked around the room properly for the first time since she'd walked into it. The maps on the desk she could see now. They were battle maps, detailed ones, with marks she didn't understand but that looked serious. The armor in the corner was dark and heavy, and one of the shoulder plates had a dent in it from something significant. There were books on a shelf along the wall, not decorative books, red ones, spines cracked, pages marked. She crossed to the shelf without thinking about it. Her fingers ran along the spines. Military theory. History of the northern provinces. Something in a language she didn't recognize. Then, tucked between two heavy official-looking volumes, a book of poetry. She pulled it out. It was worn in a different way than the others. The cover rubbed smooth, not from reading but from handling. The way you handle something you pick up and put down repeatedly, not to read, but to have. She opened it to a marked page. The verse was about wolves in winter, about the space between what the wolf wants and what the man decides, about being two things and satisfying neither. She was reading the second stanza when the door opened. Kyle stopped. She looked up, slightly guilty, realized she wasn't actually guilty of anything, and held up the book. "Poetry," she said. His jaw did something tight. She closed it carefully and slid it back between the heavy volumes where she'd found it. "It's good," she said. The marked poem, the one about the wolf. He crossed the room and sat back at his desk, picked up a different document, said nothing. Clara returned to her small decorative chair. She had the feeling she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to see, not in a scandalous way, in a private way. The kind of private that's more uncomfortable than scandalous because it means something real. "You didn't send me away," she said. He looked up. "When you opened the door," she continued, "you could have told me to go. You left it unlocked." He said nothing. But he hadn't, actually, told her to go. She was still here. The tray of milk and biscuits was still on the corner of his desk, getting cold. "Why am I still here?" she asked, not accusatory, genuinely curious. He set down his pen, looked at her like he was deciding something. "You're the first person to walk in here without being announced in 4 days, he said. "In 4 days, everyone who has entered this room has knocked 3 times, waited for permission, entered with their eyes down, said what they needed to say, and left without looking directly at me more than twice." She considered that. "And I'm just standing in your room eating your biscuits." "Yes, that sounds exhausting," she said. "The other thing, not the biscuits." He looked at her for a long moment. "It is," he said. The word came out simply, like it had been waiting to be said to someone who might just receive it instead of adding it to a list of vulnerabilities. Clara received it, didn't make it into anything, just nodded. They sat in silence for a moment. Not uncomfortable silence. The kind that exists between people who have briefly, accidentally, been honest with each other. "I should go," she said. He nodded. She stood, picked up her tray. Paused. "Lady Emsworth probably doesn't want cold milk," she said. "Probably not." She started toward the door, stopped with her hand on the handle. Kyle, he looked up. "The poem," she said. "The marked one. The last line. About choosing the man instead of the wolf." She paused. "I don't think that's the right translation, actually." He went very still. "What do you mean?" he said quietly. She shrugged. "I mean the word they translated as choosing in Old Northern script. It means something more like returning. Not choosing the man over the wolf. Returning to the man from the wolf. It's different." He stared at her. "How do you know Old Northern script?" "My father collected books," she said simply. "He couldn't afford good ones, so he bought strange old ones nobody wanted." She opened the door. "Good night." She was 2 steps into the corridor when his voice came through the gap. "Clara." She looked back. "The milk," he said. "Leave it. If you're not going to Emsworth's anyway." She looked at the tray. Set it carefully just inside the door. She walked back down the corridor toward the stairs. Her wolf was humming. Quiet and low and entirely too pleased with itself. She told it to stop. It didn't stop. The palace kitchens at night had a different personality than during the day. During the day they were loud and purposeful and hot, full of shouting and clattering and the housekeeper's sharp voice cutting through steam. At night they went quiet and warm, just the embers in the big hearth and whoever was still up finishing dishes or stealing bread before bed. Clara came in through the side door and set her empty tray on the table. Nadia looked up from the corner where she was braiding her hair for sleep. "Just finished?" "Lady Emsworth didn't get her milk," Clara said. "What happened?" "Wrong room," Clara said. Nadia stared at her. "Again? It's a very confusing floor." Clara sat down on the bench, pulled a piece of bread from the cloth-covered basket on the table and ate it without tasting it. Nadia watched her with the particular look she'd been giving Clara for the 3 years they'd worked alongside each other. The look that said she knew something was happening and she was deciding whether to press it. "Which room did you end up in?" Nadia asked. Clara chewed her bread. "Clara, 3rd floor west," Clara said. "End of the corridor." Nadia's eyes went wide. "That's the royal guest quarters." Nadia's voice dropped immediately to a whisper. "That's where they put him." "I know that now," Clara said. "You walked into his room." Nadia's whisper was somehow louder than her regular voice. "The Alpha King's guest room, the one they cleared the whole floor for." "He's not the Alpha King," Clara said. "He's a king who is also an alpha. There's a difference." "There's really not," Nadia said. "What did he say? What did you do? Did you run?" "No, why not?" Clara considered the question honestly. "I'm not sure," she said. Nadia pulled her braid over one shoulder and stared at Clara with focused alarm. "You're not sure why you didn't run from the most powerful alpha in the Northern Territories?" "He didn't seem," Clara started. She tried to find the right word. "Dangerous," she tried. She paused. "No, that's not right either. He seemed private. Does that make sense?" "No, like someone in the middle of being by himself," Clara said. "I didn't want to interrupt it badly." Nadia sat back. "That is possibly the strangest thing you have said to me in 3 years. And you once told me you thought the head footman might be a goose in a man's body. I still think that. Clara, you have to be careful. Nadia's voice changed. Not dramatic careful. Actually careful. He's not a palace guest you can be odd with and have them complain to the housekeeper. He commands armies. He ended a war by walking into the middle of it alone, and everyone just stopped. I know, Clara said. And you sat in his room and ate his biscuits. One biscuit. One fell on the floor. Nadia put her face in her hands. Clara finished her bread. The kitchen fire crackled. Outside the high window the night was dark and clear. She was thinking about the book of poetry. The marked page. The particular way his voice had changed when he'd said it is. Not like someone complaining about their life, like someone locating a fact they'd stopped expecting anyone to ask about. He's lonely, she said. Nadia looked up from her hands. He's surrounded by attendants and guards and lords, and he's completely alone in it, Clara said. You could feel it, like cold coming off a wall. Nadia was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Clara, very gently, the way you say someone's name when you're about to say something they're not going to like. Don't, Clara said. You walked into his room by accident. I know, you're a maid. I know that too. He is, Nadia said carefully, not someone you get close to and then step back from. That's not how it works with alphas like him. If you're interesting to him and it sounds like you were interesting to him, that doesn't just go away. Clara said nothing. Your wolf is not being sensible right now, Nadia said. My wolf is fine, Clara said. Nadia gave her the look. Clara looked at the fire. She was not going to think about the way he'd said her name. Just once, at the end, when she'd been leaving Clara, like he was checking something, like he was making sure it had stuck. It had stuck. She ate another piece of bread and told herself firmly that tomorrow she would go right instead of left, deliver things to the correct rooms, and not walk into anyone's private space. She was still telling herself this when she fell asleep. In the morning, the housekeeper summoned her before breakfast and told her she had been specifically requested to bring the morning tray to the west corridor, third floor end of the hall. Clara stood in the housekeeper's office and kept her face very still. Requested by who? She said. The housekeeper looked at her over the top of her lists. By name, she said. The guest requested you by name. She paused. How does a palace guest know your name, Clara? Wrong room, Clara said. The housekeeper stared at her for a long, exhausted moment. Go, she said, and for the love of everything, do not be strange. Clara took the tray and went. She went right this time. She knew which floor. She didn't need to guess. Her wolf was already ahead of her. She knocked 3 times. Quiet, the way you knock when you're not sure if you want the door to open. It opened immediately. Not an attendant, not a guard. Him, he was dressed now, proper clothes, dark, the kind that somehow managed to look like authority without trying. His hair was still slightly pushed back. He had a cup of something in one hand. He looked at her like he'd expected her, and was checking she was actually there. Clara held up the tray. Morning, she said. He stepped back to let her in. She entered. Set the tray on the table near the window, the round one that hadn't been there last night. Someone had brought it in, with a chair on either side, and a small arrangement of things on it that made it look deliberate, like a place 2 people might sit. She looked at the 2 chairs. She looked at him. He sat in one of them without saying anything about it. Clara sat in the other one. He poured from the pot on the tray into both cups before she could reach for it. She watched him do this with the specific attention you give something unexpected when you're trying not to seem like you find it unexpected. "You translated the old northern script," he said, "without a book or a reference. In about 4 seconds. Good morning to you too," she said. He looked at her. She picked up her cup. "My father had a thing for old languages. He thought they were more honest than new ones because they didn't have as many words for polite things. When you only have 60 words, you have to mean all of them." Kyle turned his cup in his hands. "Where is your father now?" "Gone," she said. 3 years. It was quiet and not terrible. He went in his sleep, which he would have said was the only dignified option. "I'm sorry, don't be." She sipped her tea. He had a good run, read everything he could find. Annoyed everyone around him constantly with facts they hadn't asked for. Died surrounded by messy books and a cat that didn't like him, but stayed anyway. Something moved across Kyle's face. Not quite a smile. Something softer than that and less self-conscious. "The cat stayed," he said. "Animals are honest," she said. "If it stayed, it meant something." He was quiet for a moment. She watched the light from the window fall across the maps on his desk, the battle maps with their serious marks. "You're going north," she said. "Aren't you?" She nodded toward the desk. He followed her gaze. "Yes, soon? Within the week?" She nodded. The tea was good, stronger than what the staff got. "Is it bad?" she asked. "The north." He looked at her steadily. "Why are you asking?" "Because you've been awake for a while," she said. "The kind of awake that isn't about one night. You have that." She searched for the word compressed look, like someone carrying too much and redistributing it badly. His eyes did something complicated. "Most people don't ask me that," he said. "Because most people are answering your questions, not asking them." Yes, she pulled a biscuit from under the cloth on the tray. Different ones today. Honey and something else she didn't recognize. "It's not bad exactly," he said. She hadn't expected him to answer. She went still and let him. "It's complicated in a way that makes bad feel too simple. The territory is disputed. Has been for 60 years. I'm going to do what my father did and his father before that, which is stand in the middle of it and make everyone look at something bigger than the dispute." "Does that work?" "Sometimes," he said. "Long enough." "What does that mean?" "It means I solve it for this generation and the next generation starts a new argument about it." She thought about this. "That sounds thankless." "All of it is thankless," he said. He said it simply, without bitterness. "That's not the point." "What is the point?" He looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "The people who aren't in the argument, the ones just trying to live in the territory while the argument happens around them." She looked at him. "That's the point," he said. "Make it quiet enough for them." Clara held her cup and felt something settle in her chest. Not dramatically, just quietly. The way things settle when something fits where you didn't know there was a space. "You've never told anyone that," she said. It wasn't a question. His jaw moved. "No, why not?" "Because," he said, "the people around me need me to be something particular. The version that wins. The version that commands." He paused. "There isn't much space for the rest of it." "The rest of it being," she said carefully. He looked out the window. The part that reads poetry, she said. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "How are you real?" She blinked. "What?" He looked at her directly. "You walked into my room with a tray of biscuits and then sat down in the chair like it was yours and told me the correct translation of a northern poem, and now you're asking me questions no one asks me." She thought about that. "I walked into your room because I can't tell left from right," she said. The rest of it just happened. He leaned forward very slightly, just a degree, just enough. "What if I don't want you to leave when this is over?" he said. The question landed in the room and stayed there. Clara's wolf made a sound she'd never heard it make before. She looked at his face. The seriousness of it. The lack of performance in it. "I'm a maid," she said. "I know what you are," he said. That she started, stopped. "I'm aware it's complicated," he said. "I'm asking what you want. Not what makes sense. What you want." Her heart was doing something it had no business doing. She put down her cup. "I don't know yet," she said honestly. He nodded, like that was an acceptable answer, like he had patience for it. That might have been the most frightening thing so far. She left after the tea. She told herself this was sensible. She had work, real work, floors and linens, and the 100 small tasks that made up an actual day in an actual life. Not sitting in a 2-grand room with an alpha king who asked what she wanted like the answer mattered. She scrubbed 3 floors and thought about it anyway. Nadia found her in the East Linen corridor around mid-morning. "You have that face," Nadia said. "What face?" "The one where you're thinking loudly." Clara folded a sheet with more precision than it required. "He asked me what I want," she said. Nadia stopped walking. "This morning," Clara continued. Not she caught Nadia's expression. "Not like that. Just what I want. Like a real question." "What did you say?" "That I didn't know yet." Nadia was quiet for a moment. "What did he say?" He nodded. Nadia sat down on the linen chair. "That's worse than if he'd pushed." "I know," Clara said. "Because pushing you'd know how to handle." "I know." Patience as Nadia trailed off. "How old is he?" "Maybe 30, Clara said. "Hard to tell. He has young eyes and old everything else." Nadia looked at the ceiling. "Clara, you understand what's happening here." "He's leaving in a week," Clara said. "For the north. That's it. That's the whole thing." "Is it?" Clara folded another sheet. She thought about the poetry book. The worn cover, the marked page about the wolf and the man and what it meant to come back to yourself. She thought about the way he'd poured tea into both cups automatically, like it hadn't even required a decision. She thought about what you want. Her wolf had been saying something all morning she was choosing not to listen to. "Clara," Nadia said gently. "I know," Clara said. She didn't say what she knew. Nadia didn't ask her to. They folded sheets in silence for a while. The familiar rhythm of it. The linen smelled clean and simple. The kind of clean that had nothing complicated in it. The housekeeper appeared at the end of the corridor. "Clara." She held out a folded note, delivered by one of his attendants. She looked like she had feelings about this, but had decided not to have them out loud. Clara took the note. She opened it when the housekeeper had gone. It was a book. Well, a note about a book. Short, direct handwriting, the neat kind that came from someone who wrote quickly and meant everything they wrote. "There's a correct translation in the palace library, second shelf from the floor. Eastern wall, blue spine, gold letters." Page 47. In case you want